laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. Criminal is dangerous, but most dangerous of all is the criminal whose only motive is hate. The one who will sacrifice his own life to take another. His unorthodox planning creates the most deadly type of crime. Such a man was J. Dederick.
Back in a minute, Ed. Jay Alice says you're worrying again. You promised to forget it. Jay, it's Bernie. You can talk to Bernie.
It's been 9 months since you lost that job. Why eat your heart out over one lousy job? So you pay him back for firing you, so you fix him up good. Does that prove you're smart? Does that prove you're a great engineer? Are you listening, Jay? Jay! Hey, Jay. Tell you what, make you my partner. 6 cars, you like that. Nothing to me, Jay. I'm your brother-in-law. I have that taken care of you. Jay, you know what you're doing.
Get far away, Bernie. I'm going to hook it up.
Emergency! Get me the highway patrol!
Hold on a minute. Some kind of bomb threat. I can't slow him down long enough to make sense of it.
I'll take it. All right, go ahead.
I'm trying to tell you, he's got enough explosive to blow up the whole chemical plant. No, the city. The Roger Chemical Works. They fired him 9 months ago. 9 months he's been brooding over it.
Now, listen, if you want us to help, just let me have the whole story, will you? Who are you talking about? What? And now describe the car. Now, let me have the license number, too, will you? That's fine. Now, let me have the rest of it. Hold on. Check the map. Where's Roger Chemical?
I know the plant. 4th Street, city's commercial district.
You got this guy's name and phone number?
On the pad.
Hold the line. I'll be back with you in a minute. Crime Lab, this is Matthews. Have Sellers meet me in my car with his demolition kit. Records, this is Matthews. About 3 months ago, a reported theft from Army Ordnance, explosives. Remember it? How many sticks? What? Boxes. Thanks.
Here we are.
Set up a roadblock. State Highway 11 just south of Glendon. Used cars 3822, 3433. Here's description of the car.
Right.
Tell them it may be wired as a bomb. We'll get a supplementary out on it if we get more.
I checked the mileage. At 55 miles an hour, it's 19 minutes to the city on Highway 11.
Cars 38.
That'll put him there in a half hour, all right. If he stays on 11, we're okay.
He should stay on 11. It's the shortest route.
This kind isn't logical. See, by the way, what do we got on 99?
Nothing. We got a motorcycle unit in Harpeston.
Get him to 99. Tell him he's the only cover we got over there.
What about Gates Road?
What about it? What can I do? We got one car per 100 square miles.
Think this is for real?
I'm afraid to take a chance it isn't. This is Matthews again. Look, will you check and see if there's a sample of the explosive in the garage? All right, thanks.
Repeat. Use extreme caution.
Have a car pick this man up and meet me. Code 3 all the way. I don't know yet. Could be a crank phone call. Could be a human bomb heading down Highway 11 to the city.
Who is it?
It's a neurotic electrical engineer. 3224 is going to pick up his brother-in-law and meet us halfway.
How much time we got?
None. Unless the roadblocks slow him down.
Stopped him yet, he could be halfway to the factory by now.
Let me have those. What do they look like, Harry?
I'm not too familiar with it. Basically dynamite mixed with PETN, possibly some cyclonite.
Then it's the real thing.
Well, looks like it. The chemical analysis might...
No, we haven't got time for that.
Well, we could set off a couple of sticks, test it here.
All right, fine, let's do that.
All right.
What have you got there?
Jay always diagrams a job. He's really very intelligent, but he's erratic. Some people are like that, you know. Little things build up, get big. Think, always thinking, always worrying. I have to watch over him just like a kid. You know, Jay's whole life was wrapped up in that company. He was one of their first employees. Of course, I don't blame him for letting him go, but...
Does he know anything about explosives?
When Jay makes anything, it works.
You better take Mr. Jackson across the road.
Let's get around the car, huh? I throw some dirt, you better duck. You want a rough guess?
Yeah.
3 times the power of plain dynamite.
He's got a dozen cases of it, too.
That stuff will rip up a whole block. That car will become a ton of shrapnel.
You better take a look at this.
This is 2646.
2646 to 2150. 2150 by.
Subject just turned off Astor Lane onto 199, headed for city.
10-4, stand by. Well, he's true to type. For no reason at all, he changes highways. 2150 to headquarters.
2150.
How are we deployed on 199 between Astor Lane and the city?
2150. The car from that area is covering Highway 11.
10-4. Come in 2646.
I'm trailing about a quarter mile behind subject.
Tell me, can you get ahead of him by using alternate 199?
I can try.
All right, get ahead of him and block the highway. Commandeer anything you need.
10-4.
We're the closest unit. Come on, let's go.
Right.
What about that diagram?
Clever device. Shotgun is hooked up so as it fires into a roll of explosive. The explosives go and sets off all the other boxes.
Does that make sense?
Sure. The trigger is pulled by a solenoid, an electrical magnet. It'll work.
Well, how does he set it off?
Dead man switch on the steering wheel. Nothing happens as long as he holds that switch down. The minute he releases his grip...
2150.
2150 by.
Roger Chemical has been alerted. They report they are storing ammonia and picric acid in adjacent tanks.
What does that mean?
Remember the Texas City disaster? Ask how fast they can drain those tanks.
2150. Are they draining the tanks?
2150. They report that will require 10 hours.
Well, that means they got a lot of it. If Dietrich blows up that plant, the whole industrial district goes with it.
2150. Put me through to disaster control headquarters.
The disaster control alert resulted in an immediate evacuation of Roger Chemical. An evacuation of the entire industrial district was begun without much hope of completing it within the slim time limit. The Highway Patrol was directed to consider the threat as a civil defense red alert and act accordingly.
Got around him on the alternate highway. He should be a couple miles back.
Any passengers?
No, it's a chartered bus. Truck's safe, too. I sent the drivers down the road.
Get the riot gun. Tell me something. Did you ever shoot a man?
No, sir.
Well, I've never asked anybody to. But in this case, I figure it's self-defense for a lot of other people.
I'll buy that.
I know, I'm going to try and talk him out of it. If I can't, I'm going to make a break for it. The minute I hit the dirt, you open fire. From that distance, you can't miss. Get in the ditch over there. No, if I yell, you come running. Can you disarm the mechanism?
If he cooperates. Remember, that's a dead man's switch on the wheel. If he so much as relaxes his grip...
I know.
Hi, how far are you going?
Far enough.
What you got the car all fixed up for? Hey, I just remembered something. I gotta go back to school. Let me out.
Boy, tell me about your schoolwork.
Watch out!
Well, that was close. Matthews, Highway Patrol.
Stay where you are. This switch, it'll go off anything that...
Yeah, I know all about it. All right, young fellow, you get out of the car.
The boy goes with me.
But you're not going anyplace.
Move the bus. I'm going through. The boy dies with us now.
Well, suicide is one thing, but... Well, to take the boy with you? Well, that's another.
Move the bus.
What do I do now, mister?
You sit still and keep quiet. Go ahead. Grab my hand. Yank the wiring. Break the circuit in any way and it goes off. Move the bus! Move it, move it, move it!
Go ahead and trigger it. I can't let you through.
You don't think it'll work? You don't think it'll go off? Well, you're wrong.
Please, mister.
All right, kid. Get out of the car very slowly and start walking away. Aren't you follow him? Stay well behind him. Keep reporting location.
Yes.
You know, we might try to double back on 11. We've still got that blocked.
Or he could cut east on Gates Road and take it to the city.
Might even try 199 again. Got to use one of the three. 2150 to headquarters.
2150.
Get this emergency APB to all units. Suspect headed back north on 199. He may try for the city again on 11. Maintain the roadblock there. We've got 199 blocked here.
10-4.
What's our deployment on Gates Road?
3663 is a Parson. No other deployment.
10-4. That unit's too far north to help us.
Then if Diedrich cuts east on Gates Road...
There's nothing between him and the city.
2150, this is 2646.
2150 by.
Subject just turned right on Berry Road.
10-4. That's east.
He's in the clear.
Maybe not. Look, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going back on this highway almost to the city, cut over to Gates Road, then cut back and intercept him.
What does that get you, a Purple Heart?
You stand by here in case he doubles back on this one.
What do I tell the good citizens that want through here?
Why don't you tell them the truth? Tell them you're a mad scientist. To headquarters.
Go ahead, 2150.
Are the city police guarding the entrance of the city?
City police report industrial district evacuation interfering with roadblock efforts.
2150. 10-4.
2150. Watch officer requests your location and plans.
Cutting east to Gates Road. We'll turn back north to intercept suspect.
2150. Watch officer suggests you cancel out. There are no units available to assist you there.
2646 to 2150. Subject now headed south on Gates.
2646, 10-4.
2150, did you receive our last transmission?
2150 by.
Watch officer requests exact nature of your plans.
You tell the watch officer not to worry.
took your science classes, boy?
Yes.
Have you learned anything about electricity?
Please, mister. I don't want to talk about school. I just want to go home.
You afraid of me?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. Something that cop back there understood. I'll trigger this. No one's going to stop me from that. But I couldn't do with you in the car.
Can I go?
There. Steady hard, boy.
$21.50 from 2646.
2150 by.
Suspect just let boy out near Peter's farm. We'll overtake and try for a tire.
No, it's too late. I'll reach him first. You can get out now.
Let go of that switch! Let go of the switch! Let go of that switch! Let go of the switch! Let go! Let go! I said let go! Let go! Let go! I said let go! Let go! Let go! I said let go of the switch! Let go! Let go!
Got him.
Okay, Dan.
Okay, what?
Okay to let go. Run him off the road, Dan?
Boy, this wind is something, isn't it? We have a light. No, it's funny. When a man's hand's got a right to shake, he's still ashamed of it. Try it again. Thanks.
Dan, did you run him off the road?
No, don't you start that story around either. You want everybody to think I'm crazy? Next week's case, handled by the Highway Patrol, is a very exciting one. We hope you'll be with us. Until then, remember, the careless driver isn't driving his car. He's aiming it. This is Bradley Crawford saying, see you next week.
Whenever the laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. American communities, large and small, are bound together by more than 3 million miles of roads and highways. It is the responsibility of the Highway Patrol to safeguard the rights of citizens to free, safe, and unrestricted use of these millions of miles of thoroughfare. To most Americans, the highways lead to jobs, to vacation spots, or to families and homes. To a very few, like Stan Warren, a highway is not a means of approach. It is an avenue of escape.
Sorry I didn't hear you drive up. I had my radio on. Fill her up for you?
You guessed it. Say, could you tell me the best way to get to Huntington?
Huntington? Now, your best bet is stay on this dirt road till you get to 19 and turn north. You'll see the road markers.
Well, I'd appreciate a road map if you have one.
Now, we only got some wildflower maps.
Wildflower maps?
Oh, I guess you're a tourist. Yeah, they show places on the deserts you can see wildflowers, but they don't show Huntington. Won't do you much good.
Oh. Well, let me have one anyway. After I pick the wife up at Huntington, we might drive back over the desert next week on our way home.
Oh, sure. Yeah, there's something to see, so they tell me. Personally, I wouldn't know a wildflower if it bit me.
You and me both. But the wife will get a big kick out of the trip.
It's $3 each. Out of 5. And there's your map. Hope you and your wife enjoy the trip.
I'm sure we will. Thank you very much.
The Highway Patrol has released the following description of Stan Warren, wanted for questioning in the murder of Virginia Dorn. Warren is 5 feet 11 and weighs about 160 pounds. He's described as being habitually well-dressed and well-groomed. He's probably armed and dangerous. The suspect may be driving a two-tone convertible, license number 2S68040. If you have reason to believe you've seen this man, contact your local police, sheriff's office, or highway patrol. On the national scene, the department...
Operator, give me the highway patrol.
Station attendant advises that the suspect headed east toward Highway 19.
10-4. Put out an emergency APB. Alert all units at Huntington, Red Rock, and Bitter Creek.
10-4.
You know, that description fits Warren in the car cinches him.
Yeah, but according to the report, the attendant said that the man wasn't in any hurry. What's all this chit-chat about wildflower maps and his wife in Huntington? Warren isn't married.
Oh, no, he hasn't had time. But he's gonna lie. He's smooth and sharp. He's got to be a con man.
Con man turned murderer.
All right, he won't move too fast. That'll create suspicion. Now, look, if he says he's going to Huntington, that's the last place he's going to go.
With radio stations cooperating with the Highway Patrol, the fugitive inevitably learned that his description and that of his car was being broadcast throughout the state. He knew that his escape, even from this relatively unpatrolled area, depended upon a quick and unexpected change in tactics. In this part of the state, the advantage lay with the fugitive killer. He alone knew which of the many routes toward freedom he would take. And the Highway Patrol could not hope to block all possible avenues of escape.
I've lived around here in Empire Valley all my life. I never heard of fish on the desert before.
All this area used to be an inland sea, hundreds of millions of years ago.
Yes, we're looking for fossils.
Fossils? Oh, you mean them big monsters, like in the movies, huh?
Well, you're probably thinking of dinosaurs. The fish fossils that we're looking for came much earlier, during the Devonian period.
Oh, yeah. Excuse me. Number 2 and 4 is all we got. Your special's all gone.
Well, I'll take number 4. You fellas scientists?
Not exactly. We teach at a university.
You do? Guess you're on an expedition, huh?
Oh, I'd hardly call it that. Some people go deer hunting on weekends. My friend and I decided to come out here to the desert and dig for fossils.
It's sort of a postman's holiday.
Well, how do you know where to dig?
Mostly guesswork. But we heard of a place a few miles off the highway that sounds promising. What do you do for a living, Mr.
Martin. Sam Martin. I'm just a short order cook. On my way to a job in Morrisburg. Not due till Wednesday.
Oh, well, this is Professor Lamont. My name's Gordon Ryan.
Mr. Ryan is an instructor at the same university I'm with. He'll be a professor next year.
Hey, that's swell. You, said you're going out in the desert for a weekend. I was just thinking, I could cook for you. Help lug your gear and maybe drive for you?
Well, I admit that neither Ryan or I look forward to my cooking, Mr. Martin. But it doesn't sound like very much fun for you.
Sure will be. Gosh, I've never seen real scientists before.
All right, Mr. Martin. Go ahead and finish your lunch. And you can join our expedition.
Headquarters to 2150.
2150 by.
2360 advises that a motorist reported a man and vehicle fitting the broadcast description heading east through Empire Valley.
What was the time of the sighting?
Approximately 1330.
It's about 40 minutes ago.
2360 advised that the witness flagged down the first patrol car he saw.
10-4. You know, Empire Valley's a good bet for Warren. With that 40-minute start, he can get out of the state a dozen ways. He's smart enough to make a switch, too. 2150 to headquarters.
Headquarters, go ahead.
I'm turning off on 17, heading for Empire Valley.
As thinly scattered patrol units covered the highways, Stan Warren plowed through the desert wasteland, seeking a new route of escape.
Say, Professor, you know anything about these roads the other side of the fossil beds? Where do they lead?
Some of them lead into the mountains, and several connect with main highways.
Across the state line?
Yes. That's why Ryan and I came this way. So we wouldn't be confused by that network of roads.
It's been pretty rough going the past couple of miles. Wouldn't hurt for us to take a little break.
Hey, that's a good idea.
I'm ready, gentlemen. Now get this. This is loaded, and I'm not kidding. Do what you're told, and nobody will get hurt.
Martin,
Here. Tie up your friend. Ryan, lie down on the ground. Go on.
Are you out of your mind?
I said lie down. All right, Lamont, tie him up. Turn over with your hands behind your back. Go on, Lamont, tie him up. If you don't tie him, I shoot him. Now take your choice.
The intensified search in the Empire Valley region brought one result: the discovery of Stan Warren's car.
Well, how about this? He changed clothes and probably cars. Either that or he's still looking for one. Probably still in the area. Let's go.
2150 to headquarters.
Headquarters, go ahead, 2150.
Suspect's car is on the outskirts of 3 wells, apparently abandoned. Put out an APB to Empire Valley units to examine occupants of all cars heading east out of the valley.
Very good, Professor. You get a PhD in knot tying. Now get in. You're driving.
Martin, or whoever you are, you can't leave him here.
I can't take both of you. And with you with me, Lamont, the cops won't shoot.
This is murder to leave him here, just as much as if you shot him.
He'll be able to work his way out of those ropes in a couple of hours. Now let's get going. Come on, let's get this thing moving.
With Professor Lamont as hostage, headed across the desert, leaving behind him a man bound and helpless. Following the discovery of the abandoned car, a methodical check was made in the small town of 3 Wells as the search continued for the murder suspect.
Ever seen this man before?
No, never saw him before in my life.
Take a good look, will you? Think who's been in here today. He might have been pretty well dressed up. I'd say he's about 5 feet 9, 165 pounds.
Wait a minute, that face is familiar now. About so tall?
Yeah, that's right. Then you have seen him.
Yeah. His face and hands were dirty. He looked like he'd been working on a car or something.
What was he wearing?
Work clothes, brown sorta, and a jacket.
How long ago did he leave?
About an hour ago, with 2 fellas.
What 2 fellas?
A couple of college guys.
Were they students?
Gosh, no. Professors. He drove off with them.
Did they say where they were going?
Out the desert's all I know. You know, it seemed awful strange to me.
Why do you say that?
You were going out to look for fish bones. Fish bones in the desert? That's the man, all right. I'm sure now.
Thanks. Thanks very much. You know, if he heads out across the desert with the units we got, we can't possibly cover him.
He'll make for the state line. Sure, he's got a choice of a dozen roads. Block one on either side of the line, and he'll head for another. Those 2 men with him were stymied.
Yeah.
All right, Professor. Which way to the road?
About a quarter of a mile that way.
You sure?
Yes.
Now get this and get it straight. The sooner I get to where those roads branch off, the sooner you get turned loose. Then you can save your pal back there. If I wanted him to die, I would have shot him. Save me and you save Ryan. Got it, Professor?
He's traveling with 2 men. At the moment, we feel that he's wearing work clothes. Will you contact helicopter unit 141? Tell them we're at Three Wells. Have them pick us up on the west side of town.
Thing moving down there except a coyote.
Not the one we're after. Helicopter 141 to headquarters.
Headquarters to helicopter. Go ahead.
Request information on units patrolling state line checkpoints.
Reports negative.
I'm 2 miles north of Highway 40. I'll continue search.
10-4.
Which way now?
Straight ahead.
Turn back and make another pass over this area. I thought I saw something that looked like car tracks.
See those tracks yet?
No. I see something else that's white that's moving. That's a man signaling. Set it down.
Ryan quickly told what he had overheard of Stan Warren's plan of escape and of his probable course across the desert.
You sure you're all right?
Yeah, I'm okay. But that guy's got Steve. You got to do something.
Well, there's 3 in the copter already. There's not room for anybody else. Suppose you walk to the highway. I'll have a patrol car pick you up. Can you make it?
That's fine. Don't worry about me. Just help Lamont.
Okay, thanks. Can't be very far away now. That's the first road he'd hit coming out of the desert.
Yeah, but which way would he go?
East. That's the only way to get him out of the state. That's his best bet. Follow the road east.
Looks like them up the road there.
Yeah. Warren and Lamont, all right. Fits Ryan's description exactly. Circle out away from the road, but keep him in sight. If we get too close, Warren will know we're after him.
How are we going to stop him? He's got Lamont.
An obstruction that doesn't look like we set it up. That's what we need. That truck, when it's around the curve, it'll be out of Warren's view. Circle low around that hill. Keep out of Warren's sight. We'll stop the truck and use it as a roadblock. Dylan and I can hide in it. And you take off fast. Get the copter up and away from the road.
Oh, I get it. The stalled truck will get Warren out.
When he's clear of Lamont, we'll nab him.
Sounds okay to me.
We could hover over and maybe you could drop into it. You feel acrobatic?
Sure.
Okay, you're elected. Good luck. start from the rear. You all set?
All set.
All right, you know what to do. As soon as Warren's in the clear, we'll come back and cover you.
Get out! I'm after a killer. Start walking down the highway and don't look back. It isn't going to be healthy around here in a couple of minutes.
What's going on? You stay here while I see what the trouble is. If you yell out or make one false move, you get this. And so does anybody else who happens to be around.
All right, Warren, put your hands on your head. Come on, get out, run!
Swing this thing around. Warren's after Lamont again. If he gets him, we're right back where we started. Pour it on. Come on, get up! Put your hands on top of your head and keep them there.
That officer in the truck, I think he's...
Yeah, thanks, Professor. We found Mr. Ryan. He's okay. Slide in. We'll go down to the truck. You had a rough one this time, didn't you?
Just a nick.
Tell you what I'll do with you. Keep you up the stunt detail for a while. Both of you, take off for Holbrook Hospital.
Sure.
I'm Matthews, Highway Patrol. Thanks so much for your cooperation. You've been very kind.
Glad to have helped.
See the Highway Patrol in action again next week. Until then, remember, leave blood at the Red Cross, not on the highway. This is Bradley Crawford saying see you next week.
Whenever the laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. Police agencies are constantly vigilant, always on the alert for the predictable type of crime. But unfortunately, all criminal acts are not predictable. And often the most commonplace incidents, things you may see every day in the street, can have the most unusual significance. These people, disguised as guards for the Superior Armored Car Service and using a duplicate truck, move quickly and efficiently in stealing $29,000. Such was the case in a routine weekly armored truck money pickup at a large supermarket. A few minutes later, the usual proved to be very unusual indeed, when the legitimate, the real armored truck appeared at the market for its regular pickup. Within moments, it was discovered that a robbery had taken place, and in the smoothest manner possible. The Highway Patrol was immediately notified.
Okay, Mr. Gregory, that's enough information to start with. We'll be in touch. Did you get that in the extension?
Yes, an armored car just don't disappear into thin air.
This one did for the time being, anyway. Send somebody down to the Shermart Market. Have him pick up the manager, Mr. Gregory. Bring him back here. Also a list of all his employees, past and present.
Will do.
Get a complete check on the Superior Armored Car Service. See if any of their trucks are unaccounted for this afternoon. Do the same with all companies that use armored trucks.
Could have been driven in from another city.
Yeah, you might be right. You better run it down. Then find out about all recent orders for sheet metal to garages and auto repair shops. Get a complete list of all the employees, past and presently employed by the Superior Armored Car Service. Check all places that build cars to order. Put every available man on this.
Got it.
All right, let's get it rolling.
Get those doors and fast.
We made it.
You said it, baby. Go on and change your clothes. Like clockwork. I'll handle the money, Walt. Get the uniforms, will you?
Look, you act like I had nothing to do with this. I had to keep my shop closed and locked for 2 weeks while I phonied this panel up to look like the real armored truck.
Okay, so you're the mechanic. Get going.
All right. I was just thinking
about making the split now, huh?
Well, I don't see anything so terrible about it.
I must have told you 100 times when most guys run into trouble. They make a plan and then don't stick with it. The cops can't get you unless you got a record. In our case, They haven't got any because we never pulled a job before. We planned not to touch this money for 6 months, didn't we?
Sure, but... And that's the way it's going to be with you with this auto shop of yours for the next 6 months. Business as usual.
Understood. Come on, Kay, let's get started. Now, Walt, remember, burn those uniforms. Strip the phony windows and stuff off this truck and paint it as fast as you can.
It'll all be taken care of.
Walt, don't come around the stand. Let's go, baby.
Everything seemed perfectly normal, Mr. Matthews. I had no idea it was a robbery. Not until the real armored car showed up at the store a few minutes later.
How long have you been manager of the store?
Since it opened? Last year. But I've been with the chain 7 years, sir.
And they got, let me see here, 29,000.
Yes, sir.
When they came in, did they show you the proper identification?
Well, to be honest, they showed it, but I didn't really check it. I didn't question them. There's been other guards in the past. I saw the car pull up outside. I had no reason to be suspicious. The money is picked up each week at approximately the same time. As I said, everything
Yeah, I know. It looked perfectly normal. This a list of your employees, past and present?
Yes, it is.
Sergeant, check this with criminal records. Get me the answer as soon as you can.
Art, please put it away.
What's the matter with you?
I just feel better if you put it away.
29,000 lovely American beauties. 29,000. And they'll be even lovelier to spend. I just think in 6 months we'll be living like...
Please?
Okay. Better?
If only we didn't have to keep it here.
Okay. So I'll deposit it in a bank. It's not every week we get a windfall like this, baby.
I know, Art. But I've got a feeling things will never be the same again.
You bet they won't. We'll never have to scrounge around to make ends meet. You won't be wearing last year's dresses. We'll be somebodies, you and me. A lady and a gentleman, not hash slingers. People will be waiting on us instead of our waiting on them. You said you wanted that, didn't you? Well, didn't you?
Yes, Art. That's what I wanted. Only now
you're excited like I said, that's all. It'll be okay. Come on, let's open up, Kate! Kate!
All right, Art.
A perfect day, Kay. At the perfect spot.
We shouldn't be here right across the street. It's too close.
We can keep up with what's going on here. They'll never suspect us right across the street. Unless all of a sudden we should pull out.
Mr. Matthews, the reports are completed.
Bring them in.
The criminal records check on his employees was negative.
And the other reports?
All Superior trucks and those of other companies operating in this area were accounted for, but there is something.
What?
This is a report on recent orders of sheet metal. This one here is particularly interesting.
Oh, Burns Auto Shop, 1863 Elm Place, operated by Walter E. Burns. Order placed 7 weeks ago.
And this is a report on specialists in custom-built cars. This name here underlined.
Burns Auto Shop.
Report on mechanics past and presently employed by the Superior Armored Car Service. It pops up there again.
Walter E. Burns, chief mechanic from 48 to 53, rated one of the best. Well, that makes 3 out of 3.
Looks like they might have built their own.
Could be, but that's doing it the hard way. Let's see what happens with Burns when we ask him a few questions.
Well, he's not around. The truck.
Yeah, this.
Sheet metal and glass.
That's the truck they used, all right. They did a good job, too. Check around here, see if you can find his home address, then send a patrol car out there right away. I'll wait here.
Here you are, sir. Guaranteed it'll melt in your mouth.
Art. I've got to talk to you.
Keep your voice down. Fool, I told you not to come around here, didn't I? It's only 24 hours.
The police were at my garage.
That's impossible. You're just jumpy.
Sure, I'm jumpy, but they were there, I tell you. The highway patrol.
What did they ask you?
I got out before they had a chance to ask me anything.
You crazy. It was probably just routine.
I wasn't taking any chances. The phony windows are still on the panel.
You were supposed to strip it and paint it.
I haven't had time. Art, I'm getting out of town. I was even afraid to go back to my apartment for a change. I need money for traveling. And for clothes. And I want my share now.
I don't have it here.
Listen to me, Art. I want it. I need it.
All right. Not now.
Then when?
Tonight, 9 o'clock.
All right. I'll be back then.
Not here. I'll meet you up at the River Road, 9 o'clock. We'll settle everything then.
Come on, let's go.
When Walter Burns failed to return to his garage or his home, an APB pickup order was radioed to all local points. The bulletin was repeated at regular intervals. When the APB failed to bring results, a tri-state alarm was teletyped. The hours passed. All reports coming into headquarters were negative.
I thought you'd never get here.
It's just 9. Such a perfect plan. Say, Walt, I wonder how the cops ever got to your place.
How do I know? Did you bring the money? I gotta go.
That's what we're here for, Walt. A final settlement.
The money's in the car, huh?
No, Walt.
Come on, quit kidding.
Who's kidding?
Now look, guard!
You killed him. You didn't say you were going to do a thing like that.
Had to be done, Kay.
No. No.
The police would have caught up with him. He'd have talked. Where would we be?
Killing. No.
It's the only practical way, baby.
The search for Walter Burns continued, but no results were forthcoming. There There was not one trace, not one positive indication of where the wanted man might have gone.
Matthews. What? Where? I'll be right out. They found Burns on the River Road, murdered. What'd the medical examiner say?
Death was instantaneous, happened by 9:15 p.m.
You got the report at 9:30?
That's right, by a local farmer. He was passing by, saw the parked car and investigated.
Did you see any other cars on the road?
No, but there's another car here. It was parked just over there.
Any sign of the money?
No, but Burns, by the way, didn't have a cent in his pocket.
Oh, that's nice, isn't it? A $29,000 robbery, not a cent in his pocket. He gets paid off by being murdered.
The earth around here is soft and muddy. We got good impressions of the other car's tires. I think there were 710-15s. We also got good impressions of the shoe print.
After the lab boys make prints, send them in for analysis.
Right.
Maybe they'll walk the killer right into our hands.
I thought you were asleep.
What were you going to do with that briefcase? Tell me. What are you going to do with it? Tell me!
I wanted to burn it.
You what?
Destroy it. I thought it might change things. Undo what's been done. Bring us back to where we were before all this started. We were happy then.
I'm happy now.
Not happy. Different. A murderer.
This is the way things are going to stay. And don't you ever get such thoughts again. Okay? Don't try anything foolish. You understand?
Well, here they are, sir. All set and analyzed.
All right, what's the rundown?
Shoe size 8D.
That makes him out a man of medium height, huh?
Oh, we put his height at 5'8", give or take an inch.
Is he heavy?
No, sir, not over 140.
All right, go on.
They were inexpensive shoes. I'd say about a year old. Outside leather is showing the grain, and perforation marks are spread wide. And notice this.
The sole seems to be pretty thin right there.
Either sloppy in appearance or can't afford to keep his shoes in shape. Judging from the low quality, I'd pick the latter.
Well, I'm surprised that you lab boys can't come up with a name and the phone number.
We could if you'd written it on his heel.
Okay, I'm stopped.
We're not. Now look at this, Mr. Matthews.
Let me see. Heel's worn down on the inside.
Well, notice the arches on both shoes.
Frankly, I don't see anything special.
Well, we did. These prints were made by a pair of shoes with specially built-in arches. Cheap ones, but specially built in, just the same.
We couldn't ask much more from one set of prints, could we?
Except the name and the phone number. Check all the shoe stores in the area that sell shoes with specially built-in arch supports. Get on it right away.
Right.
Mud. Mud.
It's blood, Arthur. And no matter how hard you try, the blood won't come off.
Blood? What's the matter with you? Just some mud I stepped in.
Walt's blood.
Stop that. You're supposed to be out front. You're supposed to act like nothing happened. Business as usual, remember?
Business as usual.
That's right. For the next 6 months, everything according to plan.
You know what they say about the best laid plans?
Cut that. Now cut it. This is one plan that's gonna work. Then in 6 months...
6 months. Don't you know time is already up for us? Don't you realize it's already too late?
Get out there and take care of the customers. I'm going out. I'll be back in an hour.
Number of the railroad station, please. Information booth. Yes, regarding time of trains leaving the city. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's keep trying and keep in touch. Come in.
The report on Burns' friends is completed.
Anything at all?
No. Anything from the shoe tracer detail?
Willis has come up empty, too.
What about the other sections of the detail?
Same so far. Matthews. Yes, Koufax. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I got that. Where does he live? No, I'll take care of this myself, thanks. Kovacs just called from a shoe store on 2nd Street. They've got a customer who comes in every year and buys shoes with specially built in arch supports. Cheap brand, too. Description fits him to a T. His name's Denson.
That's a break.
Oh, there's more. He and his wife run a hamburger stand on Venter Avenue. They live in an apartment directly in back of it, right across from the market that was robbed. Let's go.
I thought you'd try something like this. That's why I said I was going out. To test you.
Art,
Where were you going?
I didn't know. I just had to get away.
With the money?
No, Art.
All that acting crazy. Just so you could pull a stunt like this.
I didn't want the money, believe me. It's still in the briefcase in the cabinet. Well, see for yourself. It's still there.
Going anywhere. You're staying here with me.
Oh, please, Art, let me go.
Police.
All right, come out, Denson. All exits are covered.
Do what he says, Art. It's best this way.
Do what he says, huh? You think I went through all this for nothing?
The money's no good to you now. Please, Art, listen to me just this once.
Come out, Denson, with your hands above your head. Come on out, Denson, or we'll come in after you.
Art, it's your only chance.
All right. All right. I'm coming out. Turn around. Turn around. I'm coming out. Get back! Get back! Get over there! Get over there! If you get me, you get her first.
Shoot, it doesn't make any difference. Shoot!
They won't. Cops don't kill ladies. Drop your guns, gentlemen. Get up those steps, quick. Get up there! Go on! Over there.
Let's go.
That was his wife. She's all right.
I'll call the ambulance. All the time, it was just across the street. The Highway Patrol story next week is a very unusual one. We hope you'll be with us. Until then, remember, it isn't the car that kills, it's the driver. This is Bradley Crawford saying see you next week.
Whenever the laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. One of the most careful drivers in the Highway Patrol's experience was an ex-convict. Steve Naylor never failed to give the right-of-way, always watching carefully at every intersection. Naylor was out on probation after serving 5 years for a $250,000 robbery, which he claimed he had never committed. The Highway Patrol had been waiting for Naylor to go for the stolen money. But since his release, he had lived strictly within the law, always being careful, always making sure that there was no one behind him. Naylor was right. No one was following him. An investigator of the insurance company which had paid off the loss was watching him and would call the Highway Patrol if he thought Naylor was making a suspicious move.
Give me the Highway Patrol.
Matthews. Well, hello, Wilson. This is the fourth time this year you thought Naylor was going to make a move. But hold on a second, will you? Get me the Naylor file. What makes you so sure he's going to move this time?
Well, he's been breaking his routine. He should have put the car in the garage. Today's his bowling day. He should have gone 15 minutes ago. Every Monday for 9 months, I've seen him walk out with that ball in a bag at 10 of 3. Why not today?
Well, after 9 months, you'd figure a guy'd get tired of rolling a ball down an alley. Thanks.
Why those phone calls from the corner booth I've told you about? He's got a phone in his flat. Twice yesterday and once this morning. Long distance calls. I could see him dropping the coins in from here. I tell you, his whole routine has been cracking up for a week. He's going this time. Now, I can smell it.
All right, I'm moving. Don't work yourself into a nervous breakdown. Still the same car?
Same car. Black, 1953 coupe. 9 months I've been living in this joint. You've got to get him. You've got to get me out of here.
Okay. I'll keep the line open. Peterson, you take it. Poor guy. He served as much time as Naylor.
This could be another false alarm.
Yeah, I know this. We got to answer all of them. Though I know if Naylor's going to leave town, he's going to go out in one of 5 roads. I'll make you a small bet. If he does leave, he's going to go out in 9 or 12. Now, right here is where Harris and Naylor blew up in the armored car and took the cash. We picked up Naylor 24 hours later right here. The next day, we found Harris here, dead. Put out a description of Naylor's car. I know the cash is going to be stashed in here someplace.
Attention all units.
Hold it. Wilson.
Thanks. Yeah, what?
He's coming down to the corner. To the phone booth, I'll bet. If he goes, Dan, remember, if you tip him off that you're tailing him, he'll never go near that loot. I'll spend my life here. It's another long-distance call.
This is Naylor.
Okay. This is Carson.
I'm ready to go.
Are you sure you're not being followed? I can wait another year for my cut.
I told you this morning. It's a year since I've been tailed. I've been watching every minute. They gave up all right.
Okay. You know where to come.
How'll I know you?
I'll know you.
I'll travel slow. Watch for a tail. If I don't show, it means I've been followed. I'll wait him out if it takes 20 years.
Okay.
If he goes back in the house, it's another false alarm. But if he gets in the car, he'll go this time. I know it.
Let's stop worrying. If he makes a move, we'll follow him. Area 6 unit standing by?
Yes, sir.
Going.
Area 6. Cover highways 12, 9, 7, 21, and 3. Stay under cover. Report Naylor's speed and direction.
Headquarters, 3246. Route 9 is covered.
3246, 10-4. Naylor's leaving the city. Should have shown up by now.
Headquarters, 3246.
3246, go ahead.
Black coupe approaching. Going north on Highway 9, 3 miles from city limits. 1953 model. License number 2N29321. Speed approximately 40 miles per hour.
3246, 10-4. Area 6, resume regular patrol. Right now he's going north on 9, 40 miles an hour. Our next problem's going to be right here. Headquarters at 3833.
3833, bye.
Go to the Y intersection. Stay under cover. Report his speed and direction.
10-4, 3833.
Now, if he goes left, we got a unit waiting for him right here. If he goes to the right, then we're going to be in trouble. Peterson, get in plain clothes. We'll use an undercover car. Make sure it's fully equipped.
Right. We have a unit stationed here.
Yeah, I know. We got 25, 30 square miles to cover. He can take any one of the roads in the hills. If he does, we got to tail him. There's nothing else we can do.
3833 to headquarters.
Headquarters, bye.
3833, I have Y intersection under surveillance from cover.
10-4. Make sure all units concerned report to me.
Right.
.3833 to 2150.
Go ahead, 3833.
2150, there's no sign of Naylor. He should have passed by now. There's no place he could have turned off.
Stay under cover.
Stand by, 2150. This may be our man. It's a black coupe, 1953 model. 2N 29321. 2 Nora 29321. Naylor's turning up the right fork.
10-4, 3833. This means the hills. I don't give much for our chances of following without tipping our hand.
How about putting a unit on a high point?
No, we can't see enough. We're going to have to take the risk.
3833 to 2150.
Go ahead, 3833.
2150. Naylor's pulling into a cafe just up the right fork.
Let me know if he leaves. 10-4.
This could be it, where the money's hidden.
Maybe, maybe not. If he gets in the hills, we might lose him. We better put the beeper on him. Hope he stays in the cafe long enough for us to rig it.
Naylor?
So you're Carson.
I told you I'd know you.
Let's get going. There's no tail on me.
We got time. It's not far from here. Let's sit down.
You know this place?
I own it.
Nice place.
It's not $250,000, tax-free.
What's on your mind?
How do I know you got the other half of the map Harris made?
How do I know you got the first half? How do I know you ever saw Harris?
Okay. That night, it'll be 6 years this August 22nd. A dark night. Harris pulled in here about 4 a.m. in a black sedan. I knew Harris. Not too good, but I knew the kind of business he was in. He had a hole in his back. We didn't have much time left. Little guy, thin hair, blue eyes.
Could have been Harris.
The cops almost got you both the night before. You and Harris buried the bag. He knew the roads in the country, you didn't. You were from out of state, okay?
That's right.
He wrote it down on a piece of paper. When the two of you separated, he ripped it in half. Okay?
That's how it was, all right. Harris always liked to make things look legal. Here's your receipt, he said.
Harris said I'd get the right cut if I went to you, instead of the cops. All he wanted was for me to see his wife got some of it.
And what do you call the right cut?
What Harris would have got. Half.
That's a big cut for carrying half a piece of paper.
The one chance to trail Naylor safely was to affix a high-frequency beeper to his car. The signal would be received by 2 different highway patrol stations, enabling them to triangulate Naylor's continuously moving position.
All right, move. We've got to take a chance.
Remember, you weren't there when we blew open the car, when the guards started pulling their guns.
The payoff isn't what you can deliver. I can take us halfway to the money.
And there's another thing you're forgetting. My 5 years in the pen.
Look, Naylor, it's what you can deliver that counts. You did your time, it's water under the bridge. It's 50-50 or no deal. Well, what do you say?
I say that 50% of something is better than 100% of nothing. Let's see your half of the directions Harris wrote.
I got it. Up here.
I burned mine for safekeeping, too. It's 50-50. Let's go.
Now, that was stupid of me. It's okay. I'm the owner. Forget it.
Oh, the owner, I'll be glad to pay you for it.
Sam, front.
How much does a play like that cost?
They're cheap. Forget it.
Will 20 cents take care of it?
We break them all the time. It's okay.
At home, every time my wife breaks a plate, she always tells me this.
Okay, just pay Sam for your check.
$21.50 to headquarters.
2150. Go ahead.
Alert areas 3 and 5. Get me a fix on Naylor's car. Notify FCC. Report to me. 10-4?
10-4, 2150. Attention areas 3 and 5.
Headquarters, area 3, by.
Headquarters, Area 5 by.
Area 3 and 5. Beeper on channel 1, transmitting from area of Ruxton. Report fix on transmitter at 4-minute intervals. Please notify FCC of our beeper on channel 2.
Area 3 to headquarters.
Go ahead, 3.
Signal bearing 350 degrees.
350 degrees from area 3.
Area 5 to headquarters. Beeper signal on a bearing 70 degrees from the station.
70 degrees from area 5. Headquarters to 2150. Areas 3 and 5 clear.
Fine. We'll give Naylor another minute's head start.
Headquarters to 2150.
2150 by.
Beeper signal from point on Route 9, 4 miles north of Y intersection.
Area 3 to headquarters. 320 degrees.
320 from Area 3.
2150 to headquarters. You got another fix? We don't want to run up his tailpipe.
Stand by, 2150. $21.50.
2150 by.
Beeper signal 5 miles from intersection.
Now what?
About a mile ahead, take a right. All the tail-wise caution of Steve Naylor was ineffective against the high-frequency triangulation system. Although Naylor's car turned and twisted its way through the Ruxton area, its position was constantly traced by the signal being transmitted from the car itself.
Headquarters to 2150. Stop. Naylor's car has stopped.
10-4. I'm going to take a look over the hill.
I'll pull the car up the side of the road.
Right. Don't move. We've got to bottle up his car.
How about that narrow piece where the dirt road branches off?
It's a good idea. Block it there. Get on the radio. Have every available man up here right away. Tell him to come in easy. We scare Naylor now, we still lose.
Six years is a long time to remember. Was a bank like this, all right?
This is the spot you'd have spent the rest of your life looking for.
I can take us the rest of the way, providing...
Providing what?
You brought me to the right spot. Hold the end there. You know, your half got you pretty close. But not close enough. You know, I've been trying to figure out why you didn't look for it yourself. Being this close.
Let's get going.
Did you look for it?
Naylor, you'll never know if I brought you to the right place unless you follow through with your half.
Yeah. That's right. Hold the end here. Bring me the shovel. By rights, there ought to be $250,000. 18 inches under my feet.
Naylor, I just want you to know you're only getting half.
Sure, pal. That was the deal.
Bingo. All right, Naylor. I'm Highway Patrol. Drop it.
I got you, cop. I'm coming to finish it.
I know I got you, cop. You'll bleed to death. I'll make you a deal.
Save your breath for the probation board. Peterson!
In the brush behind you.
Anybody else with you?
2 more.
You see, Naylor, you haven't got a chance. Besides, you're hurt.
I did my time. I got a right to this, though. I got a lot to live for, cop. I got a lot of living to do. Oh.
Naylor. Paid a pretty stiff price, didn't he? Even for $250,000. Get an ambulance right away. Bring that along with us. Next week's case, handled by the Highway Patrol, is a very exciting one. We hope you'll be with us. Until then, remember, the careless driver isn't driving his car. He's aiming it. This is Bradley Crawford saying, see you next week.
Of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state law. This is the town of Sunland Park. To someone just passing through, it's merely a wide spot in the road. A pleasant little place with a park and a playground for children. Nothing of any significance could have happened there. But the residents of this town, especially Mrs. Bernie Sills, knew this to be untrue. The Highway Patrol knew it too. For recent events in Sunland Park had been far too significant in terms of violence and tragedy.
You want to go home and take a nap or something? I'll watch the place.
Okay. You call me if you get to feeling tired. Motorcycles.
Why'd they have to stop here? Bernie, what are you doing?
3 guesses.
Bernie, please, don't start anything more.
I'll just make sure they don't start anything.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hi.
Want some breakfast?
Yep. What's your specialty?
Good food, mostly.
That's what we're after. Good food and lots of it.
We've been bucking those sickles at bars for more than an hour. Kind of shakes up an appetite.
Then you better get back on those sickles and take off. Honey, you ain't gonna feed these bums, are you?
Bums? Say's that guy know you, Joe?
I don't think they're bums, Bernie.
They're bums, all right. Motorcycle bums. Look at them.
Now, look, mister, we just came in here for breakfast. We're not looking for any trouble.
And we'll make sure you don't start any. Now, come on, out.
Say, what kind of gag is this?
Better do what he says, boys, please.
Come on, Nick.
Wait a minute. I don't think I like being shoved around by a...
Come on. Say, would it break your heart, mister, to tell us what this is all about?
You ought to know. You hoodlums have got a lot of gold stopping in this town again.
Again? But this is the first time we've ever been up this way.
And the last time, too. Now, you get on those cycles and get out.
Now, take it easy, mister. We're not leaving here till we know why.
You guys seem to have short memories. Only 8 months ago, a whole gang of you bums came roaring into this town, riding your cycles on the sidewalks, into the store windows, knocking people down, breaking up our property and trampling up our picnic grounds. A whole mob of bums. Loudmouth, dirty hoodlums in leather jackets. You turned this town upside down.
Well, listen, that wasn't our club. We've never even been here before.
Not much you haven't. Take a look at my wife in our cafe there. She knows you were here. One of your cycles knocked her down and broke her hip. She hasn't walked right since.
Hello. Hello. Get me the highway patrol. Yes, quick.
Now, you get out of here, fast.
You shove that gun into me once more, mister. Now.
Come on, Nick, let's go.
Why should we? We had nothing to do with that raid. That was another club.
Another club? Well, you're all alike, all you wise guys in the leather jackets and the big mouths.
Watch that talk, mister. I mean it.
Come on, forget it, Nick. Cut out.
And make it fast.
Nick, cut it out!
I'm all right.
I called the highway patrol. They should be here soon.
Patrol? The gun.
It's 2 men on motorcycles, officer. They better get them. They're dangerous. Starting trouble. Slugging people and everything. They went right down the highway there.
Matthews. Who? What had happened? I'll be out there as soon as I can.
What's up?
Anders cracked up his bike. He's in bad shape.
Anders?
He was on call. He crashed into a truck. Let's get out there right away. Come on.
The injured officer was already on his way to the hospital when the truck driver told his story of the collision. He readily admitted having run the boulevard stop. After further questioning, he was released pending his appearance in court. Mr. and Mrs. Sills were eager to return to their unattended cafe, but they were even more eager to answer routine questions with unroutine statements.
Yeah, but it's those cycle bums who caused it. That patrolman was chasing after them when he hit that truck.
Did you see it happen?
No, we heard the screech of brakes and a crash, and then we went out there.
But the point is, that officer wouldn't be in the hospital right now if they hadn't come into town.
In other words, their coming to town had nothing to do with the collision. Is that right?
Suppose that officer dies. What happens to the truck driver?
Well, if Officer Ander dies, the truck driver's going to face a manslaughter charge.
Well, that ain't fair. It's those 2 men on motorcycles who ought to be punished. They come zooming into town, just aching to start trouble. Last year, just 8 months ago, 50 of them swooped down on this place, scaring kids to death, breaking up our property. Run my wife down and broke her hip, that's what they did. She hasn't been able to walk right since. But that wasn't enough for those punks. Oh, no. Now they gotta come back looking for more trouble.
Tell me, were they from the same gang, the same club?
Well, how do I know which club they belong to? They all look alike and act alike as far as we're concerned.
Did they wear any insignia, any kind of a club emblem?
Yeah, they had some kind of a firefly or a lightning bug thing on their jacket. I saw that, plain as day.
Mr. Sills, is there anything else you'd like to tell us?
Well, Bernie and I were pretty sensitive about motorcycle drivers now, I guess.
Well, we got good reason to be.
The whole town hates them since that awful raid last year.
Mr. Sills, please go on.
These two men came in here for something to eat.
Yeah, came stomping right in, just looking for a fight and yelling for food.
What do you mean by yelling?
Yelling, you know. Good food, lots of it. That's what they were yelling. That's an exact quote, isn't it, honey? Didn't they say that?
Yes, they did say that.
Bet your sweet life they said that. So they started to get smart, see, so I told him to leave. I made him go outside. Well, then all of a sudden, the younger one, the one called Nick, he began slugging me. You should see the way he hit me.
And then you called the highway patrol.
No, I called the patrol.
I tell you, Mr. Matthews, you better find those two bums before they end up murdering somebody else.
Nobody's been murdered, Mr. Sills. We need the two motorcyclists because they're witnesses. They might tell us how the collision happened.
Witnesses?
In case the truck driver has to go to trial.
Well, what about the way they acted here? You gonna let them get away with that?
Bernie, let it go.
Well, that's up to you, Mr. Sills. You want to make a complaint against them?
You bet I do.
What charge? Disturbing the peace?
Well, is that all you can nail on them?
Bernie, please.
Okay, disturbing the peace. They deserve anything you give them. But if I were you, I'd blame those two psycho bums for putting that officer in the hospital.
We can't blame anybody, Mr. Sills. And neither can you. That's up to the court to decide. Right now, we're going to have to investigate a lot further before we turn it over to the DA's office.
Oh, will I be hearing from you?
You sure will. Come on, let's go.
Those people are sure bitter about motorcyclists in general, aren't they?
Yeah. We better find those guys. They'll be able to tell us more about the accident. Now, if Anders dies, that truck driver's going to face a prison term. So with or without his confession, we're going to dig up all the evidence we can.
Well, we better find them anyway before they start disturbing the peace in some other town.
Two guys on a motorcycle. You know, I don't care how crazy or wild they are. They wouldn't take on a whole town without the rest of their gang with them. This town may look small, but believe me, it's bigger than two men. Come on, let's go.
We were wrong. We shouldn't have said all that, and we never even mentioned the gun.
You forget about that.
But it isn't exactly fair.
Isn't it? Not fair to them. Listen, honey. There's a dance over at the park tonight.
Bernie, stop.
Wouldn't you like to go to the dance? Like the old days?
Bernie, please. You know I can't dance anymore. You know that.
Then don't talk about being fair to them. Those cycle bums deserve anything they get. Let Matthews find out all he wants. I hope they get what's coming to them.
A call to the American Motorcycle Association led to the identification of the lightning bug insignia worn by the two recent visitors to Sunland Park. It was the emblem of an accredited cycle club presided over by Ralph Hogan.
I don't dig this at all, Mr. Matthews. Why should the throttle jockeys in my club get into a bash with the law?
Well, why not?
Well, we're approved and accredited by the Motorcycle Association. We're pledged to uphold the laws all the time, on the road or anywhere else. It's those renegade wheel peelers that give you the headaches, not us.
Look, Hogan, you might have a couple of troublemakers in your club.
I don't know. We got a good bunch of rod hoppers. It's our job to undo all the harm that's done by these renegade sickle hounds. Of course, we could have a couple of ringers in there that I don't know anything about.
You do me a favor?
Sure thing.
Help us weed them out, will you?
Why not?
When's your next meeting?
Sunday morning at my garage. You've got the address.
All right, don't tell your members. I'll bring along a couple of people as witnesses.
Witnesses?
They might help identify the men we're looking for.
If they're in my club.
Yeah, if. What is it, Dust?
The hospital just called about Jack Anders.
Is that the patrolman who got hurt?
Yeah, how's he making out?
He died less than an hour ago.
Sunday morning, Bernie and Mrs. Sills were taken to Ralph Hogan's garage for the weekly meeting of the Lightning Bug Cycle Club. With Officer Anders dead, a warrant was issued for the truck driver, and he was picked up on a manslaughter charge. Thus, it became even more urgent that the two motorcyclists be identified in case they were able to offer testimony at the trial.
Hey, Joe.
What's the matter?
Take a look.
Rollins, Dick Rollins.
Isn't that the guy from the cafe?
Yeah, the guy with the gun.
Mr. Matthews.
Yep.
There they are. It's them two.
He's got the cops with him.
Who are the two guys that just came in?
Joe Keeley and Dick West. Why?
What he's doing here.
Well, maybe we ought to fade out.
Yeah.
All right, hold it, you two. I want to ask you some questions.
What for? We haven't done anything.
Not much you haven't. Helped kill a patrolman, that's what you did.
We what?
Say, what's the matter with this guy? Is he crazy or something?
Were you in Sunland Friday morning?
Sure, but we just stopped there for something to eat.
Don't listen to them, Mr. Matthews. They're liars.
I can't be sure of that unless I do listen to them. Come on outside. We can talk there.
This isn't going to help our club's reputation one bit. I'm glad the other members aren't here yet.
Your club's reputation. Listen, those two bums came roaring into Sunland Park like they were trying to liberate the town or something.
It's not like them. Joe and Dick are nice guys. They wouldn't start any trouble.
You don't call the highway patrol to chase nice guys. And my wife called the patrol because of them. Right, honey?
Well,
They slugged me, didn't they?
yes, I called the patrol.
And that officer is dead because of those two.
Look, Mr. Matthews just wants them as witnesses. They might be able to help describe that collision.
Well, I got a disturbing the peace complaint against them. I'll have to talk fast to get out of that. First they cripple my wife, then they slug me in the jaw, then they kill a cop.
You're stretching things just a little too far, mister.
Cop killers. In your club.
Bernie, stop it.
Are you gonna let him get away with it? Do you want to be labeled a cop killer because of them?
Bernie, you're only starting more trouble.
You know, it's because of guys like them that all motorcycle clubs get bad names. No, I don't know how you feel about it, but I wouldn't let any two-bit throttle bomb ruin my reputation.
Mr. Hogan, my husband gets pretty riled up sometimes.
No, he's beginning to make sense in a way. If what he says is true...
Are you calling me a liar?
I've sent for another car to take you and Mr. Sills home. I'm going with Keeley and West and get their statements.
Statements? Is that all you do to a couple of cop killers?
What?
He's right, Mr. Matthews. Those two guys can undo all the good our club has done for motorcycling. If you find out that they really started that back there in Sunland Park, why not let us take care of them?
I thought they were your buddies.
Our club and other outfits like ours, we try to make people realize that throttle jockeys don't have to be tough guys. If Mr. Sills is telling the truth about them, then every sickle hound in the country will be labeled a bum and a renegade and a cop killer.
Wait a minute. The only one responsible for the officer's death is the truck driver.
Yeah, but they started all the trouble. It never would have happened without them.
What kind of trouble are you trying to start, Mr. Sills?
When men do wrong, they deserve punishment.
The boys in our club will handle them, if we have to.
I got a better idea. Turn them over to the people of Sunland Park. We'd sure like to even up the score with those two throttle bums.
I got a better idea than that. Why don't we rent the Roman Coliseum? And the people of Sunland Park and the Lightning Bug Motorcycle Club can fight for the two boys. While you and your bloodthirsty mobs are killing each other, we'll let the court decide who's right. I'll see if the Coliseum's available. You'll put on a great show and you won't need any lions either. Both of you, will you listen to me? One of my men was killed in a collision. The truck driver is going to face a manslaughter charge. Now, the only charge against you boys is disturbing the peace.
But we didn't start that trouble.
All right, we'll get to that in a minute. Now, please understand one thing. One man is dead, the other faces a prison term. Anything you can tell us will help everybody concerned.
Honest, Mr. Matthews, it's like we told you before. We didn't even know a patrolman was chasing us.
If we'd known a cop was after us, we wouldn't have kept on going. We're not that dumb.
This brings us to the disturbing the peace charge. I have to send everything to the DA's office unless I can find a good reason to keep it out.
Listen, Mr. Matthews, all we did is go to that town and get a bite to eat. We didn't start any trouble.
Those people in Sunland Park, they hate anything on two wheels. Just because a bunch of renegade rod jumpers messed up their town.
All right, the messing up cost $10,000, $12,000 in personal property damage. Plus the fact 8 or 9 people were seriously injured. Mrs. Sills was very seriously injured.
Okay, so they got a right to be bitter. But why take it out on us? All we did is stop at that cafe for breakfast.
The next thing we knew, that little guy was kicking us out, calling us bums, and shoving a gun into my stomach.
What gun?
He had a shotgun.
Who did?
That guy in the cafe, Sills.
Well, let me get this straight. He threatened you with a gun?
He sure did.
When a guy pokes a gun in your stomach, you get sore. That's when Nick took it away from him and slapped him. Why, sir, I'll bet you would have done the same thing.
Well, assault with a deadly weapon, that's a pretty serious charge. I hope you guys are telling me the truth.
It's true, Mr. Matthews.
I swear it's true, sir. Nothing would have happened if he hadn't shoved us around with the business end of that shotgun.
Okay, thanks very much. That'll be all for now.
Yes, sir. We'll be around all you want.
And thank you, sir.
For what?
For believing us.
What makes you think I believe you?
Because we're telling you the truth.
Did you get all of that?
Every word.
Well, have you got any theories about it?
It sounded pretty straight to me. Here's the criminal records report. They'd never been in trouble before. Not even for traffic violations. They look all right.
Yeah, except for these. Signed statements by Mr. Sills. Also Mrs. Sills. Not one of them mentions the shotgun that Keeley and West were talking about.
The gun wasn't fired, though, was it?
No, but if they're telling the truth, that's assault with a deadly weapon. We better investigate this before we send it to the DA's office.
Sills might have used it in self-defense.
Why didn't he mention it? Why didn't Mrs. Sills mention it? What are they afraid of? You know, Dorsey, there's 2 things that bother me. Number 1, motorcycle bums, the real ones, the one that gives us all the trouble. They go out in a mob. The bigger the mob, the tougher they get. The other thing that bothers me is the Sunland people themselves. Well, I can understand they're rather sensitive about motorcycles, and I know that Bernie Sills would like to get even for what they did to his wife.
Yeah, but would he make a phony complaint against them? Would he use a gun on him and then perjure himself just to get them in trouble?
I don't know. If he would, this is the guy we want, not Keeley and West.
Well, how are we going to find out?
I'll tell you. Have a motorcycle officer meet us tomorrow on Highway 12 out of Sunland. Tell him not to shave. Borrow a black jacket from Hogan with a lightning bug emblem on it. I want to see how far Sills' bitterness will go, but this time you and I are going to be witnesses.
Early the next morning, a highway patrol officer disguised as a motorcyclist received his final instructions and headed out toward Sunland Park. According to a prearranged schedule, the cyclist was due to arrive about 10 minutes after the witnesses were staked out in the town.
These are better than seats on the 50-yard line.
Morning.
What do you want?
Thought I'd have some breakfast. You can sure work up an appetite on those wheels.
You better try someplace else.
There's no place else in town, is there?
Okay. Go on in. I'll be right there.
All right.
Where's she going?
I don't know, but she doesn't look very happy.
Another cycle bum. I heard him ride up.
Oh, Bernie, don't do anything. Please, there's been enough trouble.
There's our friend Sills.
You'd think they'd leave well enough alone. You'd think those hoodlums would know better.
But they're not hoodlums.
I think we'd better teach them to know better. Once and for all.
Oh, Bernie, wait! Wait, please!
Carrying a gun.
idea. Just teaching you guys a lesson.
Think we've seen enough?
You know it.
Let's go.
You bums never learn, do you? Well, maybe this'll teach you something. Maybe this'll make up for the damage that's been caused by wise guys like you.
Is that the same gun you used on Joe and Nick West, Buster?
What? Oh, yeah, that's right. They're buddies of yours. Lightning bugs. Yeah, it's the same gun. Only I didn't get to fire it. Maybe this time I will.
Don't bet on it. He happens to be one of our men. Highway Patrol.
Listen, Mr. Matthews, I'll tell you just how it happened.
Fine. Why don't you tell me who provoked this incident?
Well, you see, Mr. Matthews, this time it was different. This man, he come up.
Remember, happens to be one of our men.
Bernie Sills, you're a fool. You're a miserable, stupid, hateful fool. Why don't you tell the truth?
Why don't you tell me the truth, Mrs. Sills?
I will. I kept quiet for his sake because he had himself believing his lies. But I've had enough now. He's not worth it. Not the way he acts.
What's the matter with you? I'm doing this for you. I've been trying to even up the score for you.
Getting even won't make me walk any better. But you're so full of bitterness you don't know what's right or wrong anymore.
Is it right for you to walk that way? You like walking that way? Do you?
It could be worse. Maybe I do limp. But at least I can walk with my head up. And you can't do that anymore. I give you a new statement, Mr. Matthews.
Thank you. Come on, let's go.
You mean you're gonna arrest me?
Assault with a deadly weapon. We got you on 2 counts.
But it's those motorcycle bums. It's their fault that officer got killed.
The truck driver's gonna have to face that charge. As far as Keeley and West are concerned, we'll drop that one too. Come on.
Oh, look, Mr. Matthews, you can't blame me for being sore. After that raid last year, after what those hoodlums did to this town, to my wife.
Your bitterness is your own business. When it interferes with the law, then it becomes our business. Okay, take them away. Thank you, Mrs. Sills. The Highway Patrol story next week is a very unusual one. We hope you'll be with us. Until then, remember, the clowns at the circus, they're real funny. But on the highway, they're murder. This is Broderick Crawford saying see you next week.
Any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. On the morning of April 5th, the body of Edward Burr was discovered on his farm in the Council Flats area. Within minutes, highway patrol units were deployed to apprehend possible suspects. Several townspeople had reported seeing a large, strangely dressed man in the vicinity.
If you look closely, you notice a lot of organic matter mixed with it. This was a sample of mud taken from the pen, from the exact spot where the body was found.
Can you make positive identification from this?
If we find a suspect with any trace of this mud in his clothing, I'll pin him to the crime scene. No two feeding pens could have exactly the same combination of soil, feed, and animal matter.
Can you get a lead from the body?
It's in for autopsy now. It'll take a while, lots of damage. Whoever did it was plenty powerful.
Yeah, that goes along with the description we got. Guy, big shoulders and plenty powerful.
I'd like to check him over. You can't beat a man to death in a muddy pen without getting dirty yourself.
We'll try to keep him too busy to clean up.
Emergency, APB. Might concern the big transit we're looking for. A mental patient escaped from the state hospital.
Get it on the radio. All units. Matthews, priority, state hospital, mental section. Yeah, that tallies. Pajamas and robe.
Highway Patrol, Sergeant Morse. What's your address, please?
Doctor, you say the patient Miller is mentally retarded. Is he dangerous?
Which way was he heading?
Doctor, I'm not a psychologist. Is the answer yes or no?
We'll send a car right out.
Yeah, it probably is pretty hard to tell. Thanks for your help, Doctor.
Our man?
I'm afraid so. He escaped after bed check. Could have traveled this far.
He did. He was just seen by a Herbert Williams near Williams Dairy Farm. He was covered with mud.
Headquarters to 3422.
3422 by.
3422, go to the Williams Farm. Adams Road, near State 19. Suspect sighted there.
10-4.
By early afternoon of the day of the homicide, all acquaintances of the deceased had been interviewed. No new evidence was uncovered. Pending the autopsy report, the mental patient, Clarence Miller, known to be in the area, became the prime suspect. The head of the Highway Patrol directed the search.
Wait a minute, can I help you?
I'm Milo Hobson, friend of the dead man. Now, if you put two and two together, cop, you may know why I'm riding with you and what I'm hunting.
I appreciate the offer, Mr. Hobson. We're not allowed to carry citizens. Look, those shotguns can be dangerous. Be careful with it.
Maybe you didn't hear me. I'm the dead man's friend. I'm a free citizen of a free state. That gives me the right to bear arms and arrest felons. I'm making sure this one's got right.
Now, wait a minute. At the moment, we don't know who or what killed Burr. We've got a suspect. That's all he is, a suspect.
He's a maniac killer.
I can't stop you from making a legal arrest. But cool down. Think twice before you use your gun.
Headquarters to 2150.
2150, bye.
3422 reports the suspect last seen leaving the Williams Farm, headed east. 2 units from Area 5 have arrived. Request instructions.
Stand by. 2150. Detail both units to assist in East Valley. Station 2435 at the junction of State 19. 10-4?
10-4.
Are you going to fiddle with that radio or going to hunt for the killer?
We learned to take abuse in this business, so criticize all you want.
You bet I will. I'm a taxpayer.
I appreciate that. But if you interfere with an officer, that's a misdemeanor. If you shoot somebody, that's a felony. Think before you do anything. Now, would you mind closing the door?
You can't threaten me. I pay your salary.
You just got your money's worth in good advice.
My best knife. Give it to me. Now, pick that up. If you're hungry, sit over there. This house, we eat like civilized humans. You need a bath. Some decent clothes.
I forgot something. You're supposed to say thanks for the food.
That's reasonable. Let's hear you say it.
God is great. God is good. And we thank him for this food. It doesn't rhyme.
I'm sure it can do its job without rhyming.
I'll bet you were surprised.
At what?
Me? Known to say my grace?
Why should that surprise me?
I'm crazy.
Are you now? I thought crazy people didn't admit it. What are you doing in these parts?
You wouldn't believe me.
Never know till you try.
Well, looking for my mother.
Know where she is?
Well, where they raised me, you know, with a lot of other kids. They said I didn't have any folks.
Lord took mine a few years ago. I know how you feel.
How come they didn't put you away, too?
Come now. Explain what not having folks has to do with it.
I don't know.
Come on, you do know.
Where I lived once when I was a kid, the lady told me to shut up. Nobody wants to hear stupid talk.
You forget her. I'm not that lady. Now, You said you were looking for your mother.
Maybe I can't explain things right. I'm not looking for her, really. Where they've got me now. It's just like all the other places, ever since I was a kid. I can read.
What's that got to do with it?
I saw the doctor's report once. You know what it said? You gotta have somebody. It's not right for everybody to be a stranger. He was talking about me, and he's right. Oh, I could do lots of things better. Why should I? Is there anybody who cares?
That's not crazy. A lot of smart men have said the same thing.
The crazy part's looking for somebody.
You think people are that bad?
No. Just strangers. Everybody's a stranger.
I felt the same way myself at times.
Once I went a whole month without saying a word. Wouldn't move either. Just sat there.
Thought you could get someone interested in you.
They don't. Know what they did? They carried me in, gave me hot and cold baths. I didn't need a bath. They're crazy, too. You want a friend? They give you a bath.
They know what they're doing. This is one time you do need a bath. In here.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll get you some civilized clothes.
Big area, sir. Can we get a few more units out here?
Get all we can spare. Other areas need coverage, too.
We should have seen him by now. I'm getting worried.
So am I. This is our boy. It can be rough. He won't follow a pattern. He'll strike any place. But keep awake. Anybody wants me? I'll be covering State 19, right? Right.
Indicated the escaped mental patient to be somewhere in the Council Flats farm belt. All available patrol units were deployed in that area.
Central reports all East Valley residents contacted by phone except Lucy Clifford. Negative, 2150. She lives alone, box 42 on Williams Road. The operator's been calling but gets no answer.
I like visitors to knock first.
What have you been feeding, Lucy?
If you were welcome, which you're not, I'd tell you I've been feeding myself.
I'd say it's an odd time of day to be eating. Big meal, too.
There's something you want. Let's hear it.
Thought I'd warn you. There's a maniac running loose. Just killed Ed Burr. Beat him to death.
Assuming that's true, what do you want?
I'm not carrying this gun to shoot rabbits.
You won't find him here.
Look, Lucy, I don't want Ed's murderer getting off with an insanity plea.
Get off my property, Milo.
Ah, I know the law books. And the law in this case...
The law I run this farm by, you find in only one book. Get off my farm.
Where's Lucy Clifford?
In there.
What are you doing here?
I don't account to you for my actions.
What are you? Another one-man posse?
Highway Patrol.
She's hiding the killer.
We're looking for a mental patient who's escaped. Can you help us?
Come in.
If he's here, I'm going to have to take him in.
He's here. Oh, he's gentle.
If he is, he won't get hurt. All right, where is he?
He was here, believe me.
Did you give him clothes? Describe him.
Black pants, blue shirt, work shoes.
$21.50 to headquarters.
Headquarters, bye.
$21.50. Have all units in the valley converge into Clifford Farm, Williams Road. Tell them to use caution. Suspect is in the area wearing black trousers and a blue shirt. 10-4?
10-4.
I'm sorry. Did he kill Mr. Burr?
He's suspected of it. We don't know. Whose car's that over there?
Well, that's Milo Hobson's. He's still here. He said he was going to kill the boy.
That's all I have to know. $21.50 supplementary. There's another man in the vicinity, Milo Hobson. He's about 6'2", weighs around 190 pounds, about 49 years of age. He's hunting our suspect with a shotgun. If he interferes, pick him up on that charge.
$21.50, 10-4.
Get these to Oakley as fast as you can. Have them check the mud on this. Contact me in this area.
Right.
I'm going to start circling your farm. Go inside and lock the door. $21.50.
We're in position. About a 2-mile square. A unit in each corner.
$21.50. Bring 2435 in from the junction. You two go to the farm. Other units hold position. 10-4?
10-4. 3422 to 2150.
Come in, 3422.
2435 and I are moving in slowly from opposite directions. About a mile to go.
I'll be at the farm. 10-4?
10-4.
Miss Clifford! Clifford Farm. Now, this is Matthews. Let me have it.
It isn't feeding pen mud. It's common clay. Hold it. This will interest you, too. Autopsy report. Cause of death, coronary thrombosis.
He was trampled then.
You'll be all right, Sonny. You sure it's cocked now, Milo?
Why, you're as crazy as he is.
I was a stranger and you took me in, naked and ye clothed. I was sick and ye visited me.
Move, Lucy! Get away from him!
Inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of the least of these, my brethren.
Hobson!
All right, drop it.
You heard him! You're the one in trouble, not me. I captured him, held him at gunpoint. Doing your job while you were fiddling around.
All right, Dylan. You all right?
Did you hear what she said?
No, I was a little busy. What did she say?
It's in a book. I read it once. I was a stranger.
He'll be all right.
I'm sorry, he's going to have to go with the officers right now.
Oh, please, isn't there some way that we
Hospital isn't too far away. Why don't you talk to the doctor? Perhaps with treatment and friendship and affection.
Can I speak to the boy before they take him?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
You're going to get yours, Matthews. Certain people find out the facts of this case.
While you were being judge and executioner, police work was going on. As I told you before, a suspect is just a suspect till he's proven guilty. Burr died of a heart attack.
All right, so what harm's done? I didn't kill him. What have I had? He's a nut. No good to anybody. Saved the taxpayers a lot of money.
Book him assault with a deadly weapon, 2 counts. $21.50 to headquarters.
2150, bye.
All units, resume routine patrol. I'm coming in. 10-4?
10-4.
See the highway patrol in action again next week. Until then, remember, leave blood at the Red Cross, not on the highway. This is Bradley Crawford saying, see you next week.
of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. Highway Patrol often has nothing to work on other than a description. Sometimes a description that could be most any young businessman. Dresses neatly, polite manners, average height and weight. The Highway Patrol encountered such a man in Seth Roberts. And to make the case more difficult, he was classified as extremely unpredictable.
Good morning. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm Mr. Williams. May I help you?
Good morning, Mr. Williams. I have you covered with a gun in my pocket.
You?
Yes, now, would you step out here with me? I'll need you over at the cashier's window. Don't look so glum, Mr. Williams. Now, I'll do the talking. You just smile, nod, look pleasant. Smile.
Mr. Williams.
Good morning, Miss Grace.
Good morning.
Good morning, Miss Grace. Would you fill the bag with all the cash you have in the drawer, please?
Fill the bag?
Miss Grace, I have Mr. Williams covered with a gun in my pocket. Now, no harm will come to either of you. Just do as I say. Fill the bag, please.
Do what he says, Helen.
You're not smiling, Mr. Williams. You smile too, Miss Grace. That's better. Now listen very carefully. Mr. Williams is going up to the front of the store with me. Now don't you do anything unless he tells you otherwise. By that time, I'll be gone. Understand? Now you and I will walk to the front of the store. I'll do the talking. You smile, relax, look pleasant. Thank you, Miss Grace. Oh, I believe you have another customer. Pardon?
Matthews. What time? Oh, just a minute. Give it to me. Yeah. Get an APB out. Description sketchy. Young fella, late 20s, fair complexion, sharp dresser. Just robbed the Falldale department store. He's driving a county car, a gray one.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead, what? I got it now. All right, fine. We're on our way.
Looks like our man again, only now he's taking the county cars for a getaway.
We'll make a small bet. We take him to jail in a highway patrol car. Did he take you for?
What was the figure, Helen?
Came to $1,180. I had $500 in the drawer, which I didn't give him.
Now, this man, I want you to think very carefully now. I'd like to know about his appearance, his face, his mannerisms.
He was a smooth customer, Matthews. Real smooth.
Just didn't seem like a robber. Too polite.
Excuse me. What? 3016 just picked up the county car.
Get it to all units. He can't be too far away. Mr. Williams, this guy that held you up, what kind of a gun did he have? Which hand was he holding it in?
Drugstore's been robbed. They said he ran down this alley.
Let's go.
Might be holed up around here.
No, he's too smart to get stranded in the street. Get on the radio, alert the other units. I'll check the neighborhood, see if anybody saw him.
Immediately, all units were alerted that the criminal was in the vicinity. They were told to be on the lookout for a young man, either on foot or in a car. A quick house-to-house inquiry was made to find any witnesses who may have seen the criminal and his method of escape. No results were forthcoming.
Thank you, miss.
Any luck?
No, there's nothing here. Let's go.
Put your hands on your head. Come on your head.
What's this, son?
I'm James, undercover agent. And I'm holding you on suspicion of spying. Keep those hands up.
Well, that's a pretty big charge. How long have you been playing around here?
Oh, about an hour. You can put your hands down now. I was just practicing. I'm going to be a federal man when I grow up. How'd I do, officer?
You did just fine. Sure surprised us. You say you've been here about an hour?
Yep.
As one law officer to the other, did you see anything happen in the past few minutes that looked a little out of place?
Sure. I see everything. And I also know you're looking for a robber.
Did you see him?
Sure did. Came running down the alley. I was hiding under Mrs. King's porch over there. That's where I was when you talked to her about the robber. Then this fella gets into a black sedan, drives to the end of the block, and turns left.
You sure it was a black sedan?
Sure, I'm sure.
Get that out to all units.
Hey, wait! Don't you officers want the license number?
Have you got it?
Sure. It was JZ485.
JZ485. That's not this state. You sure about that number?
Sure, I'm sure. It was JZ485. And the license was yellow and black. Couldn't read the state.
Couldn't be more than 2 or 3 states with that color combination.
Oh, that's right. What's your name and where do you live, son?
I'm Jimmy James, and I live in that house over there.
Jimmy, I want to talk to your mother about you doing some police work for us. Get out that APB. I'm going to check with this law officer's mother.
Big things come in small packages.
They sure do.
After getting consent of Mrs. Walter James, Jimmy's mother, the boy was taken to the Highway Patrol headquarters, where it was hoped he would be able to identify the correct state plate from which he so alertly caught the number from the getaway car.
Oh, thanks for coming down. I'll be with you in a minute. All right, Jimmy, right over there. Well, why don't you sit down? Jimmy, this is a license book. It gives you the 48 states and also Canada. As you can see, all the plates are in color. Now, I want you to go through this. If you see one that looks like the one you thought you saw, I want you to check it off for me.
Gee, that'll be easy. It was yellow and black.
It's not going to be that easy. As you can see with the colors here, a lot of them are very close to what you thought you saw. So go through it and take your time. Huh? Just take your time. How's it going?
Mr. Matthews, it could be any number of men I've seen here, yet I wouldn't swear to any of them.
I agree with Miss Grace. This fellow looks so much like so many. It's getting so I see a resemblance in every face in the book.
Well, you're not the first people to say that, believe me. This is the guy we think he is. A lot of people have seen him face to face, and they can't identify him either.
What about the boy you brought in?
Oh, he's still looking through the license book. You know, it's surprising a kid his age is smart enough to remember that license number. He feels sure he can spot it for us, too. Excuse me, won't you? How's it going, Jimmy?
Here's one that could be it.
Now, we've got to be sure. All right, let's make certain. Right here. Here's a plate. It's orange with black letters. And just to check, here's another plate right here. It's black with orange letters.
No, Mr. Matthews. I know it was yellow with black numbers. I guess the plate does look a bit like it, but it isn't yellow enough.
Well, let's check it a bit further. Take a look at, well, let's say, this one. Is this it?
Gee, I think that's it. Yes, sir, that's it. I'm sure now, Mr. Matthews.
Oh, wait a minute, Jimmy. First, you thought it was Nebraska, right here. Then, here's your choice, Texas. What about that color?
Sure looked yellow to me. Just the same, I'll still say it's Texas.
Well, it's awful close to yellow. What makes you so sure, Jimmy?
Don't exactly know.
Jimmy, do me a favor. Will you close your eyes? All right, now, think of the plate and answer my questions. Now, the letters, were they written across the plate, on top, on the bottom, or up and down on the sides?
They were up and down. That's it. That's how I know it's Texas. They were up and down on the side.
Well, what about the color, the odd yellow?
Yep, that's it.
Okay, Jimmy, come on with me. Looks like our boy's batting 1,000. Get this out, Olafet, Bureau, Dallas. 2829, it's urgent. Headquarters to all units. Falldale suspect driving black sedan. Texas plates. John Zebra 485. Repeat, John Zebra 485.
Well, I'm back.
You did it.
Sure. And it was much easier than I expected.
You used your own car?
No, I used the county car. Then I ditched it. Even if they find it, and they will, it'll get them nowhere. You all packed?
All finished. The only so-called travel agency I could find around here is in a real estate office over in Clayville. He only had one ride east for today.
McGarren's Real Estate. Mr. Lyons going to Wichita. We'll carry 2 passengers. $50. Mm-hmm. Looks like Mr. Lyons is going to have our company to Wichita. Well, at least that's a big step closer to Dallas.
Seth, can't we call it quits now? Go on to Mexico, anywhere, and never come back.
It's been kind of rough on you, hasn't it?
You know it has. I just couldn't lose you, but I would have if I hadn't gone along with this idea of yours. But now we have enough money. Let's start living like normal people. Put all this behind us. Oh, I love you so much. Things just aren't right this way.
Sweetheart, it's all over now. We're on our way south.
Oh, Seth.
See, it just took patience. I told you, hitting these small town stores, there was nothing to it. Come on, let's go.
Suppose he tells the police.
Easy, girl. He hasn't got anything to tell the police.
You're not pulling out so soon, are you?
Yeah, I've got a few calls to make down south before Monday.
Oh, that's too bad. Nice to see you, Kara. I hope Seth realizes what a nice girl he's married to. I'll keep the room for you. You know, Seth, you made a lot of mistakes just like all of us. Now you got a new job, a new life, and you're doing real fine. Keep it up, huh?
I will, Carl, I will. Goodbye. Best to you.
Best, boy.
I got something for you. Black sedan, license number JZ485. Not reported stolen. Registered owner Seth Roberts, Dallas, Texas. Seth Roberts, wait a minute. I'm going to check city police. Get me Graves, city police, please. Wasn't Roberts one of the boys picked up by the city police a couple of years ago in that auto theft? For Graves? Les Matthews. Oh, I'm fine, thanks. How are you? You remember the Mallory case? You had it a couple of years ago. Yeah, that's right. Who were the two other guys picked up? I'll hold on.
Seems to ring a bell. I'm not sure whether it was...
What do you mean, sure? How long was he sent up for? Oh, do you know when he was paroled? All right, check it for me. I'll wait. See if we've got anything on the Mallory case, will you? Yeah? Paroled January 5th this year. That fits pretty good. First robbery was January 11th. Anything else on him? He has. A relative here in town? What's his name? Oh, Carl Simmons. Where does he live? Yeah, thanks. I got it. Oh, sure, Graves. Anytime.
I got it.
Sergeant found a picture. I want you all to look at it very carefully now.
That's him.
Jimmy,
Yes, sir, that's the man.
get out an APB to all units. Thanks very much for your cooperation. If we need you, we'll call you. Thanks, Jimmy. Let's go. I'll take the undercover car. Roberts may be at the motel. Follow me. I'll call you if I need you.
Whenever the laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state law. Highway patrol often has nothing to work on other than a description. Sometimes a description that could be most any young businessman. Dresses neatly, polite manners, average height and weight. The Highway Patrol encountered such a man in Seth Roberts. And to make the case more difficult, he was classified as extremely unpredictable.
Good morning. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm Mr. Williams. May I help you?
Good morning, Mr. Williams. I have you covered with a gun in my pocket.
You?
Yes, now, would you step out here with me? I'll need you over at the cashier's window. Don't look so glum, Mr. Williams. Now, I'll do the talking. You just smile, nod, look pleasant. Smile.
Mr. Williams.
Good morning, Miss Grace.
Good morning.
Good morning, Miss Grace. Would you fill the bag with all the cash you have in the drawer, please?
Fill the bag?
Miss Grace, I have Mr. Williams covered with a gun in my pocket. Now, no harm will come to either of you. Just do as I say. Fill the bag, please.
Do what he says, Helen.
You're not smiling, Mr. Williams. You smile too, Miss Grace. That's better. Now listen very carefully. Mr. Williams is going up to the front of the store with me. Now don't you do anything unless he tells you otherwise. By that time, I'll be gone. Understand? Now you and I will walk to the front of the store. I'll do the talking. You smile, relax, look pleasant. Thank you, Miss Grace. Oh, I believe you have another customer. Pardon?
Matthews. What time? Oh, just a minute. Give it to me. Yeah. Get an APB out. Description sketchy. Young fella, late 20s, fair complexion, sharp dresser. Just robbed the Falldale department store. He's driving a county car, a gray one.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead, what? Yeah, I got it now. All right, fine, we're on our way.
Looks like our man again, only now he's taking the county cars for a getaway.
Make a small bet. We take him to jail in a highway patrol car. Did he take you for?
What was the figure, Helen?
Came to $1,180. I had $500 in the drawer, which I didn't give him.
Now, this man, I want you to think very carefully now. I'd like to know about his appearance, his face, his mannerisms.
He was a smooth customer, Matthews. Real smooth.
Just didn't seem like a robber. Too polite.
Excuse me.
What?
3016 just picked up the county car.
I get it to all units. He can't be too far away. Mr. Williams, this guy that held you up, what kind of a gun did he have? Which hand was he holding it in?
Drugstore's been robbed. They said he ran down this alley.
Let's go.
Might be holed up around here.
No, he's too smart to get straight in the street. Get on the radio, alert the other units. I'll check the neighborhood, see if anybody saw him.
Immediately, all units were alerted that the criminal was in the vicinity. They were told to be on the lookout for a young man, either on foot or in a car. A quick house-to-house inquiry was made to find any witnesses who may have seen the criminal and his method of escape. No results were forthcoming.
Thank you, miss.
Any luck?
No, there's nothing here. Let's go.
Put your hands in your head. Come on your head.
What's this, son?
I'm James, undercover agent. And I'm holding you on suspicion of spying. Keep those hands up.
Well, that's a pretty big charge. How long have you been playing around here?
Oh, about an hour. You can put your hands down now. I was just practicing. I'm going to be a federal man when I grow up. How'd I do, officer?
You did just fine. Sure surprised us. You say you've been here about an hour?
Yep.
That's one law officer to the other. Did you see anything happen in the past few minutes that looked a little out of place?
Sure. I see everything. And I also know you're looking for a robber.
Did you see him?
Sure did. Came running down the alley. I was hiding under Mrs. King's porch over there. That's where I was when you talked to her about the robber. Then this fella gets into a black sedan, drives to the end of the block, and turns left.
You sure it was a black sedan?
Sure, I'm sure.
Get that out to all units.
Hey, wait! Don't you officers want the license number?
Have you got it?
Sure. It was JZ485.
JZ485. That's not this state. You sure about that number?
Sure, I'm sure. It was JZ485. And the license was yellow and black. Couldn't read the state.
Couldn't be more than 2 or 3 states with that color combination.
Oh, that's right. What's your name and where do you live, son?
I'm Jimmy James, and I live in that house over there.
Jimmy, I want to talk to your mother about you doing some police work for us. Get out that APB. I'm going to check with his law officer's mother.
Big things come in small packages.
They sure do.
After getting consent of Mrs. Walter James, Jimmy's mother, the boy was taken to the Highway Patrol headquarters, where it was hoped he would be able to identify the correct state plate from which he so alertly caught the number from the getaway car.
Oh, thanks for coming down. I'll be with you in a minute. All right, Jimmy, right over there. Well, why don't you sit down? Jimmy, this is a license book. It gives you the 48 states and also Canada. As you can see, all the plates are in color. Now, I want you to go through this. If you see one that looks like the one you thought you saw, I want you to check it off for me.
Gee, that'll be easy. It was yellow and black.
It's not going to be that easy. As you can see with the colors here, a lot of them are very close to what you thought you saw. So go through it and take your time. Huh? Just take your time. How's it going?
Mr. Matthews, it could be any number of men I've seen here, yet I wouldn't swear to any of them.
I agree with Miss Grace. This fellow looks so much like so many. It's getting so I see a resemblance in every face in the book.
Well, you're not the first people to say that, believe me. This is the guy we think he is. A lot of people have seen him face to face, and they can't identify him either.
What about the boy you brought in?
Oh, he's still looking through the license book. You know, it's surprising a kid his age is smart enough to remember that license number. He feels sure he can spot it for us, too. Excuse me, won't you? How's it going, Jimmy?
Here's one that could be it.
Now, we've got to be sure. All right, let's make certain. Right here. Here's a plate. It's orange with black letters. And just to check, here's another plate right here. It's black with orange letters.
No, Mr. Matthews. I know it was yellow with black numbers. I guess the plate does look a bit like it, but it isn't yellow enough.
Well, let's check it a bit further. Take a look at, well, let's say, this one. Is this it?
Gee, I think that's it. Yes, sir, that's it. I'm sure now, Mr. Matthews.
Oh, wait a minute, Jimmy. First, you thought it was Nebraska, right here. Then, here's your choice, Texas. What about that color?
Sure looked yellow to me. Just the same, I'll still say it's Texas.
Well, it's awful close to yellow. What makes you so sure, Jimmy?
Don't exactly know.
Jimmy, do me a favor. Will you close your eyes? All right, now, think of the plate and answer my questions. Now, the letters, were they written across the plate, on top, on the bottom, or up and down on the sides?
They were up and down. That's it. That's how I know it's Texas. They were up and down on the side.
Well, what about the color, the odd yellow?
Yep, that's it.
Okay, Jimmy, come on with me. Looks like our boy's batting 1,000. Get this out, Order Theft Bureau, Dallas. 2829, it's urgent. Headquarters to all units. Falldale suspect driving black sedan. Texas plates. John Zebra 485. Repeat, John Zebra 485.
Well, I'm back.
You did it.
Sure. And it was much easier than I expected.
You used your own car?
No, I used the county car. Then I ditched it. Even if they find it, and they will, it'll get them nowhere. You all packed?
All finished. The only so-called travel agency I could find around here is in a real estate office over in Clayville. He only had one ride east for today.
McGarren's Real Estate. Mr. Lyons going to Wichita. We'll carry 2 passengers. $50. Mm-hmm. Looks like Mr. Lyons is going to have our company to Wichita. Well, at least that's a big step closer to Dallas.
Seth, can't we call it quits now? Go on to Mexico, anywhere, and never come back.
It's been kind of rough on you, hasn't it?
You know it has. I just couldn't lose you, but I would have if I hadn't gone along with this idea of yours. But now we have enough money. Let's start living like normal people. Put all this behind us. I love you so much. Things just aren't right this way.
Sweetheart, it's all over now. We're on our way south.
Oh, Seth.
See, it just took patience. I told you, hitting these small town stores, there was nothing to it. Come on, let's go.
Suppose he tells the police.
Easy, girl. He hasn't got anything to tell the police. You're not pulling out so soon, are you?
Yeah, I've got a few calls to make down south before Monday.
Oh, that's too bad. Nice to see you, Kara. I hope Seth realizes what a nice girl he's married to. I'll keep the room for you. You know, Seth, you made a lot of mistakes just like all of us. Now you got a new job, a new life, and you're doing real fine. Keep it up, huh?
I will, Carl, I will. Goodbye. Best to you.
Best, boy.
I got something for you.
Black sedan, license number JZ485. Not reported stolen. Registered owner Seth Roberts, Dallas, Texas. Seth Roberts, wait a minute. I'm going to check city police. Get me Graves, city police, please. Wasn't Roberts one of the boys picked up by the city police a couple of years ago in that auto theft? Graves? Les Matthews. Oh, I'm fine, thanks. How are you? You remember the Mallory case? You had it a couple of years ago. Yeah, that's right. Who were the 2 other guys picked up? I'll hold on.
Seems to ring a bell. I'm not sure whether it was...
What do you mean, sure? How long was he sent up for? Oh, do you know when he was paroled? All right, check it for me. I'll wait. See if we've got anything on the Mallory case, will you? Yeah? Paroled January 5th this year. That fits pretty good. First robbery was January 11th. Anything else on him? He has. A relative here in town? What's his name? Oh, Carl Simmons. Where does he live? Yeah, thanks. I got it. Oh, sure, Graves. Anytime.
I got it.
Sergeant found a picture. I want you all to look at it very carefully now.
That's him.
Jimmy,
Yes, sir. That's the man.
get out an APB to all units. Thanks very much for your cooperation. If we need you, we'll call you. Thanks, Jimmy. Let's go. I'll take the undercover car. Roberts may be at the motel. Follow me. I'll call you if I need you. did they leave?
Just a little while ago. Couldn't have been over half hour.
What kind of a car were they driving?
Oh, it was a black sedan, the one he brought from Texas.
Thanks. $21.50 to 3833.
3833, go ahead.
$21.50. Suspect driving black sedan, Texas license, has woman passenger. Alert all units. Meet me here at the lodge. 10-4?
10-4.
Like to see his room.
Yes, sir, it's right up here. Well, this is it. I sure hope that girl isn't mixed up in this. She seems so nice. But I guess Seth, he'll always be in trouble. Is there anything I can do for you?
No, I just want to look at his room, that's all.
Okay. See you downstairs.
Thanks a lot.
The alert is out. Radio's relaying it to the other agencies.
Fine. Call Clayville, 531. Mr. Lyons has a ride for two as far as Wichita for $50. No rides to Dallas. Somebody in his room was interested in a ride to Dallas. Simmons, get me Clayville, 531, will you?
What is it?
It's Robert's home in Dallas. He's got a car. Yet somebody in here was interested in a ride to Dallas. I don't... Hello?
McGurn's Real Estate?
Real estate. Is this 531?
Yes, this is 531.
I thought this was a travel agency or something.
Travel? Oh, you got the right number, mister. This is a real estate office, but I hitch people rides on the side. Can I help you?
Yeah, you sure can. I'm traveling to Tulsa. You got anybody going that far?
Tulsa. Why, yes, I think so. I have a young couple that wanted to go to Dallas. All I could get them was a ride to Wichita, Kansas.
Are they still there?
Yes, sir. But 5 more minutes and they'll be gone.
All right, you tell them to wait 15 minutes and I'll be there. My name is Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. I'll have them wait.
Thanks very much.
Why the Tulsa pitch? Thought their home was Dallas.
It sure is. Tulsa's closer than Wichita.
Did you find anything?
No, nothing. Mr. Simmons, we might want to talk to you again. Thanks very much. Surprise element. We can pick him up without any trouble. Follow me. Don't let anybody see you, right?
Thank you very much for your cooperation, Mr. Simmons.
2150 to headquarters. Suspect in vicinity of Clayville. 3016, accompany me. Other units stand by. 10-4?
10-4.
Are you McGurn?
Yep.
How much they paying?
50. I've already taken mine out.
Thanks.
Mr. Jackson, Mr. and Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Jackson, I'm very glad you caught us in time.
No happier than I am, believe me.
Which route will we take?
I think we'll go by way of Sageville.
Sageville? I don't think I've ever been that way before.
Oh, I'm sure you have.
I have? Mm-hmm. Well, where does it go?
The county jail.
Hold it. You're covered.
Seth, I've been afraid of this all along.
Easy, sweetheart. After this is all over, we'll try it your way. If you still want to.
Let's separate them. You take the gal, I'll take care of him.
You sure there isn't some mistake, Mr.
No, there's no mistake. I'm Matthews, Highway Patrol.
They seemed like such nice people, Mr. Matthews.
He's right, McCurran. I've been this route before.
We wonder if you realize that even though a large number of peace officers were alert and searching for this criminal, they would never have apprehended him had it not been for your courageous assistance. So we say to you, through your keen observation and sense of duty, you have displayed one of the first requisites of a good highway patrolman, observation, and the ability to remember and properly describe what you observed. You deserve and have the admiration and respect of all peace officers. Congratulations, Jimmy. Now, in appreciation, the stores that were robbed, they want you to have this bond as a reward.
Thank you, sir. I'll save it for college and my police training.
Look, this is all pretty wonderful, I know. But I'd like to know one thing, as one law officer to another. How did you happen to remember that license number?
It was easy. It's my favorite color is yellow and black. You see, our school football team are the Hornets.
All right, come on, Jimmy. I'll take you home.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, Jimmy.
Bye.
I hope you'll be with us again next week. In the meantime, try to be as good a driver as you think you are. This is Bradley Crawford saying, see you next week.
Whenever the laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. One of the principal trouble sources of any law enforcement agency is circumstantial evidence. Too often, coincidence and chance conspire to point an overwhelming finger of guilt at an innocent person. The Highway Patrol encountered just such a case the morning that Stash Irwin, a wanted criminal, drove through the gates of the Apex Plastics Company.
Not one word. You, stand on the floor. Come on. Stand on the floor. All right, you, come here. Come on. Fire up. Her ankles, too. Gagger. Okay, around the back. Come on, around the back. Turn around. Turn around!
Okay. All right, mister, pull it up there. You have to wait now.
That's a gray convertible. No license number. Right, I got it, thanks. All right, we know the car was headed east and we've left the plant. Could have doubled back. We can't take any chances. Put a roadblock here. Another one here. And one over here. Alert all units to look for a gray convertible. Let's go out to the plant that was robbed. Talk to the guard?
No, he's still unconscious. They're moving him from the dispensary to the hospital in town, so all we know is what we knew before. It was a gray convertible. Did find out one thing, though. The guard managed to fire 2 shots before he passed out.
In other words, we have no way of knowing whether somebody was waiting for him in the car or not.
But Mr. Stedman and I both told you the holdup man worked alone.
Yeah, Miss Fowler, when you saw him, he worked alone, but this doesn't rule out the possibility somebody else was waiting in the car. Now, there are a lot of things that don't add up. How did he get in the plant in the first place? As far as I understand it, you can't get into this plant without a company pass.
Well, of course, the gateman can pass a visitor through if he gets an okay from someone in authority.
Well, we'll know the answer to that and a lot of other questions when the guard regains consciousness. How much did he get?
$28,000.
For you, Mr. Matthews.
Oh, thanks. This is Matthews.
How's the neck?
Much better, thanks.
Oh? All right, fine. Get it to ballistics as soon as you can, will you? Thanks very much.
Right.
It's going to be quite a while before we can talk to the guard. He's in a coma.
Somebody sure left you stranded out in the middle of nowhere. I can take you as far as Farnsworth.
Suits me fine.
You all right, buddy?
It's nothing. Just a cold.
Sure you're okay?
It's nothing. Let's go.
I don't care what you say, you're sick. I'm going to get you to a doctor.
Look, will you forget about it? I'm all right, I tell you. Okay. So now you know. Just keep driving. From now on, you're my personal chauffeur.
Look, take the car, why don't you? Just let me go.
No dice. I need you to jockey me around.
When you're finished with me, how do I know you won't kill me?
You don't, Al. You don't.
Drop that gun and get out of the car. Drop that gun. Turn around. Put your hand on top of your head. Oh, am I glad to see you? I'll bet you are.
You expect us to believe, Mr. Siddons, that Irwin, badly wounded, was on the highway trying to hitch a ride?
Yes, that's what I expect you to believe.
You also expect us to believe that by a strange coincidence, you, an employee of Apex Plastics, the plant that was robbed this afternoon, gave Irwin a ride, coincidentally in a gray convertible. A gray convertible that's been identified as the car driven by the persons or persons who shot the guard.
Can I help it if there's so much coincidence? It's the truth, I tell you, every word. I never saw Irwin in my life before I picked him up on the road. Why, I wasn't anywhere near the plant when the robbery occurred.
No? Where were you then?
I told you. I went house hunting. Drove around, looking at homes.
Did you go back to the plant?
No, I didn't. I had no reason to.
$28,000 is a pretty good reason.
I'm innocent, I tell you. I don't know why you keep hammering at me. It's easy enough to check my story. Ask him, why don't you? Ask Irwin. He'll verify what I'm saying. He'll tell you how it was.
If Irwin does any talking, it's going to be to a higher court than the one that tries you.
What do you mean?
Irwin's dead, Mr. Siddons.
2 hours of intensive questioning failed to shake Warren Siddons' testimony. While in the hospital, the wounded guard was fighting a grim battle for his life.
Won't budge. Still sticks to his story that the first time he saw Stash was when he picked him up on the highway.
Did he explain how Irwin got in the car? Or the fact that a witness said whoever shot the guard was driving the same make gray convertible?
Well, assuming that there were 2 great convertibles, it's possible maybe something went wrong with Stash's car and he had to get rid of it.
You really believe that?
I said it's possible.
He had the gun when we picked him up. The paraffin test proves he fired it. How about that?
Well, Siddons said he struggled with Stash and it went off during the fight.
And, of course, Stash isn't around to contest that version.
Well, what do you think?
Look at it this way. Stash needed inside help. Someone who knew the layout and could smuggle him inside the plant. Now, I could have ridden in with Siddons, maybe crouched down in the back of his car. Stash would have had to pull the actual holdup alone, because even with a mask, there was a chance that someone in payroll might recognize Siddons. So Stash got the money, came back down, got in the back of the car, and they started to drive off. When the guard heard the alarm go off, tried to stop the car. Siddons gunned him down. The guard managed to get off a couple of shots, and as he did, Stash had reared up to see what was going on and caught a slug. The rest we know.
And the money?
Well, he probably ditched it somewhere before running into the roadblock. Planned to come back and pick it up later.
Yeah, that makes sense. There's only one thing.
What's that?
No matter how much circumstantial evidence we've got, he's innocent until proven guilty. We've got to build a case against him which leaves no room for doubt.
That means a complete check of his story, step by step against the facts.
That's right. Now, the area where Siddons claimed he picked up Stash Irwin, have it gone over. Tell all units to fan out. Keep their eyes open for any sign of the car or the money.
I heard it on the radio, I tell you, on the newscast. Stash is dead. They're holding Siddons on charges.
What about the money? They find that too?
No mention.
Just our luck. After everything had gone perfectly, this had to happen. They say Siddons had no alibi.
That's right. Why, what are you thinking?
That patrol guy. He implied Stash might have had inside help. That's a finger could point at me, and I wouldn't much like that. Since Siddons is already in the fire, maybe you and I had better do what we can about making sure the police don't run out of coal.
That's the spot, all right. Siddons was definite about that sign when he picked Stash up.
And a car should be right around here if there was a car. Stash couldn't have walked very far in his condition.
Yeah, that's right. Have the men keep checking. Tell them to spread out and check further up the road. If you want me, I'll be at the Apex plant. Is this Siddons' desk?
Yes. Imagine all that time working with him, eating in the same cafeteria, and he was just waiting for the day to pull off that holdup. Why, I even let him drive me home from work one day.
Well, this is nice. A handicapping sheet, very mutual tickets. It's worth about $2,000-3,000.
On his salary?
You want to see Siddons' time card?
Yeah.
You know, if he claims he punched out at noon, he's lying in his teeth. See for yourself.
According to this, he never punched out at all.
Well, he probably intended to punch out, but when the guard stopped him...
Could something go wrong with the machine? Could it fail to register?
Look, as payroll supervisor, those machines are my department. I check them daily.
Thanks, Mr. Stedman. Excuse me.
Hello?
Relax, honey. I just wanted to tell you it's okay. I was able to get into our friend's house. Everything's taken care of.
Not one thing you've told us is checked out. Not one. The investigation failed to turn up any trace of the missing money or another gray convertible. Then there's this matter of your time card here.
I don't understand that. I distinctly remember punching out.
These were found in your desk. It's a lot of dough to spend on horses with your income.
Oh, I don't know how they got there. Somebody must have put them there by mistake. I never gamble, except maybe a quarter on the office football pool.
I suppose this was somebody else's mistake, too. They were found in your house, packed and ready for a trip.
They're not mine. I never saw them before. I don't even own any luggage.
They're packed with your clothes.
I can't help that. I never packed them.
We also found these travel folders. Mexico, Central, and South America. Also an airline timetable with a flight underscored tomorrow night, 8 o'clock to Lima, Peru. We checked with the airlines. They've got a reservation in your name.
I don't know anything about it, I tell you. I can't understand any of this. It's like some horrible nightmare.
Siddons, how do you expect us to believe you in the face of so much evidence?
Yeah. Sir Johnson, come here. That might be it. There's much too much evidence. It's all too neat. Only a chump in this case would deny his guilt, either that or an innocent man.
The lab said there were no prints on the luggage. Looked like it was wiped clean.
Well, regardless of that, we got enough on this guy to convict a dozen men, but anybody who's smart enough to plan and execute a job like this, well, he'd try to alibi himself, wouldn't he?
Could be. Somebody's trying to frame him.
Ask him a question. You did arrange for a passport, didn't you?
No.
If he's planning on taking tomorrow night's flight to Lima, he would have made passport provisions, wouldn't he? Matthews. What? When was this? All of it? Are you sure? Right, thanks. They found the money. It was in a culvert about 3 miles away from where Siddons said he picked up Irwin. They also found a gray convertible. Gas tank was punctured and the front seat was covered with blood. Well, that puts you in the clear. Sorry we had to put you through the ringer like this.
I know how it must have looked, all that coincidence.
Now we've got to find the guy who was trying to frame you.
Frame me? I don't understand. If there's anything I can do, just let me know. But why should anybody want to frame me?
Well, there's only one reason I can think of. They want to set you up as a patsy. Divert suspicion from them or him. Now, look, tell me, who's got access to your desk? Who can fool around with your time cards?
Someone I worked with. Someone I maybe even counted on as a friend. But that could be any one of several dozen persons. How'll you know which is guilty?
If we catch him, he'll tell us. Greed's trapped a lot of guys, you know.
How do you mean?
Well, right now, we're the only ones that know that the $28,000 has been recovered. Now, with your help, we'll use it as bait. That and you.
I've got a personal axe to grind here. This day's experience has aged me 10 years. Somebody's going to pay for that.
Look, Mr. Siddons, I've got an idea.
I just heard it on the radio. They found Stash's car. The police are convinced now that Siddons was involved, but not actually involved in the holdup and shooting. They let him out on bail.
He'll be back in after his trial. With all the evidence we planted, he doesn't stand a chance of beating the rap.
But he's out now.
So, what are you building?
The money. They still haven't found the money. $28,000, and it's just like the earth swallowed it up. Look, Stash is dead. Now, the only other person in the whole world who might give us a clue to where that money is Warren Siddons.
The cops already grilled him. If he knew anything about the money, he would have told them.
Maybe not. They aren't such mental giants, those cops. Maybe they overlooked something.
Maybe.
Look, all I know is we took a lot of chances to get that money, went to an awful lot of trouble. I think it's worth taking a few more risks.
I can't question him. He knows me.
He doesn't know me. Mr. Siddons? I'm Margaret Mason, Mr. Siddons, the Cornwall Insurance. The Apex Plastic Company is one of our clients. I'd like to talk to you if I may.
Please come in. You sit down, please.
Thank you. You see, unless that stolen money is recovered, the Cornwall Insurance is out $28,000, so you can well understand our interest.
I see. Will you excuse me a moment, please?
Of course.
That's it. 2150 to headquarters.
2150. Go ahead.
Contact DMV. Get me a 28 and a 29 on license number 2 X-ray 49010. Repeat, 2 X-ray 49010. 10-4?
10-4, 2150.
Mr. Siddons, did Mr. Irwin ever get out of the car? You know, he might have found an opportunity to hide that money if he did.
Yes, we stopped near a culvert about 20 miles from Farnsworth.
Did you ever tell this to the police, Mr. Siddons?
Mm-hmm. But they didn't find anything.
Gloria Burgess, 2017 Fernleaf Place, 10-4.
Checked the culvert, but they didn't find anything. Yes, Siddons is very sure of the directions. Well, what can we lose? All right, now be sure you have it straight in your mind. Okay, I'll meet you there in 15 minutes.
Burgess, you're under arrest. Don't worry about your boyfriend. We'll keep the date for you. Let's go. We'll drop her off at the county jail on the way. Strange place to check the payroll. Don't be stupid, you're coming.
Get your hands up.
Look, I was only trying to help. I thought you may have missed something.
Yeah, sure, I bet you did. That's what Miss Burgess thought, too. Okay, take him away. Next week's case, handled by the Highway Patrol, is a very exciting one. We hope you'll be with us. Until then, remember, the careless driver isn't driving his car. He's aiming it. This is Bradley Crawford saying, see you next week.
Any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. It takes a lot of dynamite to blast a hillside off the face of the earth. But in order to begin construction on the state's new flood basin project, the hill had to go. Highway Division engineers were assigned to handle the explosives, and the Highway Patrol was called out to set up rigid precautionary measures. Although the community had been alerted by radio, newspaper, and television announcements, it was the patrol's job to make sure nobody was injured in the giant blast. But in this case, the human element was found to be more deadly than the dynamite.
This the trigger switch, Fred?
That's right, Dan. This is the main control area outside the danger zone. This switch will trigger all the others around the base of the hill.
The others won't go off without this one, will they?
No, they're all wired to this one. We don't want any part of that hill to blow up until we're good and ready.
Is it still set for 3 o'clock?
Your men can clear the area by that time.
Let me see. It's 9:15. Yeah, we can do it.
It's going to be a big blast, Dan. The danger zone will come close to this point. Radius of about 3 miles.
Well, we can close off the highways without any trouble, but you never know what you're going to find on the side roads. Let's go take a look. Crestview Turnpike runs right through the danger area. So we'll set up a roadblock, reroute traffic through Highway 104.
104 far enough away for safety?
It's 12 miles away from the blast area. Roy, take us over to 104, will you?
Bobby, get in the car and drive. Don't try being a hero. There's a guy back there just trying to get him.
What about him, that guy back there?
He's not dead. Not yet, anyway.
Well, you can't just leave him like that.
Shut up. All I wanted was his cash. I told him, don't try being a hero. No, he wouldn't listen to me. Freaking smart, brave. Everybody's got to be so heroic these days.
Traffic's usually pretty light on 104. We can detour all the cars out of the blast area without creating any jams.
Good. What about those side roads?
I'll take care of that right now. 2150 to 3822.
3822, go ahead.
Hey, Blondie, what's your name?
Marge, look, why don't you leave me here? Take the car, do what you like. Just leave me here, okay?
Sure. You want me to give you a dime so you can call the cops, too, huh?
I won't call the cops, honest.
You're more scared of me than I figured you'd be.
Well, sure I'm scared of you. That's what you want, isn't it? Don't you like scaring people?
And forget it and drive. I'm faster.
Listen, I just drove across 2 states in 2 days, and I'm...
And you ought to be good at it. You drive off the highway onto a side road. First one. And you stay on the side road, see?
You know something, killer? I bet right now you're more scared than I am.
It's Marge. I don't like heroes. Understand? So don't try any funny business.
How about heroines?
Yeah, right.
sir.
Good.
Let's review it, Dan. Now, this is the main control area. The main blast area is on the other side of that hill. We've been all over that. Now, here's the schedule. The detonation's been planned for 3 o'clock, 1,500 hours. And by 1,400, all roads within a 3-mile radius should be cleared.
3-mile radius? That's right. When Mr. Lesser throws this switch, a lot of real estate's going to be airborne and in a hurry, and it's got to come down. Now, it's your job to make sure that no motorist, pedestrian, or hiker is in the danger zone. You understand? All units have been assigned a definite detour area. I'll be in the chopper over the blast area until deadline. Now, we'll use the chopper for reconnaissance and also as a control station.
What time do we check out with you?
At exactly 14:55, I'll contact all units by radio for an all clear, then I'll fly out of the area. Anything you'd like to add?
Just be careful, all of you. This is a $2 million project, but it's not worth one human life.
By 10:15 a.m., the detour areas were mapped out, and all units were dispatched to put them in force. Roadblocks were set up to reroute traffic from the danger zone. Warning signs were posted at strategic points around the perimeter of the blast area to alert any stragglers of the danger. Fuse lines were checked and rechecked. By 1 p.m., all roads into the area had been sealed off, and the Highway Patrol helicopter had gone aloft to check for stragglers. But at least 2 stragglers had not yet reached the rim of the danger zone.
Hey, what's the matter?
Out of gas.
What?
Take a look.
You knew that, didn't you? You knew you'd run out of gas.
Well, sure I knew it. You should have known it, too. I didn't stop at that gas station back there to get a manicure.
I'd have put a bullet through you right now.
Okay, be my guest.
You know, I can't figure you out.
I'm the homespun type. How many grits and caviar?
One minute you're scared silly, next minute you're popping your gum at me. Maybe you're crazier than I am.
Who said you were crazy?
Oh, never mind. Forget it. Come on, get out and start walking.
Walk? In these shoes?
Look, with or without the shoes, you're walking. Now, come on.
You know what?
What?
Pretty soon my feet are going to begin to hurt.
So?
So I won't be able to walk. Then what'll we do?
You go right on walking. I got my own troubles.
Yeah, you sure have.
Come on. Get off the road into those bushes. Hurry up. Come on. 2150 to 3822.
3822. Go ahead, 2150.
We're flying along the northeastern rim of the blast area. It's right close to your detour position. From here, things look pretty clear. How's it look to you down there?
There's been no traffic at all along this road, no pedestrians either. Want me to cruise around some more?
All right, take a quick look around. Be back in your position in exactly 10 minutes. I want all units in their appointed places at exactly 1420. 10-4?
10-4.
See that insignia on that copter? That's a highway patrol, ain't it?
Sure. Probably looking for you.
Come on. Come on. Oh, no.
Go on, killer. Pull the trigger. Let all the cops know just where you are. Go on, shoot! What's the matter, Robin Hood? afraid to shoot a woman.
Come on. Get up.
Well, if they don't get you for killing me, they'll get you on a kidnapping charge.
Yeah.
You're really running up a score.
I don't like killing. Yeah. Any kind of killing.
Tell that to the gas station attendant.
You know, a while back there when you didn't seem so scared of me, and I thought you kind of understood, even. Well,
yeah. I can't wait till you give me a bullet to press in my diary.
Yeah, come on. Start walking.
At 2:20 p.m., only 40 minutes before the deadline for the big blast, all precautionary measures had been put into effect. Each unit of the Highway Patrol was in its assigned position to stop any stragglers who might have entered the danger zone. By 2:25, it was reasonable to assume that the area was all clear. But assuming was not enough. The patrol had to be sure.
Anybody there? Quit buzzing around up there. Can't stay here forever.
I can. My feet hurt clear up to my earlobes. What's the matter, killer? Getting the whim-whams?
Will you quit calling me killer?
Okay, so I won't call you killer. What's your real name?
Oh, forget it. Never mind. My name is Jim. Jim, will you call me Jim?
Sure, Jim. I like that name.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. That's a real strong kind of name.
Lousy copter, I'd like to shoot it down.
Yeah, so would I, if I had a gun. Oh, where'd you get that gun? The hawk shop?
No.
Oh, it's not the kind bad guys use in the movies. What is it?
No, it's the kind good guys use in the army. It's a carbine.
How come you've got an army gun?
I took it with me when I quit.
You quit? Quit the army? Why didn't you let him fire you? Then you get severance pay.
Fire me? Yeah, they'd fire me, all right. You know how they'd fire me? They'd kick me out with a medical discharge, a psycho. Psychotic, they call me. Too unstable, you know, not normal enough to be a real hero in a uniform. So sooner or later, they kick me out with a slip of paper telling the whole world I'm not good enough for the army.
That isn't so.
Sure it is. Only normal guys can be heroes.
They wouldn't let you go until they'd cured what's wrong with you. You know that.
Look, I don't know anything. I'm unstable. Psycho, remember?
You don't want to let him help you. Oh, it's easier to be sorry at him. Easier to take your little carbine and run away. You run away from the army, you run away from doctors, now you're running away from the cops. Your feet must hurt more than mine.
Now, come on, let's get out of here. Get back inside. Wait till it passes over.
2150 to all units. Maintain assigned detour positions. The time is now 14:47. Stand by for the final all clear check at 14:55. 10-4. We checked that shack a while back. When we left, we closed the door. It's open now. Maybe it's the wind or something. We better set this thing down and take another look.
They're bringing that copter down here.
Well, let's see you run away from this one, killer.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what I intend to do. And that copter's just what I need for the job. Come here. Get a little closer. Now listen, if this works, I'll be out of here and you'll be safe. But if you make one sound, so help me, I'll shoot you right through that window.
It's 10 minutes to 3. We're gonna have to make it fast. Anybody there? I feel better. I better check the other units. 2150 to all units in the blast area. It's now exactly 6 minutes to blast time. This is your final checkout. 3822, report, please.
3822 to 2150. All clear in this area.
10-4. 3436, report.
It's almost 2:55. We should be getting the final all clear from Matthews any second.
To main control station.
Come in, 2150. How's everything?
All units have been checked out. The helicopter will be out of the blast area in 2 minutes. Proceed with detonation as planned. 10-4.
10-4.
Okay, Roy, let's get out of here.
I'll hold it, both of you! Don't try for that gun, cop. It won't work. Keep your hands up. Move away from that copter.
Look, kid, I don't know who you are, what you want. This place is crawling with dynamite. If we're not out of here in 3 minutes, we'll be wearing a cloud for a hat.
Never mind the double talk. Just get away from that copter, both of you. Now, hurry up.
The gun's not going to do you any good. They're going to pull the switch on this place in 3 minutes. Now, if you want to play games, let me get on that radio and tell them to hold the blast.
You expect me to believe that? I'll take care of your radio for you.
Wait a minute.
Jim! Come on, get in here. You're flying me out of here.
Jim, wait!
Get in there, hurry it up.
Why? What for?
Don't ask questions. That thing won't hold four. Somebody's going to have to stay with this gun-happy character. Roy, you got 2 minutes. Nearest police car's a minute and a half away. Get to him, tell him to radio in and stop the blast.
Suppose we don't reach him in time. What about you and Jim?
You got one guess. Now get moving.
3822 to 2150. It's 1 minute and 45 seconds to blast time. Are you clear of the danger zone?
You weren't kidding about that dynamite, were you? Yeah, have a cigarette. Thank you.
.3822 to control station.
This is main control. What's the matter?
I can't make contact with 2150. He may still be in the danger zone.
The copter called in his final all cleared exactly 14:55. They said they'd be out of the danger zone by 14:57. We're to proceed according to plan.
But I can't establish radio contact, and the copter hasn't been seen.
They must have flown to the other side of the area. That's all for now.
You'll know in exactly 65 seconds. That'll give you time enough to tell me what that gunplay of yours was all about.
Oh. I held up a gas station back there. Shot the attendant. Maybe he's dead now, maybe not. That doesn't matter much now anyway.
It matters a whole lot. 55 seconds.
Come in, 2150. 2150, can you hear me? Are you clear of the danger zone?
Hey, I don't get it. There was room for one more in that copter. You could have gone along with him. You could have left me here.
I like your company. 50 seconds.
It's a weird way to play hero.
Nobody's playing hero. We can't let a gunman wander around even in a blast area.
Yeah, but this place's going up any minute. You said so. Why don't we take cover?
What cover? The whole area's going up in 40 seconds. And again, maybe you won't go up at all.
That copter won't make it to a radio. It can't.
Maybe. But I'd hate to think I'd let you get away. 15 seconds.
Huh?
12. 11. 10. 3822 to control station. Hold the blast. The copter's too close to the area. Hold the blast. Can you hear me?
4, 3, 2, 1.
They heard. They could have heard me without the radio. Okay, Roy. Go on back to the boss.
It's all over, kid. Chopper's coming back for us.
Hey, you don't need that gun. I'm not going to run away. Tell her I'm all through running away.
Yeah, I know. And I'm going to make sure of it. Highway Patrol story next week is a very unusual one. We hope you'll be with us. Until then, remember, it isn't the car that kills, it's the driver. This is Bradley Crawford saying see you next week.
any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. Distance is always a factor in law enforcement, something which is sharply pointed up by the scattered and seemingly endless areas which come under the jurisdiction of the Highway Patrol. With such a large area to cover, routine inspection tours are a necessity. On April 12th, while making such a tour, the head of the Highway Patrol came upon a hitchhiker. Not an ordinary hitchhiker, for this one was a doctor. He was also on a routine tour. No emergencies except a broken-down car. Just a series of house calls, apparently of a minor nature. But the father of the first patient feared otherwise.
How long ago did Doc leave, Mrs. Leonard? I see. No, he hasn't called. Do you think I ought to... Well, all right, I'm sure he will. Sorry to trouble you.
What did she say?
Doc left a long while ago. Should be here by now. I don't know.
Look, Fred, Johnny will be fine. Kids are tough. You're getting all excited about nothing.
Well, it doesn't look that simple to me.
Now, don't go getting yourself upset. Doc will show. You'll see. Oh, Fred. What I was talking about, the money. I know this isn't the right time, but... Fred.
I've got a sick kid in the other room. I don't know what's wrong with him. I don't know where the doctor is, and all you can talk about is borrowing money. Thanks.
It's just an advance against my wages.
You're taking advantage, Marty. You wouldn't do it if you worked for anybody else.
I swear I'll pay it back.
Like all the other times?
You can take it out of my wages.
You know how far behind you are now. What is it with you and money anyway? You get a lot more than any other foreman and you know it. Still, you're always scratching. What do you do with your money?
Please, Fred.
I'm sorry. Guess I'm taking it out on you because I'm worried about Johnny. Here.
Thanks. This time it's just a loan. You'll see.
Sure. I better see how the boy is. How you feeling, Johnny? The leg any better?
All right, Pop. Fine.
Is it any worse?
A little bit. It's nothing, honest.
Doc Leonard ought to be here real soon now. He'll fix you up in no time.
Gosh, Pop, I don't need a doctor. I'm all right.
Of course you don't. But we'll let him have a look just to be sure. What do you say? Think you're good enough to take me?
Pop, I don't feel like playing.
Well, sure, son. Who we kidding? I'm no match for you anyway.
What did the doctor say?
He's not here yet.
Well, how does the boy feel? Is there anything I can do?
Relax, Doris. He's not your kid.
And so it shouldn't make any difference. Is that it, Marty?
Look, let's not make a big thing out of it.
That's the way it's supposed to be. Take. Always take and never give. Like you've taken from Fred Bell all your life and never given anything in return.
So you're going to start that again. Let's make it short and sweet. I don't owe Fred anything. Not a single thing. We started out together. We wound up different. He owns the ranch. I worked for him. He got luckier than I did. You satisfied?
Luckier?
What's that mean?
It's always somebody else, isn't it? Somebody else's luck or break or fault. It's never you, is it?
You don't know what you're talking about.
Who do you think you're fooling? Fred Bell because you borrow his money to gamble with? That make you a big man? Look, can't you see you're only fooling yourself?
Will you shut up, Doris?
Are you afraid, Marty? If you weren't an old friend of Fred's, then what? Where would we go? And who would you have left to blame? Me?
I'm better off listening to Fred Bell than I am to you.
And just as soon as Doc Leonard says okay, I know where the trout are biting. How does that sound, Johnny?
Swell, Pop.
Oh, big fellas, too. Real whoppers. Well, we gotta get... Be right back, son. Hey, am I glad to see you, Doc?
Car trouble, Fred. Wasn't for Mr. Matthews here, it'd still be waiting there. Oh, Fred Bell, Dan Matthews, Highway Patrol.
All right, Mr. Matthews. Johnny's in there, Doc.
You mind waiting, Mr. Matthews?
Not at all. Give me the name and number of your garage. We'll have them pick up your car for you.
I sure appreciate it. Sims Garage, the number's 112. If they want more than $5 for it, tell them to junk it.
$112, please.
Hi.
Hello.
Is that your car outside?
Yeah, I gave the doctor a lift. I'm Dan Matthews, Highway Patrol.
I'm Marty Gower, Mr. Bell's foreman.
How are you? Oh, excuse me. Sims Garage? I'm calling about Dr. Leonard's car. He had a breakdown on the highway. What? All right, you do that, will you? Must be his little girl. She's going to get her father out from under a car.
Let's have another look at that leg, son. When'd you say you stepped on that nail, Johnny?
Day before yesterday. It's nothing. It's...
How'd you treat the wound, Fred?
I washed it good. Put iodine on it.
Doc.
Oh, fine, fine. Won't be too tough to stay out of school a couple of days, will it, Johnny, huh?
What is it, Doc?
Fred, I'm going to give it to you straight because we haven't time for tact. We're in trouble. That boy waited too long before reporting the wound.
Doc, what is it? What's wrong with it?
Gangrene. Gas gangrene. It's a rare form, but it happens.
Gangrene?
Now listen, Fred. I know how you feel, but if that boy sees you panic, he will too, and he can't afford that. Now, please. We're fighting for time. I've got to have a serum, and we're pretty remote here. Until I get that serum, that boy's leg is going to be more painful and more swollen.
But what do? You just can't...
Wait a minute. Get me 314. Druggist. Now, don't get your hopes up. It's a long shot. Hello, Cully. Doc Leonard here. Have you got a gas gangrene serum on hand? Looking. Huh? You have? No, I can't use it. Sorry. Thanks anyway, Cully. I was afraid of that. Expired a year ago.
Where can we get that serum, Doc?
Clark Medical Center's our best bet. They'd have to put it on a plane to Mason City. Someone would have to drive it here. It's a long drive.
Well, if we're fighting time, let's do it right. Get your hat. Come on.
You're right. That radio. That'll save time all the way around.
I think the only way to save time is to rush that boy to the hospital.
I wish it were as easy as that, but he can't be moved. It's important that he stay quiet.
Doctor, exactly what are his chances?
The only real chance we have is that serum. He's got to have it, and he's got to have it in a hurry. In a matter of hours, he'll become toxic and he'll die. Maybe 2, maybe 6, but hours. The minute that toxin reaches his nervous system, nothing will help.
Well, what do you want me to tell Clark Medical?
Have Dr. Herbert Bronson put 100 cc's of gas gangrene serum on the plane to Mason City. Somebody will have to be in Mason City waiting for it.
I'll do better than that. 2150 to headquarters.
Headquarters by.
Contact Clark Medical. Have Dr. Herbert Bronson put 100 cc's of gas gangrene serum on the first available plane to Mason City. Notify me the plane's ETA. Then have 3822 pick up the serum, deliver it to...
Just a minute.
Hold it, what?
The last 3 miles has taken a beating from the floods. The back road's a lot faster. If one of us is waiting for him at the Colton turnoff...
He's right.
Have 3822 meet me at the Colton turnoff with the serum. It's code 3 all the way. Be sure and notify me the plane's ETA. 10-4?
10-4.
Yeah, you know your way around in an emergency. At least that gives us a chance.
Anything else we can do, Doctor?
No, I don't think so. I'll have Doris Gower come up here. At least she can help keep the boy calm. Just get back with that serum as quick as you can. I'll start loading the boy up with penicillin.
There's really no need for you to make the ride, Mr. Matthews. I could pick up the serum and streak right back here. I know these roads like a book.
Fine, then why don't you ride with me?
Okay, but weren't you going to wait to find out when the plane gets to Mason City?
That's what radios are for. This is one time nobody could afford to be late. Hop in.
Less than an hour later at the Mason City airport, a highway patrolman awaited the arrival of the desperately needed serum. Once the priceless package was in his hands, his job then became the saving of minutes. As many minutes as he could possibly gain on the 40-mile race to the Colton turnoff. At the designated meeting place, Dan Matthews and Marty Gower waited impatiently.
What's keeping them? They could have walked that distance by now.
It's a rough road, Fred. Give them time.
It's just that everyone's doing something, helping. Everyone but me. I don't know what to do. The truth, Doc. Is Johnny any worse? I want to know.
Now listen, Fred. One patient is enough.
Marty here?
No. No, where's the serum?
The serum's gone. So is Marty.
Minutes later, under the capable treatment of Dr. Leonard, Dan Matthews was able to tell what had happened to him. It was an incredible story, one which left the doctor, Doris Gower, and Fred Bell speechless.
But I don't understand. How could a thing like that happen?
You know as much about it as I do, Mrs. Gower. It was a rough road. I had my eye on it every second. I didn't see it coming.
You say Marty suddenly grabbed the wheel and twisted it to the right, deliberately?
It was no accident. I slammed on the brakes, knocked myself out. When I came to, Marty was gone, and so was the serum.
But why? Marty wouldn't do a thing like that.
Lady, he did it.
It's crazy. There's no reason. What did I ever do to him? Wherever he is, he's got Johnny's life in his hand. Doesn't he realize that?
Mr. Bell, I'll get on the radio and send for more serum.
But the time,
I'll call in right away.
What are we going to do, Doc?
You've got to help, Fred. Now, you go on in there to your boy. Get that look off of your face first. Now, no matter what he asks you, be light and offhand, you understand? You go in too, Doris.
But, Doc, it couldn't be true about Marty.
Doris, please, go in.
That serum, Doc, do you really think they'll get here?
One thing at a time, Fred. What you do in there is important.
As fast as possible, 10-4.
You order more serum?
Yeah. Level with me, Doc. Can the boy last that long?
I doubt it. But we haven't any choice. What else can we do?
Well, the only thing I can do is try to find Marty Gower. What is it?
I'll ask the same question Fred did. What sort of a man would do this?
Well, let's ask his other question first. Why?
All right, then, why?
Well, there's a lot of possibilities. Some of them are pretty rough, but you keep running up against them all the time.
Name one that makes sense.
Revenge?
Fred and Marty have been friends for 11 years.
How about money?
What?
Oh, Bell's a wealthy man. People have been held for ransom. Why not the same thing with serum if it's badly needed?
Oh, no.
Well, these are possibilities, and you ask for them. Look, Doc, you and I work a lot alike. You look for symptoms, I look for motives. This time we're trying to beat the clock. Well, that makes it rough.
What are you going to do?
The only thing I can do. Try to find Marty Gower.
What is it?
His leg. It's so swollen. He doesn't complain, doesn't say a word. Just lies there holding Doris's hand. I'm scared, Doc. I've never been so scared.
Everybody's doing all they can, Fred. Matthew's out looking for Marty right now.
Doc.
You better stay out here for a while.
Doc. I'm sorry.
What for? You're just a man who's worried about his kid? Do you know of anything else more logical?
$21.50 to $38.40.
3840. Come in, 2150.
My 1020 is 2 miles past Rollins Fork. You headed this way?
3840. My ETA is less than 10 minutes.
You know the back road from the Colton turnoff to the Bell Ranch?
Know it well.
Meet me 1 mile into the road from the turnoff. You're going to be there ahead of me. I have something else to do first. 10-4?
10-4.
The close cooperation which exists between various law enforcement bodies is in itself the best guarantee of keeping the peace. And this time was no exception. At the local sheriff's substation, Sheriff John Cook proved to be the single law enforcement officer for the large, sprawling rural area. He was eager to help in any way he could.
This kid at the ranch, he's going to die unless we find that serum. Now, before the crack-up, we had the serum in the car along with Gower. Now, Gower and the serum are missing. We got to find him.
That's a terrible thing, Mr. Matthews. Terrible.
How about this Gower? You ever had a run-in with him? Has he ever been off base?
No, he gambles a little, but that's about all. It's a rough deal, isn't it? No starting place.
Got to make one. That clock keeps moving.
What do you want me to do?
Well, from the Colton turnoff to the ranch. As many men as you've got. Fan them out through the area. See if they can pick up a sign of Gower, a trail, anything.
It's a big area. It's going to take time.
We're fighting time, Sheriff, especially a 10-year-old kid.
I'll get on it right now.
Okay.
Headquarters to 2150.
2150 by.
Have information you requested. ETA of plane in Mason City is 140.
That's NG. Look, run a make on Marty Gower. Get back to me as soon as possible. 10-4?
10-4.
Highway Patrolman Abel was waiting when Dan Matthews reached the designated spot on the back road. Matthews quickly filled the patrolman in on Martin Gower's strange behavior.
Afraid I can't give you any more on Gower than the sheriff could. Quiet enough fellow. I never had any beef with him.
Nothing else, huh?
I know Gower's wife better than I know him. She's a local. Grew up here. Bell and Gower are from up north originally. If it helps any, the wife is a good girl. Intelligent, well-respected.
Yeah, I know. I met her.
Never figure her getting mixed up in anything like this.
How can you figure anybody getting mixed up in a thing like this? Look, here's where we jammed on the brakes. Then we skidded over to here. Now, in this rain, it's anybody's guess. Those could be Gower's footprints going up into the hills.
Now, let's hope not. Only fields and hills in this direction. You need an army to find him.
Any luck?
I was just going to ask you that.
I got about 10 men working in the field now. More as soon as they get here. We're branching off at the turnoff and working north, like you said.
Well, I appreciate it, Sheriff. As long as you're covering here, there's something I can try. I'll be at the Bell Ranch if you want me. You stay here and give him a hand, and meet me there.
I want you to lie still, son. If you want anything, ask for it. But you need rest, you understand?
Doc?
Yes, boy?
What's the matter with me? Am I?
You just have a little bug, son. We're gonna knock it on its ear.
Why does Pop look that way then? So scared like.
Well, no father likes to see his son sick in bed. Now, the best way for you to help your pop is to stay perfectly still and rest. You understand?
I want to know where your husband is, where you think he might be found, some of his friends, some of the places he might be.
Look.
I've got to know this fast. There's no need to telling you how short time is.
Well, I don't know. This isn't like the city. There's no place to go. Marty's always on the ranch. Look, what you're thinking is wrong. Marty is Fred's friend. He loves Johnny. He wouldn't do this to him.
Thanks anyway.
Don't you see? Marty wouldn't do a thing like this.
No? He did this.
Anything?
Nothing. I know, don't do that.
What is it?
Maybe I'm pressing, but I keep thinking of that big rut in the back road. That could change everything.
How?
Well, maybe Marty saw it before I did, and he yanked the wheel to make me miss it.
Well, why would he disappear? Where is he?
Well, I got hurt. He could have got hurt, too. He could have been making for right over there. Let's go. What'd you try over there?
Mr. Matthews, come here, quick!
Well, get that package up the house. I'll take care of it.
The package.
It's on the way, Gar. Don't worry.
Broke this on dashboard. Couldn't drive. Couldn't bring you to. Been trying to get package to house. Keep passing out from pain. Kept trying.
Nobody could have tried harder. Nobody.
I'm grateful, Mr. Matthews. I can never tell you how much. No matter what happens in there.
Marty Gower deserves all your thanks, Mr. Bell. And look, everything's going to be all right in there. Just keep believing that, will you?
10 years old.
The package was in good shape. The dry ice held. Doc's sure of it.
Doc?
It's going to be rough for a while, Fred, but he'll make it. That's definite.
Thank heaven.
Can I give you a lift, Doctor?
I'd sure appreciate it.
All right, let's go.
Well, let's watch out for those holes in the road this time, eh, Dan?
Highway Patrol story next week is a very unusual one. We hope you'll be with us. Until then, remember, the clowns at the circus, they're real funny. But on the highway, they're murder. This is Roderick Crawford saying see you next week.
Whenever the laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. The well-equipped car is the primary means by which the Highway Patrol achieves high-speed mobility in order to combat organized crime. A patrolman would no more abandon his car than his gun. And yet, on July 22nd, a migrant worker proceeding along Highway 15 came upon a patrol car, engine running, keys in the ignition lock, but empty. The citizen hurried to telephone his strange discovery to Highway Patrol headquarters.
I've checked the radio log. Allard was in contact up to 12 o'clock.
Well, the sergeant says he was on regular detail, no special orders. Let's find out for ourselves. Come on. Looks like he stepped out of it a second ago into thin air.
There's no sign of a struggle.
Wait a minute. Here's something over here. Tire tracks. In a hurry to get away. Get the evidence, kid. I want an impression of these tracks. He's got to be around here somewhere. I'll get some help. .2150 to headquarters.
Headquarters, bye.
Allard's car in reported position. Send someone down to check it for fingerprints. Also, all available units for search party. Send Allard's picture to the newspapers. Ask TV and radio to broadcast a description. 10-4?
10-4.
Examination of Officer Allard's car had revealed nothing except that the radio was out of order. Newspapers and broadcast stations had cooperated fully, resulting in a number of false leads and an interview with Frank Hanley, a car painter.
No, it couldn't have been that, officer. All right, thanks very much anyway. Right. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Hanley.
Now, this auto paint shop where I work, yeah, just across the street, there's a lunch wagon. Now, this officer stops there for lunch. I see his patrol car there lots of times, around noon. In fact, I was watching for him, and when he drove up, I run over to him, and I said, "There's something funny about that car." And I pointed it out.
What car did you point out?
The one I painted. It was just coming out of the shop then.
What did the officer do?
He took right out after it.
Tell me, you sure it was that officer?
Oh, yes. He chased it towards Highway 15.
What kind of a car was it?
Well, it was a 56, four-door sedan, painted light green. I painted it black.
Mr. Hanley, when a car comes to your shop and you make out a work slip, do you also take down the license number?
Oh, yeah.
DMV, please. St. Matthews, Highway Patrol. Get me a 2829 and license number 2 Nora 57516. Repeat, 2 Nora 57516, right? Did you get a good look at the guy that picked up the car?
You know, that's another reason I suspicioned him. When he come in, he had a bandage on one side of his face, and he kept that side towards me. Said his car needed a paint job. No, that car didn't need no paint job.
All right, go ahead. What, a green 1956 four-door sedan. Registered to who? Theo Nielsen? Let me have the address, will you? Theo Nielsen Bookshop, 921 Main Street. Right, thanks very much. You've been a great help. Would you mind waiting? I'll send one of the boys in to take your statement.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Well, it looked like your car.
But, Mr. Matthews, there are hundreds, perhaps thousands of autos just like mine.
Not with your license plates. Now, perhaps your plates were stolen, put on a car just like yours.
Ethel is very considerate.
Come again?
If the license plates were stolen, she wouldn't want to worry me. She'd just drive back from her holiday without any fuss and tell me when she got here.
I see. When did you lend her your car?
It's almost a week now. She should be back at any time. I know she's on her way back. Mr. Matthews, will my name have to be in the newspaper?
Well, until we talk to your friend, there's nothing we can tell the newspapers.
My bookshop, I've had it here for 10 years now. And my customers. I wouldn't want my name to be in the newspapers, Mr. Matthews. It would be too embarrassing.
Miss Nielsen, there's a man missing, perhaps murdered.
It's horrible.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, we're going to have to pick your friend up on the highway and question her. We can't wait till she gets here.
Mr. Matthews.
Larry. Just let us handle it, will you?
They got to her first.
Take it easy, George. Look, we'll do everything we can, but we need your help.
Headquarters at 2150.
I'll keep in touch with you.
All right.
2150, bye.
We were on our way out of town, all free and clear, and you had to use a gun.
The cop had us with her car repainted and the numbers hacked off.
He wouldn't have looked for the numbers, and I could have talked her into thinking I did the new paint job for her.
What about the 10,000 you talked her out of? That'd get us 5 to life. How are you going to cover that?
Good talk, sweet talk. She's a love star. She'd give her last cent for a promise of marriage, and did.
You had to con her out of a car, too. We were doing okay just lifting and selling them. No, you had to take her for everything she was worth. I had to be your brother. Well, this time you conned us right into the hot seat.
We can always shut her mouth.
Not if she's talked to the cops already. Look, I said, let's get out of here.
And leave a witness that can hang us? And maybe she hasn't talked. Go watch that cop and signal me when he's gone.
10-4.
Oh, Larry, thank heaven you called.
What's the matter?
Where's your brother? What is he mixed up in? Larry, a policeman was here. He says my car has something to do with the missing officer we've been reading about.
Didn't he ask to look at your car?
I lied, Larry. I told him I'd loaned it to a friend.
But you didn't lie, dear. I'm your friend. And more, I hope. Theo, the police have made a mistake because, well, you see, I've already gotten your car.
Oh, Larry, you have, thank heaven.
Now, listen carefully, Theo, dear. Your auto's in a used car lot here in town.
My brother sold it to the dealer. I'm going down now to buy it back for you. After all, from now on, it's going to be my job to protect you.
Well, shall I call the police and tell them it was all a mistake about my car being mixed up?
You don't understand, Theo, dear. The dealer has promised not to prosecute my brother if I pay for the car. I want to keep the police out of this. I don't want my brother to be hurt.
Neither do I, Larry. And I don't want you to be hurt either.
That's my girl. And now if the police do call again, just tell them that you'll be able to show them your car tomorrow. And maybe even today. You trust me, Theo?
Of course I do, Larry.
And do you love me?
Yes, Larry.
And you're still going to marry me?
Yes, Larry.
Call you later, dear.
Well, what do we do now?
We'll get rid of her in the brush on top of Canyon Pass on our way out of here.
How are we going to get her up there?
With my brain instead of your gun. Come on, let's go.
You sure did a good job of burning this one, didn't it?
You sure did. The description seems to check with the one Hanley gave us.
What about the license numbers?
Plates are gone.
Fingerprints?
Not a one.
Is Dorsey here?
Yeah, he's over there checking in the brush.
Well, the engine number will show it's her car.
No, they've been chiseled off. The body serial number has been ripped off, too. Over here!
Come on. Allard. Call headquarters and get the coroner out here. Then get a tow truck. I want that burned out job at headquarters. Dorsey.
Yes, sir.
That's got to be her car.
Well, there's always the chance it isn't.
Everything points to it being her car. You better get Miss Nielsen in again for questioning.
Nielsen could not be linked to the burned-out car by the numbers on the engine, body, or license plates. They had all been obliterated. Still, every circumstance indicated that she had owned the car.
Miss Nielsen, I'm sorry I have to put you through all this, but I hope you understand.
That's all right.
All right, Miss Nielsen. You do admit you own a 1956 green four-door sedan. You say it's a couple of 100 miles away from here.
Yes. I told you a friend.
A witness saw your car. The license plate checked out to be yours. It was right here in the Springwood area.
He could have been mistaken.
Right, thanks very much. Now, Officer Allen chased his car to Highway 15. 2 hours later, the patrol car was found empty. But there were tire tracks there. We took an impression. Now, this is the impression of his tracks and a car exactly like yours. Do you notice any difference?
I don't know. There are many cars like mine.
24 hours later, 10 miles away, we found the car that made these tracks. Deliberately destroyed, burned beyond recognition. A car exactly like yours, Miss Nielsen.
Well, maybe when you find the patrolman.
We found Patrolman Allard. He was dead. Murdered. 50 yards away from the burned-out car. Your car. The murder car was your car, Miss Nielsen.
No. I know where my car is.
Where?
I'm getting it back today.
From Ethel Willoughby?
No. From a friend. A man to whom I loaned it. Larry has a younger brother. Oh, I'm so confused. I don't know what to do. Could Larry's brother have? But then how could Larry promise me?
Why don't you level with me? Why don't you start from the beginning?
1956, light green sedan. She'll never know the difference. Especially when she sees her own license plates. Put them on.
That's all I know. All I know about him.
Well, Miss Nielsen, I'm sorry. I think you've been taken for a car and $10,000. I don't think it's a younger brother. I don't think it's Larry Gardner again, either.
Please, may I go now?
If you hear from him, call us, will you? Mrs. Matthews, will you run a make on Larry Gardner? Oh, he's about 50, tall and gray. Wanted for forgery, bunco, and car theft. Check Larry Gardner, Gardner Lawrence, and Larry Lawrence. Ring it out, will you? Right, thanks.
Bookshop.
Oh, Theo, dear, where have you been? I've called you several times. I have your car.
Do you really have my car?
Of course, I'm looking right at it. But Theo, the dealer wants you to sign the contract of repurchase. You'll have to come down here after you close your shop for the night. About 6 o'clock?
Which dealer?
Oh, the used car lot where Maine runs into Highway 15. You know the one. All right? Your car is in perfect condition. There's not a mark on it.
All right. 6 o'clock, Main and the highway.
Yes, dear. We'll get to her bookshop by 2 o'clock, just in case she changes her mind.
What's that? Grand theft auto convicted. All right, thanks a lot. Yeah? Okay. Miss Nielsen, Mr. Matthews.
He just called, Mr. Matthews. He says he has my car. Has he or hasn't he?
No, he hasn't, believe me. We've got a report on a man who fits Gardner's description exactly. Larry Gardner, alias Harold Lawrence. Now, wait a minute, I'll get the paper here. New York, commercial auto theft. Texas, bunco car deal, 5 years, state penitentiary. Illinois, auto theft, 2 years, state pen. There's a lot more, Miss Nielsen. A whole lot more. Miss Nielsen. Hello. Hello, Miss Nielsen.
I heard. I've been a terrible fool. I won't meet him, of course.
Does he want you to meet him?
He says my car is in a used car lot at Main and the highway. He asked me to meet him there.
When?
At 6 o'clock when I close the shop. But I won't go. I don't ever want to see him again.
Well, you could help us by meeting him.
But why? He's made a terrible fool of me. Robbed me.
He's also suspected of murder. Does he know you've told me about him?
I didn't tell him.
All right, then he'll meet you. All you have to do is show at the parking lot. Then we can nab him.
All right. I'll meet him.
Now, you'll be well guarded. Now, act as usual. Close the shop at the usual time, then walk over to Highway 15. It's only a few blocks. And remember this. One of us will be near you at all times.
All right, Mr. Matthews.
Thanks. Get Dorsey and Johnson in here right away, will you?
The used car lot at Main and the highway was immediately staked out by a plainclothesman in an undercover car. A block away, concealed from the used car lot, Dan Matthews waited. Directly opposite Nielsen's bookstore, Officer Dorsey, in plain clothes and in an undercover car, maintained a close surveillance. All units were in constant communication. All necessary measures had been taken to protect Miss Nielsen and to apprehend the criminals. It was important to the plan that Miss Nielsen play her part well.
Hello.
Hello. Just to let you know we're here. We will be for about the next 5 hours. I'm parked right across the street. If you need me, just give me a sign. Say, by the way, do you have anything in early crime detection, about 1890s?
Yes, I have it in the bag. Most of my calls are for modern crime detection. I'll be right back.
Theo, dear.
Help, officer! Help, officer!
Let's get out of here. Come on.
Are you all right, Miss Nielsen?
Yes.
$21.12, $21.50.
Go ahead, 2112.
Gardner and accomplice making getaway from Nielsen's bookstore, 1956, light green four-door sedan. Direction of suspects unknown, 10-4?
10-4. 2150 to all units in Springwood area. Be on lookout for a 1956 light green four-door sedan, probably on Highway 15. Occupants are armed and dangerous. One is Larry Gardner, age, I'd say, about 50. He has one accomplice. Now, 3244, you search east on Highway 25. 4220, search west on Highway 25. 10-4?
.48 to 2150.
Go ahead, 4248.
4248, 10 miles south of Springwood on top of Canyon Pass. 1956 light green four-door sedan. Approximately 3 miles below me, approaching from Springwood. At moderate speed.
And block Canyon Pass at top. Converge on Canyon Pass from east to west. I'm coming in from north. 10-4?
10-4. Suspect car has U-turned, proceeding back down Canyon Pass.
10-4.
I've never used a gun. He shot Allard.
He pulled the trigger, you mean? All right, move. See the Highway Patrol in action again next week. Until then, remember, leave blood at the Red Cross, not on the highway. This is Bradley Crawford saying see you next week.
Whenever the laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. One of the functions of the Highway Patrol is the safeguarding of the billions of dollars worth of goods which are transported on the public highways. On March 29th, a crime was committed involving a vehicle which did not seem to be valuable, an ordinary unmarked panel truck.
That's our baby. Where's the flag? All right, out.
What's this, a hijacking?
No, it's a Cub Scout meeting. I said out. All right, let's get him around the other side of the truck so he won't be seen from the road. Get the keys.
Here.
Got the list?
Yeah, right here.
Okay. Read off the crate numbers that are checked. We don't want to take any excess baggage with us.
Right, first one.
Yeah.
224B.
224B.
You got it?
Yeah.
247C. 249C and 252J.
Wait a minute. I'm not a machine. Now, here, give me a hand with this. What was that again?
249C and 252J. Come on, hurry it up, will you?
Any more?
Yeah, there's one more. 277A.
Here we are.
This is the one we leave here.
Get the tire iron. And keep your eye on the driver.
Don't worry about the driver. He's out cold. Come on. This is odd.
That's worth 70,000 bucks.
70,000 bucks? Then it is odd.
Don't shoot, you haven't got a chance. You must have hit him like you were cracking eggs.
What'd you expect me to do, kill him? Come on, we'll take his panel truck.
Now, as soon as he hits a phone, this truck is going to be hot, and so are we.
Well, in that case, why don't we just leave the pictures and get out of here, huh?
We blew this job, we wouldn't get paid by Mills.
Yeah, that Mills, he's safe and sound counting his dough, and we're sticking our necks out a mile.
Wait a minute. I'll get the flag. up against that hay and act nice and natural. Tony, take care of that picture. Let's get those things in the back of the truck and get out of here.
All right, stick your hands on it.
You put the letter with the boat?
Yeah, everything's taken care of. All secure. What about him? He goes with us?
I guess he'll have to. You keep him covered and I'll drive.
Come on, happy boy, move. Come on, move.
Operator, get me to Highway Patrol. And hurry up.
A hijacking incident could mean an attempted revival of what had been a highly organized racket. Or it could mean a one-shot try for a specific cargo. The patrol moved fast. Within minutes, an officer was dispatched to the scene. A few miles from the area, the head of the Highway Patrol was on his way to headquarters when the call came through. The nature of the crime warranted a rendezvous with the investigating unit.
What have you got?
Well, the driver of this panel truck made the call. He got away in the hijacker station wagon.
How many guys involved in the job?
2.
Can you describe them?
He already has. It's in the mill.
Oh, fine. Is that him? Have DMV run a make of that station wagon. Might belong to one of the guys we're looking for.
Yes.
I'm Matthews. Thanks very much for your fast call. Would you mind going over the whole thing again for me, please?
Oh, well, like I told your man, I was coming up the road when this guy, he looked like a road worker, you know. Well, this guy flags me down, I stop, and he pulls a gun, and next thing I know, I'm hit over the head.
They tell me you got a good look at him.
I can describe one of them for sure. The other, maybe. A couple of real wise guys, making cracks about Cub Scout meetings and all. Hey, take a look at this knot. They don't teach you to make those kind of knots in the Cub Scouts.
How'd you get away?
Well, they were unloading the paintings from the truck. I dashed for the station wagon, and oh, here I am.
All right, thanks. Come on over here with me, will you? Looks like our boys need a course in art appreciation, doesn't it?
The driver of the truck said they only took about 4 or 5 paintings and left all the others.
Is that all? All the crates are numbered. They must have known what they wanted. Giles. Does this name mean anything to you?
No, sir.
How's it feel, fella?
Bumps on your head change your personality sometimes. Maybe I'm due for an improvement.
Does this name ring a bell with you?
Sure, Carter Giles. That's where he's taking this load to his house.
Who is he?
One of those big art collectors. Supposed to be worth a fortune. From what I hear, he spent over $1 million on paintings. And that ain't exactly...
Hey. Get out an APB on all hay trucks in the Central Turnpike area. Maybe our boys switch from a station wagon to a hay wagon.
Yes, sir.
Look, Mr. Mills, this is no time to go through the rule books. We're in trouble. This whole thing is going up for grabs. Yeah, we got the paintings and left a note for Mr. Giles, but the truck driver got away.
All right, listen to me. The best thing you can do is to separate yourself from that hay truck, that driver, and those paintings. Yes, those paintings. I don't want any part of them. Not now.
What about us? That station wagon will lead the cops right to our door. If you think we're going to take the fall for you, you're crazy. You have to get us out of this and fast.
I intend to get you out of this. Where are you?
The gas station at the top of the hill at the end of Route 9.
All right. I'll pick you up outside that gas station in about an hour. I've got to get you out of that area. Now, as to the paintings and that truck driver, there's only one thing you can do, and it must be done quickly and efficiently. Do you hear that, Eddie? Efficiently. You understand?
That's the only way to do it. I guess that's the only way.
Hello, it's Matthews. What? Oh, fine. Let me have the name. Edward R. Wells. What's the address? 272 Vernon Avenue. Right, thanks a lot. Dorsey.
Yes, sir.
DMV reporting that station wagon. Edward R. Wells, 272 Vernon Avenue. You got it?
Right.
All right, check criminal records. Mug shots. See what you can turn up on this guy. Send a man out to the house. Check it out.
Yes, sir.
Get that, will you?
Listen to this.
What is it?
3212 reports a hay track cracked up just off the turnpike. 4 paintings still in their crates found in truck.
Hay truck?
And 1 dead man.
Oh, come on, let's go.
Stolen paintings are here. That helps. Looks like murder.
It's gonna look the same way to the coroner.
The man found dead in the hay truck had not died of injuries caused by the accident. According to the coroner's report, he had been murdered. The key witness to the art robbery could identify the paintings, but not the murder victim. However, 2 hours later, the first lead on the 2 crimes was uncovered. The driver of the hijacked truck recognized the mugshot of one of the hijackers.
You sure this is the man?
He seems to be. Recognized him right away. Says this is the one that held the gun on him while the other one slugged him.
Edward R. Wells, age 32, convicted armed robbery, 2 counts, 1952. Parole last April. This kid's doing all right. He didn't build that station wagon out of a do-it-yourself kit.
I checked with the Bureau of Corrections for his address. It's the same one that the DMV gave us. Barnett checked the place out thoroughly and says that Wells lives with his younger brother, Tony.
All right, have Barnett stay there. Check the Bureau for his personal habits, his job, his friends, his hangouts. I want to find out how he and his buddy knew which paintings to take and which ones to leave.
What, do you think there's someone else working on the inside?
Well, somebody had access to those invoices. They knew when the shipment was going to arrive and the value of the paintings. We've only got 2 leads to the inside.
Edward R. Wells and who else?
Carter Giles. You know something? I think I'm going to get interested in art.
Apartment 8, gentlemen. You'll be safe here for a while. It's a long way from your home. Now stay in the room until you hear from me and forget all about those paintings.
Oh, sure, we can forget. But how do we make the cops forget?
You left the paintings in that hay truck, did you not?
Yeah, that's right.
And the driver?
Dead, like you told us.
I don't like it. This was supposed to be a straight heist job, and now we're up to our necks in murder.
The job you did for me, Eddie, was a masterpiece of unparalleled bungling. The 2 of you are fortunate to have any necks left at all. Now, if you're wise, you'll do as I tell you. Forget the paintings. Forget Carter Giles. Forget me for a while, too.
Forget you, Mr. Mills? Not until payday.
You were to be paid out of the money I got for those paintings. Now you'll have to wait till I get some cash.
How long do you expect us to wait?
Till you build a nice frame for us and hang us on the wall? We need some traveling money.
The way things are at the moment, gentlemen, we have no choice. We have to trust each other, whether we want to or not.
Why, you...
Hold it, Eddie. He's right. What can we do? Besides, he said he'd get some dough to us when he gets some. Forget it.
We better be hearing from you. Quick. Lock the door.
I don't understand. What sort of person would deliberately ruin a work of art and then commit murder?
Whoever did it must know you very well. They know how you love paintings, how much you value them. They know you'll pay $500,000 to save your paintings.
Yes, I would. I couldn't permit a priceless work of art to be destroyed like...
All right, tell me something. Would you invest this kind of money to help us find a murderer?
I don't understand.
I'd like to have you answer the ransom note. $500,000 in cold cash. Pay it, just like the note demands.
But you said the paintings are safe.
Art, you know it. I know it. Nobody else does. Suppose you pay the ransom. What do you think would happen then?
I imagine the thieves would be as confused as I am right now.
I want to be around to see who is the most confused. I want a list of everybody who works for you. Your maid, your butler, your chauffeur, and your business associates like your lawyer, your attorneys, business manager.
Really, Mr. Matthews, I can't conceive of anybody going so low as to...
What, steal or commit murder?
I can't conceive of it.
Mr. Giles is a mathematical formula. You take what you don't want to believe, add it to what you have to believe. You come up with amazing answers.
Yes. Oh, Mr. Giles, nice to hear from you. Yes. Yes, I'm going over some of your ledgers now. Pardon? 500,000, what for, CG? But as you're a business manager, I feel I must know. Oh, stolen? The paintings will be recovered, I'm sure. What? The police have no leads at all? Yes, of course, CG. I'll be right over.
You have no invoices, no records, no reports, nothing, is that right?
A paradox of the wealthy, Mr. Matthews. We hire a business manager so that we won't know how wealthy we really are.
I see, now. Now, about this Mr. Mills. Do you trust him?
I have for over 20 years. Come in. Ah, George.
Now, what's all of this about stolen paintings, CG?
Mr. Mills, I want you to meet Mr. Matthews of the Highway Patrol.
Having know you, sir.
Miss Matthews.
He's here to investigate the robbery.
I was afraid of something like this. Anything that expensive is bound to cause trouble. You spent too much for those paintings.
My financial watchdog.
Tell me, when were the paintings due to arrive here?
As I recall, the plane was to land 2 days ago.
Plane?
Air freight.
Oh, where are they located?
Upstate, about 62 miles in Gilroy. We had to pay extra for very secret trucking in an unmarked truck.
Now tell me, the trucking company, when did they say they would get the paintings down here?
I didn't know that we had done any business with a trucking company.
Well, the air freight company was to handle all trucking arrangements. If you wish, Mr. Matthews, I could arrange to find my copies of receipts and correspondence.
It's all right. I'll check with the company directly. Now, Mr. Giles, what about the ransom?
I have to pay it.
You plan to pay ransom after what these canvases have already cost you?
My paintings have been stolen and I want them back.
But you have no guarantee you'll even get the paintings once the ransom has been paid. Are you going to permit this, Mr. Matthews?
Well, I'm very sorry. I think he has more confidence in the power of money than he has in the power of the law. There's nothing I can do to stop him.
Sorry, Mr. Mills. I want you to get that ransom money in cash as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll talk to you.
Goodbye, Mr. Matthews, and thank you.
CG, you're an idiot. Paying out money for paintings that may never be returned to you.
How can you tell, George? Sometimes even thieves are honest with a large amount of money. Have that ransom money here in the morning. We will follow the instructions to the letter.
At Highway Patrol headquarters, work was started to turn theories into facts. A long-distance call was placed to the air freight company in Gilroy. It was learned that 3 copies of the invoice on the art shipment had been sent out. One to Carter Giles, one to the U.S. Customs Department, and one to the trucking company. A long-distance call to the trucking company in Gilroy revealed that only the most trustworthy personnel handle invoices on valuable cargo, and apparently the only outsider who had information on the delivery was Carter Giles himself.
You say Giles called about the shipment? When? Well, thanks very much.
Did you learn anything?
Well, the trucking company says that Giles called, wanted to know when his shipment would arrive.
Well, that seems natural enough.
It does, huh? Giles didn't even know that the trucking company was involved in the shipment. Have the phone company run a check on any calls to Gilroy from Giles' home and the home of his employees.
We'll need a court order for that.
That's a cinch. You make it out. I'll sign it.
The due process of law frequently must pass a bridge of legal paperwork and detail. But when necessary, that bridge can be crossed with surprising speed. In this case, the court order was prepared, approved, and issued within a few hours. By morning, the Highway Patrol had received the telephone company's report on the long-distance calls.
There's a report on a toll call placed to Gilroy. It was placed 2 days ago on the 18th to Oregon 80099.
Now, wait a minute. Yeah, here it is right here. Oregon 80099.
Well, whose phone is it?
George Mills.
Giles' business manager.
Our inside man. Let's bring him in.
Hello.
Hello, is this Eddie?
Yeah, this is Eddie.
George Mills.
Mills.
Something important has come up. I think I'll be able to pay you gentlemen for your work after all.
What do you mean you think you'll be able to pay us? You'll pay us all right, or we'll pay you a visit.
No need for belligerence, Eddie. Everything will be all right when I see you. You will be there for a while, I trust.
We'll be here all right. Our social life has been pretty slow. And just for the book, Mills, we're clicking away like a couple of taximeters. The longer we wait, the more you pay.
I'm aware of that, Eddie. But I respect my obligations. You'll be paid in full. I'll see you shortly.
Well, he's coming.
With the dough?
He's bringing it.
Good.
Well, that's where he lives.
Yeah, and there he is. Let's pick him up.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's see where he takes us. Get in the car.
Hey, Eddie, what's a five-letter word meaning legal tender?
Wait till Mills gets here, he'll tell you.
Oh, then I wish you'd hurry up. Payday is the longest day of the year for me.
Doesn't get here soon, I'll go stir crazy.
Oh, I have it. Money. M-O-N-E-Y.
Who is it?
Well, it's about time.
Well, you have the dough?
It's here. I won't need a receipt for this particular payment, gentlemen. I'll mark it in the books as charity.
What does this mean, Mills?
I told you, I'm recognizing an obligation.
What for?
You were ordered to separate yourselves from those paintings.
Oh, we did.
Sure.
Then why is Carter Giles offering $500,000 for the return of those paintings?
He's doing what?
Giles has instructed me to pay the ransom for them. Evidently, you gentlemen have decided to put my plan into effect without the benefit of my guidance. Simple arithmetic, gentlemen.
Look, Mills, we don't get the same answers as you do.
Either you gentlemen tell me where you've hidden those paintings or accept my payment.
Look, Mills, you wouldn't shoot us. You'd have the whole apartment house down on your head.
I don't intend to shoot. I intend to turn you over to the police for the murder of the driver of that hay truck. You can't deny that you...
All right, hold it. Now get against the wall.
Hey, look, this guy's trying to pin a murder rap on us, and he's as deep as we are.
Shut up, Tony.
Well, he is, isn't he?
Shut up. Mr. Matthews, you certainly don't intend to link a man in my position with this common gunman.
Mr. Mills, judging from your position right now, it's going to be easy. Real easy. All right, move. I hope you'll be with us again next week. In the meantime, try to be as good a driver as you think you are. This is Bradley Crawford saying, see you next week.
Whenever the laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. Because of the nature of its work, comes in contact with two main types of people. First, the lawbreaker, either careless or deliberate. Second, the innocent victim of an accident or a criminal act. Occasionally, the patrol must deal with a third type of person, often the most difficult to handle. Someone who, while not guilty of a crime, becomes, through his own immaturity and fear, a fugitive.
Friend or foe? Friend. Give the password.
Oh, come on, open up, Jimmy. It's me.
What took you so long, Eddie? I've been waiting here.
I had to go to the store for Ma.
Oh, I sneaked out before my folks got up. It's always better that way. Hey, wait till you see all the swell food I got. It'll last us a week. Apples, cookies, candy bars, and half a pie. What did you bring?
I'm not going, Jimmy.
What do you mean you're not going? Why, we had it all planned.
I've been thinking. It's all kind of sudden. Now, if you could make it next week.
Next week? You know where I'll be next week if I don't get away now.
Yeah, I know.
It's gonna be fun. Remember what I told you about Lake Dawson? Dad's got a cabin up there. My real dad, I mean. And we can go swimming and hiking and... Oh, Eddie, don't be chicken.
Who's being chicken? Maybe you ought to go to the hospital anyway.
What for? I'm okay. Sure, my eyes act funny sometimes, but they don't hurt. It'll all go away. Nobody's gonna get me in a hospital. Come on, Eddie.
I'd sure like to, but my birthday's coming up, and Dad promised me a new chemistry set. You aren't sore, are you, Jimmy?
No, I'm not sore. But you won't tell anybody where I'm going, will you?
No, I won't tell.
Wait here 5 minutes before you come out. Then nobody will see us together. That's the way it's always done. Okay. So long, Eddie. So long, Jimmy.
You've just got to find him, Mr. Matthews, before something happens.
Well, it's still early in the morning. He can't have been gone more than 2 hours. What makes you think he's run away from home?
Oh, I found this note on the kitchen table when I got up to get breakfast.
Thank you. Dear Mom, I know you mean well, but I don't need an operation. Don't worry, I'll be all right. I won't need my catcher's mitt. Give it to Kenny Fisher. Love, Jimmy. What's all this about an operation?
It's his eyes. That's where you've got to find him. And he took his bicycle and we told him not to ride it. He could be killed.
You better let me explain, Mrs. West. You know, Dan, I'm an ophthalmologist, an eye specialist.
Yes, I know.
Well, last week, Jimmy was accidentally hit over the eye with a baseball bat. It didn't seem too serious at first. And then he started stumbling and bumping into things and complaining of flashes of light. Mr. and Mrs. West brought him to my office 2 days ago. After a thorough examination, I discovered a traumatic strabismus.
Just a minute, Doctor. You've just lost me.
Well, that is, the blow on his head impaired the coordination of his eye muscles. He couldn't focus properly, judge distance.
That's why he was bumping into things?
Yes. We also found evidence of a detached retina. That would cause blind spots in his field of vision.
And he's riding a bicycle in that condition. It was all I could do to keep my husband from getting out of his sickbed to go and find him.
It is serious, Dan. The boy needs absolute quiet. Now, ordinarily, I would insist that Jimmy'd go to the hospital immediately while I arrange for an operation.
Jimmy's afraid of hospitals. We thought we'd made him understand how necessary this operation is.
Tell me, Doctor, is the boy in danger of losing his eyesight?
Yes, there is a danger. A slight blow or a minor accident could increase the retinal detachment. I'm afraid I couldn't be optimistic of an operation under those conditions.
I'm afraid we're just going to have to try and find him.
Oh, thank you.
Are there any relatives in this area he might go to?
Just his father in Ridgely.
His father? I thought you and Mr. West lived here.
Oh, Mr. West is Jimmy's stepfather. Jimmy's real father is James Adams. But Jimmy wouldn't go there.
How can you say that?
Jimmy knows his father would check back with me if he showed up there all of a sudden.
I'm sure he would if you were on friendly terms.
Oh, we are. We take Jimmy to see his father 3 or 4 times a year. We're quite good friends. But Jimmy knows his real father's away on a business trip. We got a letter just last week.
Well, if he's going to run away, he might want company, maybe a kid his own age.
Well, I've called the parents of all the children Jimmy plays with. None of them have seen him.
Why don't you give me a list of all his pals and his playmates, and I'll check them out.
One by one, the Highway Patrol questioned Jimmy's young friends and their parents. No one had seen Jimmy Adams that morning, and no one knew of any plan to run away. Parks and playgrounds were covered with negative results. Then, for the second time that morning, a patrol car stopped before the home of Eddie Streeter, a close friend of Jimmy's.
Hi, you Eddie Streeter?
Uh-huh.
I talked to your mother about a half hour ago. I said I'd call back.
Mom's next door.
Yeah, I know, but I want to talk to you. Oh, by the way, I'm Dan Matthews, Highway Patrol. You want to check my credentials?
They're okay. Won't you come in?
Thanks. Eddie, tell me, how's your friend Jimmy?
Jimmy? Oh, he's okay. Jimmy who?
Jimmy Adams. I understand you're very good friends.
Yeah, I guess so.
When'd you see him last?
Last night. Yeah, last night.
Well, you know that Jimmy's going to have an operation on his eyes, don't you? Now, it's not going to hurt him a bit, Eddie, but it's very important to him, because if Jimmy gets a bump on the head or hurt, he's liable to have trouble seeing for the rest of his life. That'd be pretty bad, wouldn't it?
Uh-huh.
Well, there's one thing he can do for a pal like Jimmy. Tell me where he is.
What'll you do to him when you find him? Arrest him for running away?
No, it won't be anything like that. We'll just make sure he gets the operation, that's all.
Will you tell him I told you?
Not if you don't want me to. Now, where is he? Come on, Eddie, where's he going?
He's going up to Lake Dawson.
Lake Dawson on a bike? That's 75 miles away.
Yeah, Jimmy.
Oh, wait a minute. How's he going to get there? What highway's he going to take? Do you know?
I don't know, mister. He didn't tell me a thing. I don't know.
One thing. When did you see him last?
About a half an hour ago. I don't know.
Eddie, you've done Jimmy a big favor.
You won't tell him I told you, will you, mister?
That's the way you want it, and that's the way it's going to be. Is that a deal? Thanks. Kid's on his way to Lake Dawson on a bike. He can't be too far away.
What route's he taking?
I don't know. He's got 3 choices. So have we. We might be able to pick him up before he gets too far out of town. Call headquarters.
Whenever the laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. Highway patrol officers are frequently able to apprehend lawbreakers through tracing the vehicle used in the crime. The criminal must have transportation to and from the scene. On October 13th in Hartsville, Steve Stanky, a seasoned criminal, solved his transportation problem through the use of an innocent taxicab driver.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
What can I do for you? This is a stick-up. Just act natural now. Turn around. Turn around. Get inside. This way to keep the dough. Where's the heavy dough?
That's all there is. I just got back from the bank.
Don't give me that. I know you got more around here. Now, where is it?
You think I'd be foolish enough not to give it to you if I had it? I tell you, that's all there is. I'm sorry, mister.
You ought to be. Get going, out of town, fast!
Hello? Highway Patrol. This is Wilcox gas station, baseline in 15. I've just been held up and shot. Yeah, a guy in a taxi. Dark hair, medium height.
Headquarters to 3822 at 211 at Wilcox's service station. Baseline in 15th.
That's only about 3 minutes from here. You want to take it?
Yeah.
2150 to headquarters.
Go ahead, 2150.
I'll take the 211 at baseline and 15th. Cancel 3822. 10-4.
What you slowing down for?
Traffic signal ahead. Just missed the green.
Run the red.
You want to get yourself killed or something?
Okay, but no tricks, do you understand?
There's a real getaway car for you.
Hey! There's a gunman in my cab!
Turn around. Take Highway 34.
Well, I'm almost out of gas.
Shut up! Get going!
Headquarters to 2150.
2150 by.
A shooting at intersection of US 34 and State 429. Suspect answers description of man who held up the Wilcox station. Suspect commandeered sports car. License number SXT 5310, SXT 5310, and escaped southbound on Highway 34.
Get out an APB and stand by. Highway turn up on 34 for, about 8 miles. That sports car will be doing about 100.
You make the intersection of 199 in about 4 minutes. Then you'll have 3 choices, right, left, or straight ahead.
Yeah, that's it. It's going to take 15 minutes to set up 3 roadblocks in that area. 2150 to headquarters.
Headquarters by.
Tell watch officer. Set up 3 roadblocks. White's Creek and Saddle Mountain on 199. Feather Landing on 34. We're heading for the scene of the shooting. 10-4.
Okay, he's off.
Huh?
Slow down. That clump of trees over there. Pull in there.
What are you going to do?
Pull in there, I said. All right, stay put. Okay, get out. I said get out!
Mister, please. I won't tell anybody. I won't say a word. Just leave me here. Please, mister. Please. Listen, give me a break, will you? I haven't done anything to you. You just can't shoot me in cold blood.
I can't, huh?
Wait. Why don't you take the car and leave me here if you're afraid I'm going to run for help? Tie me up to one of those trees or something.
Yeah, sure. Got a piece of rope on you?
There might be something in the car.
Okay, it's your life. I'll say this for you, kid. You're thinking. But for your sake, there better be something there. I haven't got all day, and as far as I'm concerned, this gadget'll do the trick. Tough luck, kid.
There must be something around here. Why don't I take a look in those trees?
Yeah.
I'll take a look over there.
We'll take a look over behind the trees. We won't be looking for any rope. Get moving. I wasted enough time with you already.
I've got it. I've got it. We'll use my tie and my belt. Okay? Yeah, that's it. Tell me that'll do it. Come on. We'll use my tie and my belt.
Yeah. Might at that. You know, kid, you just thought your way back to life.
At the scene of the shooting, the ambulance had already removed Sergeant Whitehead's body. The witnesses had little to offer. But the taxi driver was able to give a complete description of the gunman and the sports car in which he had escaped.
Can I go now?
I'd like to have you come down to headquarters, take a look at our mugshots. Might be able to identify your passenger.
Sure thing.
Right, thanks. Did you get anything on the roadblock?
No, but Whitehead was dead on arrival at the hospital.
Come on, let's get on the road.
You're okay, chum. You're even better than some gas stations I know.
That by now there must be roadblocks and broadcasts with the description of the sports car. His immediate problem was twofold: to get off the main highways and to obtain another getaway car. Sports cars of any description had come through the block. This meant that the suspect was probably still in the area. Methodically, efficiently, the highway patrol searched the side roads and feeder routes, relentlessly diminishing the perimeter of possibility within which the killer of Sergeant Whitehead had to be hiding.
Take a look. Keep me covered.
An apparently abandoned shack might offer temporary haven to the killer. Any possible hiding place was worth a thorough search. Even a negative finding has some value in police work. The killer had apparently not visited the shack. One more possible ruled out. The search continued, and the area was narrowing.
Howdy, stranger. Where'd you come from?
You live in that house up there?
Why, yes.
Anybody home up there now?
Why, yes, my wife.
Come on, we'll go have a talk with her.
Look, fella, I got my work to do.
You have a little cape? Put your hands down. Just act natural. Come on, get up the house. Come on.
Persistent, thorough searching of the secondary roads had paid off. The finding of the sports car, engine still warm, definitely pinpointed the suspect in the area.
Still warm.
Well, they can't be very far away then. Let's get started up there. $21.50 to headquarters.
Station 5.
Stolen car found abandoned on Dirt Road, 1 mile east of Highway 34. Send all available units immediately. 10-4?
10-4.
Now let's go.
You finished with that field so soon, Edward?
No, May, you see this?
Come on, over in the chair, down in the chair.
Edward, what is this?
All right, Ma, don't flip your lid. Just sit down and be quiet. Nobody will get hurt.
Edward, who is this man?
He doesn't know. What he don't know won't hurt him. Or you either, man. Got a car?
Yeah.
Where is it?
Outside.
Got gas in it?
I just filled it up yesterday.
Good. Give me the keys.
They're in the car.
You wouldn't fool me, would you, Pop?
I said they're in the car.
They better be.
What are you doing?
That all depends on you two. Stand up, Pop. Come on. Turn around. Okay, Ma, now it's your turn. The law's out front, Pop. Get rid of them.
But how?
That's up to you. Get rid of them, Pop.
Yes, sir?
Good afternoon. Matthews, Highway Patrol.
Yes, sir?
You haven't seen any strangers around in the past hour, have you?
No.
Did you happen to see a sports car down the road?
No, sir. Why, what's the matter?
Well, we're looking for a man who killed a highway patrolman about a half hour ago, and we thought he might have come this way.
No, sir. I ain't seen anyone around.
Well, he's armed and dangerous. If you happen to see a stranger, don't try and hold him. Just notify the highway patrol.
Yes, sir. I understand.
Oh, by the way, may I use your phone?
We ain't got a phone, sir.
Oh.
Excuse me, mister, but my wife's awful sick and I gotta go and take care of her.
Okay. Thanks anyway.
That's okay.
Nice going, Pop. You ought to be in the movies.
Let my wife go. Can't you see her scaring her?
Well, it's better than having to shoot her. We'll just hold this post till the cop pulls out. Lock the door. Come on.
We'll give you all the money we have. And the car. What more do you want?
Look, mister, whatever your name is, why don't you just take the car and leave us be?
I just can't stand much more of this.
Ma, I'm afraid you just don't have much choice. Don't be foolish, Pop.
Can't you see what you're doing to my wife?
Look, Pop, let's get this straight. I don't care what I'm doing to your wife. And I'll go when I'm ready to go. Now, the best thing you can do is just calm her down.
Something screwy going on.
What?
That farmer, I pulled the old telephone gag on him. Then he said he didn't have a phone. But there's a wire leading right from the telephone pole right to his house. Wait a minute.
What?
You hear that?
What about it?
Farmer doesn't leave his tractor standing in the field with the motor running unless somebody forced him to. I'm going back up to that farm. Keep me covered.
Now, just take it easy. Everything will be just like it was before.
Yes, Edward.
You're not as good an actor as I thought, Pop. That cop's coming back.
I did the best I could.
Shut up. I'll handle this.
Highway Patrol, open up. Okay, I'm coming in after you.
I wouldn't try that if I were you, copper. You make one move and I let this lady have it.
Who's in there beside the farmer and his wife?
That's all. Just Ma and Pop and me.
What did you do with the driver of the sports car?
He was in the way. I got rid of him.
Isn't one killing enough?
One's enough to hang you. The rest are on the house. And I'll bump off anybody that gets in my way. You think I'm kidding? Tell him, Pop.
That's true, officer. He's got his gun on my wife. Please get out of here, officer. If you don't, he's going to kill her. Please.
You can't get through. We got roadblocks all over the area. And patrolmen on every highway. You won't get through. You can't.
Oh, yes, I can. I got a pass. Ma here. She's going with me.
Okay, I guess you win this time.
Now you're being smart, copper. There's no sense in having the death of a couple of innocent bystanders on your conscience, is there? So get on down to your car and get out of here. One more thing.
What's that?
I got you covered all the way. Me, I don't like shooting innocent bystanders any more than you do. So get going and keep going. You and me make a good team, Ma. Mind if I borrow your old lady for a while, Pop?
No, please.
Sorry, we can't take you along, but three's a crowd, you know. Give me the telephone wire. Turn around.
We're out of sight of the farmhouse, aren't we?
Yeah.
2150 to all units. 2150 to all units. Suspect has been located at a farmhouse on Route 417, a mile and 3/10 east of Highway 34. 10-4? You give me a couple of minutes start. Then go back to the farmhouse and keep that guy talking.
What are you going to do?
Well, I'm going to try and go around the back way. There's got to be a way to get in from the rear. Whatever you do now, keep that guy talking.
Right.
Don't move, Ma. Yeah, pop that ought to hold you for a while. Okay, Ma, come on, let's go. comes another cop. I'm liable to have to shoot you folks after all.
Can you hear me in there?
I hear you, and I see you, copper. And I aim to put a slug right under that pretty little gold badge of yours if you're not out of here in 30 seconds.
Now listen to me.
I said 30 seconds.
Listen, haven't you killed enough people today?
No, only one cop.
Give yourself up now.
I'm coming out. And the lady's coming out ahead of me. And if you're still there, you're going to be a long time dead.
What's that going to get you?
Out! That's what it's going to get me. I'm giving you a warning, copper. I'm coming out on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
What did you do with the driver of the sports car?
I tied him to a tree off the highway. How'd you guys know I was here?
I got the message by telephone. The one he said he didn't have. The Highway Patrol story next week is a very unusual one. We hope you'll be with us. Until then, remember, the clowns at the circus, they're real funny. But on the highway, they're murder. This is Roderick Crawford saying see you next week.
Whenever the laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. Along with the apprehension of persons suspected of a crime, the Highway Patrol is concerned with obtaining evidence that will prove those persons innocent or guilty. In the trial of murder suspect George Crenshaw, the evidence seemed to indicate guilty, until a young artist named Molly Weems headed for the office of the Highway Patrol to give new information concerning the murder of which Crenshaw was accused.
Citations for double parking. I'm a police reporter, remember? I'm looking for news.
Sorry, Joe.
I don't know. Every day there's murder, robbery, hijacking. But when I come on duty, crime takes a holiday.
Maybe you should join the patrol.
Yeah, that's what my editor's beginning to think.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to speak with the officer in charge, please.
That would be Mr. Matthews. Maybe I could help you.
Well, it's important. Very important.
Would you like to tell me what it's about?
It's about George Crenshaw. He didn't commit those murders. They can't convict him at that trial. I saw the man who killed those people. It wasn't George Crenshaw.
Would you give me your name, please?
Weems. Molly Weems.
One moment, Miss Weems. I think you should see Mr. Matthews.
Excuse me, Miss Weems. I'm Joe Macklin of the Chronicle. I couldn't help overhearing.
Please. I just want to talk with Mr. Matthews about this.
Why Matthews? Why don't you want to go to the district attorney?
Well, I don't know. I live pretty far out in Sunrise Park. The highway patrol covers that area.
I see.
Miss Williams, I'm Matthews. Won't you come in, please?
Dan.
I'll see you later.
Can I talk to them for a minute?
Sorry, Joe, not now.
Look, I've got a deadline in about 20 minutes. Just give me something I can phone in.
There's nothing I can give you.
You heard her. She said that Crenshaw didn't kill those people. She saw somebody else do it.
She could be wrong.
Yeah, but if she isn't wrong, I lose out on the news beat. Oh, look, come on. I can get a photographer down here in 5 minutes. At least let me get some pictures before deadline time.
No pictures. Not without permission.
Well, Matthews is right in his office. Can't we get permission?
You know better than that, Joe. He's questioning a witness.
That Crenshaw trial is big news. It's been big news for weeks. It looks like a sure conviction. Just let me get something.
Sorry, Joe. Not now.
Weems Molly, 1233 Sunrise Drive, Sunrise Park. Sunrise Park.
I tell you, Mr. Matthews, I saw the real killer. It wasn't George Crenshaw. I know it wasn't.
Can you describe this man?
Yes, I can.
The murders were committed 6 weeks ago. At night.
There was a moon. It was bright enough for me to get a good look at him.
Did he happen to see you?
Yes. I must have cried out or made some kind of a noise because he turned and shouted at me. He even shot at me. But I ducked through the trees and ran. I thought I'd lost him, but he must have followed me.
You saw a man commit 2 murders and did nothing about it.
I was going to. When I got home, I was too sick, too frightened from what I'd seen. A few hours later, there was a news broadcast. It said the killer had been arrested.
Did you know it was the wrong man?
No. I didn't know till the next morning when I saw the picture in the paper. George Crenshaw's picture. It wasn't the same man I'd seen in the park.
You still did nothing about it?
I was afraid. Too afraid. I started getting calls, threats. He even sent me threatening notes. I got one almost every day.
Do you happen to have any of them?
Oh, no, I burned them. I didn't want anyone to know I could identify a killer who was still at large. Mr. Matthews, I know I was wrong, but ever since the trial began, I've been getting those calls, those letters. I can't sleep, can't eat, can't think straight. You've got to believe me.
Tell me, what made you stop being afraid? What made you decide to tell us the whole story?
If George Crenshaw is convicted, he'll be sentenced to death. He's innocent, Mr. Matthews. He's not a killer.
Not a killer? Or not the killer?
Don't try to trap me or trick me into thinking I've said the wrong thing. Please don't do that to me. Mr. Matthews, I'm not crazy. I'm not some crank or a giddy female looking for publicity. I'm trying to save the courts from executing the wrong man. George Crenshaw didn't kill those people in Sunrise Park. I can describe the real murderer. You must believe that.
Well, excuse me, won't you? Corey, run a check on the Weems girl. Where she's from, how she lives, where she lives, who her friends are. Also get me a record of the Crenshaw trial, will you? Well, I want some mugshots. And brief the DA on this.
Right. Think she's telling the truth?
If she's not, she's going to a lot of trouble for a phony story. And so are we.
Hello, this is Macklin. Give me the rewrite desk. Yeah, make it fast. Harry, Macklin. Something's breaking on the Crenshaw case again. Take this down, will you? Ready? Okay. With the jury still contemplating the fate of George Crenshaw, an attractive mystery girl identified as Molly Weems at Weems, W-E-E-M-S, 1233 Sunrise Drive, yeah, Sunrise Drive, appeared at Highway Patrol headquarters this morning to claim that Crenshaw was innocent of the killings for which he was on trial. You got that? Okay, now here's some more.
While Joe Macklin relayed his story to the Daily Chronicle, the Highway Patrol worked to authenticate Molly Weems' story. Every statement she made was noted and compared with the evidence established at the Crenshaw trial. Her description of the killer was checked against the mugshots of known criminals. When she could not identify any of the photos, it was arranged for her to testify before the district attorney.
See you in a minute, Mr. Matthews.
The DA's expecting us. We're late now.
This may save you a trip.
Excuse me.
All right. 3040 just checked in. They've been questioning Miss Weems' landlord.
What'd they find out?
She's only lived on Sunrise Drive about 5 months. Her hometown is North Winston.
North Winston?
You've heard of it, all right. It's George Crenshaw's hometown, too.
That's only a whistle stop.
200 or 300 people. Small enough for them to have been neighbors or good friends.
Well, if she's protecting Crenshaw in this way, they must have been more than good friends. All right, Miss Williams, out.
I thought we were seeing a district attorney.
He'll be here soon enough when he finds out about the lies you've been telling.
Lies?
Done a good job. You almost had me convinced.
Why are you so determined to prove I'm a liar? Why don't you believe me?
Well, for one thing, you said the moonlight helped you spot the killer. Court records show there was no moon that night.
All right, there wasn't a moon. I was witnessing a double murder. I expected to give weather reports, too. All I know is I saw the man who killed those people, and it wasn't George Crenshaw.
How long have you known Crenshaw?
I don't know him. I told you that.
When you were neighbors back in North Winston, you probably went to school dances together. I don't know why you're doing this. But, Miss Williams, you're protecting a killer.
No, George isn't a killer. He wouldn't kill anyone.
George? All right, why don't you tell me the truth?
All right, I was lying. And the reason is the same one you've probably heard 1,000 times before. I love him. 3 years ago, George and I were going to be married. But I broke the engagement. George moved away from North Winston. I was too proud, too stupid to stop him.
Go on.
A few months ago, I moved to Sunrise Park. I had no idea George was living there, too. I'd forgotten him, lost track of him. Then I read about the murders and the trial. I couldn't believe any of it. George isn't a killer. I kept telling myself they were wrong. They had to be wrong. George couldn't kill anyone. There was nothing I could do for him during the trial. I just stood aside, reading about it, watching the evidence pile up against him, knowing they were wrong. They had to be wrong. Then the case came before the jury with all that evidence against him. I had to show them they were wrong. I couldn't let him die. Do you understand, Mr. Matthews, that I couldn't let him die?
All right, Corey. You can take her home now.
I'm all right now. I'll be able to drive.
You sure? We don't want any accidents.
I'll be careful, thank you. I'm terribly sorry for making such a fool of myself, Mr. Matthews. Are you going to file charges?
You signed no statements. There's nothing we can hold you on. Would you do me a favor? Go home now, please.
Hey, Dad. That's the Weems girl, isn't it? Where's she going?
Home?
Home. You gonna let her run around unguarded with a killer at large?
There's no killer. She was lying.
Lying?
It's a good thing she was lying. It's a good thing other reporters don't have your lack of responsibility. Otherwise, the only witnesses we'd have would be dead ones.
What?
The story you printed, you gave her name and address. If there had been a killer, the only thing you didn't do for him was load the gun.
Honest, Dan, I never even thought
Let's go.
Hey, Dan, wait a minute, listen.
That Molly Weems had admitted her story was false, reporter Joe Macklin drove to her house for an interview. It was he who found her, the victim of a murder attempt.
Stay right here. I'll get an ambulance.
Within 20 minutes, Molly Weems was on her way to the hospital, and the highway patrol was investigating the shooting.
Where'd you find her, Joe?
She'd fallen just about here, Dan. She was facing this way. When I drove up, she was just coming to.
Well, the shot must have come from that direction. Corey, get some men out here. Have them check the area for tire tracks, footprints, anything.
Yes.
Might have been a wild shot, Dan. From a hunter's rifle.
Sure. Hunting for Molly Weems.
Why? Why would anyone want to kill her?
Because she could identify the killer.
You told me she never saw any killer, that she was lying.
Sure she was lying. But only you and I know that.
Hey, wait a minute, Dan. The way you phrase it, you seem to think that Molly was telling the truth and didn't realize it.
Starting to look that way.
But if that's the case, then the real Sunrise Park killer is at large and Crenshaw is innocent. Hey, that's a big story, Dan. Will you give me a statement on it?
No, Joe, not yet, but very soon.
When?
Sooner than you think.
The bullet that might have killed Molly Weems was identified as a .30-30 rifle slug, but there was no direct lead to the owner of that rifle. The area from which the rifle had been fired was examined carefully, but no leads were found. The victim herself could offer no clues to the identity of the would-be murderer.
Well, he didn't do a very good job on me. The doctor says I only have to stay here overnight.
I'd like to have you stay here a little longer. I've talked to the doctor about it.
Well, if it isn't necessary.
I'm afraid it is necessary. I'd like permission to move into your home because I think you're going to receive a visitor. I'd like to be there when he arrives.
What are you building, Dan?
The story that you want.
Oh?
All right, you can print that the Highway Patrol says the shooting of Molly Weems was a deliberate attempt to silence a material witness. And while we're investigating the shooting, Miss Weems is being kept under guard at her home. At her home. When her condition improves, she's expected to offer a detailed description of the man who she believes to be the real Sunrise Park killer. Until then, no further action can be taken on the testimony she's given to date.
It wasn't long before the story took effect. While the Highway Patrol waited, the man who shot Molly Weems made his way to her house. His second visit to the area in 2 days. But this time, his visit was no surprise. The patrol had installed a radio in the Weems house where Matthews, staked out, could control and direct his units.
What's wrong out there?
You a reporter?
That's right.
Got a press card?
Sure. Who are you?
Brand new member of the 4th Estate. Get out. Come on. Get over by that tree. Got it. Over there. Get up. Turn around.
While Macklin was being subdued, Sergeant Corey, who was stationed outside the Weems house, reported to Matthews that all was quiet, that the undercover cars concealed in the Sunrise Park area had nothing to report.
I'll stand by. Can't be quiet forever.
Hi. 1 minute. Mind if I ask what you're doing here? You with the Chronicle?
That's right.
Where's Joe Macklin? He usually covers a police beat in this area.
Well Joe, he's on another assignment. Feature stuff.
What's your name?
Reagan, Ralph Reagan.
Your press card just refers to the bearer. There's no name on it.
Oh, some are like that, some are untransferable, and others, well, they're
I know that, but I'll have to have further identification if you don't mind.
Oh, sure.
That's all right. 1 minute. I have to clear all visitors.
What do you mean, clear them?
Regulations. Just take a minute. 3822 to 2150.
2150.
I have a reporter here named Reagan from the Chronicle.
What about the other guy, that Joe Macklin?
He says he's on another assignment.
You know this guy, Reagan?
No. He has one of those transferable press cards, but his ID checks out. I think he's okay.
All right, send him in.
Go in, Mr. Reagan.
Thanks a lot.
Sit down, Reagan, sit down. Nice to have somebody to talk to. What do you say to a cigarette?
Thanks. My first story, I guess I'm kind of nervous. Not used to this police beat.
Oh, I see. Here. Try again.
Thanks.
Nothing to be nervous about? I suppose Macklin's briefed you on the whole story.
No, he hasn't. You see, I was sort of a last-minute replacement. Well, look, if Miss Weems isn't going to be here, I don't want to bother you anymore.
That's all right. Sit down. Enjoy your cigarette, kid. Did you expect to find her here?
I told you, I wasn't filled in on this story at all. In fact, this is my first outside assignment.
Oh, I see.
Hey! Give me a hand, will you? What happened, Joe? Some guy stopped my car and clobbered me with a gun butt. Must have been the back end of a howitzer.
Come on.
Oh, look, if I can't interview Miss Weems, I better get moving now. Sorry to bother you.
Oh, no bother at all. Oh, by the way, say hello to Joe for me, will you?
Joe, yeah, sure will. Oh, see you. That girl didn't identify the killer yet, did she?
No, not yet.
Do you think she's on the level?
Why? Shouldn't she be?
Oh, I don't know. I figure what with Crenshaw almost convicted, it seemed kind of funny, you know.
Oh? What's funny?
Let's just bust right in there and get that bum.
No, if he has Dan at gunpoint, it would just force him to shoot.
Look, he couldn't have known Dan was in there. Chances are he's trying to make a graceful exit right now.
We've got to let Dan know who he is.
Sure. Let's send him a singing telegram.
I've got a better way than that. 3822 to 2150.
Excuse me.
Look, I better get going.
2150.
I've got a message from headquarters for that reporter.
What message?
I've got a message for that reporter from headquarters.
Stay where you are, will you? All right, let's have it.
Look, I can get it outside.
Oh, please, stay where you are. All right, give me the message.
About those news pictures that were taken of the witness in the Crenshaw case.
What pictures?
The ones that were taken before she was shot. Headquarters wants to approve them before they're printed. Ask him if they're ready yet.
You sure?
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Did you see some pictures that were taken of Miss Molly Williams?
No, I don't.
Well, these are pictures they were taken before she was shot.
Sure. I heard about those pics. I hear they were pretty good.
Did you get a chance to look at them?
Well, they weren't finished, but I heard the photographers talking about them.
Well, we'd like to okay them before they're published.
Oh, sure thing. I'll tell the boss.
All right, fine. Thanks very much.
You're welcome. See you later.
Right. All right, hold it, you phony. Get your hands up, put them on top of your head. Move over here. Start moving out. Come on, right now.
Some newspaper, man. Give me my card.
Oh, look at this little beauty. Oh, that's pretty. You could have done a nice, quiet job on Miss Williams with us. Better than your Sunrise Park job.
How'd she know? How'd that Williams they know it was me in the park?
She didn't. She couldn't identify you.
She could. And who did?
You did. Move. I hope you'll be with us again next week. In the meantime, try to be as good a driver as you think you are. This is Bradley Crawford saying, see you next week.
Whenever the laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. Ways of striking it rich. Some do it with a prospector's pick, some with a gun. But Asa McQueen's strike on March 14th was an exception. It was an unusual discovery. Paper. But a special kind of paper. Large denomination bills in United States currency.
Did you hear about the Cronins? Mary Sims tells me
you told me that last time you were in. And about the Bruners, too.
It's Asa McQueen, Mr. Deadbeat himself. Coming here for credit?
No more credit for him. Told him that last time he was in.
Hello, beautiful.
Now, I told you once, Asa.
You want money? Let's see if I've got a dime. I struck it. Look there, Charlie. $100 bills. Now, you act respectful. You're talking to a rich man. How much do I owe you, Charlie, my boy? 100? We'll take another. I'm doing some buying today.
Thank you, Asa. Thank you. Just name anything you want.
Oh.
I knew you'd hit it someday, Asa. I told everybody that you would.
Now, you run down and get my landlady. Bring Maggie up here. Toot sweet.
I always had good words for you, Asa. Just you ask Charlie.
What was it, Asa? Gold strike? You sell out? Between old friends. Come on, Asa. Where was it?
Will you tell my landlady to wait here? I'm going down to the bank and pay off my loan.
Yes, Mrs. Brown. That escrow should be through next week.
Hang up. Important customers here.
Oh, may I call you back, Miss Brown? Thank you.
That's better. I think I have a small loan here, about $300.
Why, yes, Asa, just a moment. I'll call and get the paper for the
Oh,
correct
you don't
amount.
have to bother. I know it's only $300. And if there's anything left, you can keep it yourself. For past favors to Asa McQueen.
Asa, where'd you get all this money? How much have you there?
I've got plenty here and plenty more where this came from. Where I got it is my little secret. But I'll give you a tip. I haven't been digging those hills for nothing all these years.
But you mine for gold, not for currency. Have you made a strike and sold out for cash?
Well, let's say I made a strike and it resulted in cash. Mark me paid off on the books, will you?
Just a minute, Asa. You're carrying a lot of money. Won't you let me deposit it for you?
Ed, done. You helped me in the past. And later on, I may let you do all my banking for me. But right now, I want to keep my money where I can feel it and see it and spend it wherever I want.
Asa, wait!
Listed as stolen only. A dark green coupe. Right rear window broken.
Highway Patrol, Matthews. All right, hold on a second, will you? Who's this talking? E.L. Dunn, manager, Folkestone Bank. All right, go ahead, please. All right, get me the Acme file, will you? Right away, it's right on top. Say they're all $100 bills? Let me have the serial numbers. Yeah. Yeah, that's right, they all match. Who brought the money in? Asa McQueen, what's it standing in Folkestone? Why don't you keep it quiet? I'll be there in about 20 minutes. Thanks. Contact the FBI. Tell them some of the Acme money showed up in Folkestone.
Yes, sir.
Got a lead? He's a prospect here, but I don't think he's a suspect. We have 4 leads. Here they are. Getting one of them in Folkestone, we're off and running. Let's go.
This is the Highway Patrol, District 12. We have a report on the serial numbers of the $100 bills taken in the Acme armed car robbery on June the 17th.
Hello, Maggie.
Asa, what did you want with me?
If that fits, I'll get you some more.
Oh, this one's a plenty. I'm only your landlady.
I'll buy you a dozen dresses. Asa McQueen, don't forget, who fed him when he was hungry, nursed him when he's sick. And I got some plans if you mind your P's and Q's, old woman.
Don't you call me old woman, you old dog, you.
Rich old dog. And there's more where this came from.
You're going awful fast. Are you sure of your ground?
I found what I found on my claim. My own property. I spent 40 years of thirst and Aches and blisters. I worked them hills hard, and now they paid me what they owe me.
I ain't saying you don't deserve it. I'm saying be careful.
Why, Mag?
Oh, don't think I got designs on you because you got money in your pocket. It's just that, well, a woman gets used to even a mangy old cur dog hanging around.
I might buy you a collar for that old dog. Think it over, woman.
Mr. Dunn, I'm Dan Matthews, Highway Patrol.
How do you do?
How are you, sir? One of my boys are checking with your tellers. I hope you don't mind.
No, not at all. But Asa didn't talk to a teller. He brought the money directly to me. There are the bills.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's part of the armored car job, all right. How long have you known McQueen?
Oh, about 20 years, I guess. He was here when I came with the bank.
Has he ever had this kind of money before?
Mr. Matthews, the only time that I ever knew Asa to have a couple of $100 in a lump sum was right after he'd come in and borrowed it from the bank. He has nothing.
Well, he struck something big this time. How did he explain the $100 bills instead of gold?
Nothing. He seemed very excited and very evasive. He left the money on the desk and practically ran out of the office. I got to wondering. So I checked these bills against the stolen currency list, and then I called your office.
Tell me, has McQueen been away for any length of time in the past month?
Oh, he goes up into the hills frequently for long periods. Look, these bills are stolen, and Asa's carrying a lot more of them. But I'm positive that he's not involved in any robbery.
Well, I can't be as positive as you are. Armored car was held up. Those bills are part of the loot. McQueen brought them to you. I think that involves him just a little, don't you? Mr. Dunn, take a look at these. You seen these men around Folkestone?
All strange faces to me.
Do you know where McQueen lives?
Yes, he lives at Maggie's boarding house when he's in town. It's a few blocks down the street. You can't miss it.
Oh, by the way, I had my office call the FBI. I gave them your name. They're going to take it from here as far as the money's concerned.
You'll find McQueen an interesting old fellow, Mr. Matthews.
Yeah, if we find him, I'm sure he's going to be interesting. Thanks very much, Mr. Dunn.
It's quite all right.
The location of currency bearing serial numbers listed as stolen is often the first step in solving large-scale robberies. But mere possession of such currency is no crime. It must be traced to the criminal. However, in a small town, news travels fast, and the criminal is given valuable time in which to hide his tracks and avoid capture.
Miss Hammond?
Yes?
Highway Patrol.
Oh, come in, please.
Thank you. We hear that Asa McQueen lives here.
Not here right now. I left him down at Charlie's eating place.
Expect him back very soon?
Hard to say. He's celebrating. Is anything wrong?
Have you seen any of these men around Folkestone lately?
This is probably silly, but this looks something like Jesse's star boarder, the Osborne boy. First time he's been back to Folkestone since, must have been 1938 when he left. And Jesse says he just sits in his room there.
Brownie Osborne.
Mr. Armored Truck himself.
Thank you very much, Miss Hammond.
Well, you're welcome.
I think Brownie's working with McQueen.
Now, the way he's spending that money, he must have stumbled over it.
Could be fatal.
Yeah. Let's pick up McQueen. I don't want Brownie to get to him first.
The police were here looking for you.
The police?
Yes, and I know why they were here, Asa. It wasn't because you made a plain, ordinary mining strike.
All right, I found the money. Tin box crammed with it. But I found it hidden on my legal, registered claim, and it's mine.
Well, why don't you tell the police that?
Oh, no. Them hills paid me off for 40 years of looking. And no fancy talk's gonna get it away from me.
Where are you going, Asa?
I'm going down to the claim and pick up the rest of the money. Then I'm going where they can't find me. I'm gonna live in style, old woman. I might even send for you.
I like it here.
Go on. Have it your way.
Oh, he's a fine man. First thing off, he asked me to fetch his landlady. Keeping a rooming house myself, that strikes near home, don't you think? Yeah. I have a good notion to invite him to stay here. Nothing against Maggie, understand? But this is nicer.
What kind of a dump is this? For $10 a week, I gotta listen to your yakety-yak?
I'll call you back later. Tipper, we've got something to be excited about in your old hometown today.
Yeah, what happened? An airplane flyover?
Oh, no, indeed. One of our men discovered a mine.
Well, bully for Folkestone.
I saw him myself, just as he came into town. $100 bills. New ones, a whole fistful of them.
You see notes? Who? Come on, who?
Asa McQueen, old Asa. Lives over at Maggie's.
He sold his find, huh? Is that where he got the money?
He's very mysterious about the whole thing. No one knows where it is, what kind of ore he struck. Nothing.
Yeah. I've been thinking of doing a little prospecting myself. Maybe I ought to talk to him.
Asa's gone back up to his find, and nobody knows where it is.
Has found that there is more to robbery than the mere taking of the valuables. If the property is identifiable, it must be either transported to a distant jurisdiction or concealed until the crime is forgotten. However remote and clever the hiding place, it is sometimes discovered. And there is no criminal more vicious than the one who is protecting the proceeds of his illegal labor. The Highway Patrol did not find Brownie Osborne at Jesse's boarding house.
Miss Fry, Jesse Fry?
Yes, I'm Jessie. Are you looking for a room?
No, I'm Dan Matthews, Highway Patrol. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Highway Patrol? What's wrong? I haven't done anything.
It's not about you, Miss Fry. May I come in?
Yes, please do. My goodness. So much excitement in one day. First Asa McQueen, and now you. That's it. You're looking for Asa McQueen. I knew when I saw him this morning with those $100 bills, he couldn't have come by them honestly. And I said to myself...
Would you mind answering a few questions for me?
But of course not. Won't you sit down?
No, thank you. That's all right.
Now, what do you want to know about Asa?
Well, we're not interested in Asa McQueen at the moment. I'd like to know if you have a boarder here with the name of Osborne, Brownie Osborne.
Yes, he's been here a few weeks now. A strange man, Mr. Matthews.
Is this him?
Yes, but he looks older now.
Is he here?
Not now. I heard him go. You always hear that boy go, slamming doors all the time, shouting to people to keep quiet. Not a good boarder, an unhappy boy, Mr. Matthews.
I can well imagine. You know where he went?
No. Well, he did say something about doing some prospecting, probably because Asa struck it rich. I'll bet that Osborne boy's in trouble. That's why you're here. Am I right, Mr. Matthews?
Somebody might be in trouble. Now, if Osborne comes back, I want you to leave the house without his knowing and call the Highway Patrol right away.
I certainly will, Mr. Matthews. Goodbye.
Goodbye, and thanks very much.
I must call Elsie right away.
I don't know where he is, and what's more, I don't care.
Any hint at all what this claim might be?
He'll find out there's more to a piece of soul than eating and dressing fancy.
You're sure you have no idea what the claim is?
Why are you folks so interested in Asa?
We checked Jesse's boarding house. Osborne's not there. We think he's looking for McQueen. We also think McQueen stumbled on some of the money from the robbery, $90,000 of it. The man that stole it killed to get it. He's not adverse to killing to keep it.
But not Asa. Why don't you catch that Osborne boy?
Miss Hammond, there's 1,000 square miles of mountain up there.
I don't know where the claim is. I never meddled in Asa's business. It's just a claim.
His claim? Is it recorded?
Yes. He made a point of that.
On the radio right now. County seat claims office.
The county mining claims file revealed that Asa McQueen had registered a location in the Devil's Creek Canyon area 2 years before. A check with patrol headquarters showed no units deployed in the vicinity.
We got 4 possibles whose MO fits the armored car job, right?
That's right.
It's been nearly 9 months since the bank robbery. Doesn't seem likely they'd sit around a town like Folkestone that long.
Yeah, that's the trouble. Robbery took place a long ways from Folkestone. Now, the heist man wouldn't figure we'd look for him in a small town. But once he gets to Folkestone, a small town like this, he'd attract attention. Unless he tried to prove himself legitimate. You check those points on the map carefully. I wish one of us knew this country better.
Well, the map's pretty clear. I don't think we'll have any trouble.
I wish we could say the same for the prospector. If Osborne is after him, well, the poor old guy probably went back for his money. He's going to wind up with a bag full of lead.
Maybe Osborne didn't take out after him. Maybe he left town.
After waiting this long for the money? For the prospector's sake, I hope you're right.
See, it'll be about a mile northeast if the claim marker's accurate.
I'll come out. Do you hear me? I'll come out. Hold your fire.
Sounds like the shot came from over there.
Go on.
There's the old man.
That's rifle fire. The guy doesn't pick us off.
The old man moved. He's still alive.
Let's see if we can make it to him.
Who are you kidding, cops? I got you at range.
It's his leg.
See what you can do for him.
Smart, aren't you? Where you going from there?
Seen better cover myself.
We're not going to do any good when we get within pistol range. He's got a lot of ammo, too. How's he doing?
He needs attention bad.
He's out of sight. We'll be outflanked any minute. He'll keep moving back and forth. It's just a matter of time till he gets a clear shot at us. Can't tell which angle he'll flank us from next. Let me have your 6-incher. Way out of range. I'll try it again. About 5 feet high and 2 feet upwind.
Close.
Lucky. This range can go 3 feet either side.
We can drop one on him.
Dreamer. At least we got him to pull his head in for a second. All right, reload. Look. You see if you can pin him down. I'll try and get within pistol range.
Too risky. If my first shot doesn't make him duck, he'll pick you off.
What are we going to do? Wait for the cavalry to come and rescue us? No, aim 5 over and 2 up. Correct as you see him hit.
Look, why don't you cover me? I'm younger, maybe faster.
I'm old enough to be scared. That makes me just as fast. Go ahead. Drop it, Brownie. Feel like moving?
I'm just lying here thinking, what's the point in going back? Bought all that stuff. I owe more money than I ever pay.
I don't think they'll press you for the few hundred you spent.
Seek, and you shall find. I've done my seeking, mister. Where's my find?
Well, that all depends on what a man's looking for.
Bullet in my leg? My age, I can't make it back to the hills anymore. I gotta stay in Folkestone.
Well, why don't you look there?
Folkestone?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I might register my next claim there.
See the Highway Patrol in action again next week. Until then, remember, leave blood at the Red Cross, not on the highway. This is Bradley Crawford saying, see you next week.
Whenever the laws of any state are broken, a duly authorized organization swings into action. It may be called the state police, state troopers, militia, the rangers, or the highway patrol. These are the stories of the men whose training, skill, and courage have enforced and preserved our state laws. Christmas time, the holiday season, a time of merry confusion and festive excitement, long shopping lines and short tempers. Stores are crowded, offices close early, highways become congested with drivers on shopping sprees and families traveling to be with friends and relatives. This Christmas, like any Christmas, the Highway Patrol went to extra lengths to curb traffic accidents and prevent holiday tragedies. But unfortunately, all tragedies cannot be prevented with traffic controls.
Laura? I'm home. Laura? Julie? Where is everyone? Julie? Ted, dear, I've tried, I really have, but it just won't work. Julie and I have gone to my sister's in Silver Shores. Please, Ted, don't ask us to come back. Not yet anyway. Not till you and I are able to talk sense to each other and mean what we say. I'm sorry, Laura. Some Christmas.
Be able to find us if we're not home.
We'll put Aunt Sue's address on the letter, Julie.
Will he bring me a real live dog?
Let's hope so. You'll be sure and tell him about it in your letter.
I know all about that, Sue, but when did Laura talk to you? Well, then she couldn't have left here very long ago. She didn't expect to drive all night with Julie in the car, did she? Oh, I see. Well, she didn't say which motel she was stopping at, did she?
I wish Daddy was with us. He said he'd take me to see Santa.
Oh, I know, dear. But Daddy's been so busy.
Daddy's always busy. Do you still love Daddy?
Yes. Of course I do, honey. But, well, Daddy's so busy. He works so hard. He's away so much. He doesn't know how much we miss him.
I miss him right now. I don't think I'll like it at Aunt Sue's.
Well, maybe he'll miss us this time, huh?
No, I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Now, don't tell her anything. Just forget I even called. Yeah, thanks, Sue. Right. Goodbye.
Evening, ladies.
Good evening. I see you have a vacancy.
Yes. Just the two of you?
Yes.
Suppose Daddy meets us here, Mommy.
He won't be meeting us, Julie. Just the two of us. Twin beds if possible.
Well, yes, sir. You just drive over to Cottage 8. Most places call them cabins, but we call them cottages. Sounds more dignified and respectable. It's my wife's idea. She's just full of dignified and respectable ideas. It's good for business, too.
Thank you.
Mommy, if we can go see Santa, we'd be sure he'd get my list.
We'll mail it first thing in the morning, special delivery. He'll be sure to get it in time for Christmas, okay? Now you stop your fretting and go to sleep.
It isn't even dark out.
Well, it will be dark the minute you shut your eyes. You try it. Now you go right to sleep so we can get an early start in the morning, Because we've got a long drive ahead of us. Good night, dear.
Night, Mom.
Okay, thanks. Matthews, go ahead. So a kid is lost. What about this? Christmas time, they get lost all the time in department stores. What's this? When? What time? All right, I'll tell you what. I'll switch you to communications. You give them a description. We'll send out an APB. Now tell the mother to stay exactly where she is. Yeah, we'll be there as soon as we can.
That's right. Where is she? Right over there in Cottage 8.
You run this place?
You bet. 14 years in this one spot. Clean, respectable, and dignified. Never a speck of trouble here until now. Oh, it's a terrible thing. Bad for business, too.
Stick around. We might want to talk to you later.
Yes.
Mrs. Spitz?
Yes.
This is Sergeant Corey. I'm Dan Matthews, Highway Patrol.
Come in, please come in. Is there any news about Julie?
No, just a report you sent in. We want some more details. When did you find she was missing?
Oh, this morning about 6 o'clock when the alarm went off. She was sleeping right here in this bed last night, and when I woke up this morning, she was gone. I don't understand it. I don't understand it at all.
Yeah, I can see her clothes are still here.
Yes, all but her coat and her slippers. Oh, she's just getting over a cold, too.
Mrs. Spaeth, where were you headed? On this trip, I mean.
Well, to Silver Shores. My sister lives there. We were going there for Christmas.
And Mr. Spaeth?
Well, he's at home in town.
For the holidays?
Well, he's been very busy. He's been terribly busy, and he hasn't been able to get away at all this year.
What sort of work does he do?
Well, he's an architect. A very good one. He's working on a large project for the city right now, and, well, he hasn't had much time for anything.
How old is your daughter?
Just 6, 2 months ago.
Her father, he hasn't got time to be with her, not even for Christmas.
Well, Ted's worked a long time for this opportunity, and, well, I'm afraid Julie's used to not having Ted around.
What do you mean, used to it? You having trouble in the family, something that might make Julie want to run away from home?
Julie wouldn't run away, Mr. Matthews. I know she wouldn't. She just wouldn't run away.
Corey, call headquarters. Get a couple of lab men out here. Alert all the roadblocks. Get in touch with the sheriff's posse. We'll need them to help cover the countryside.
Okay, Dan.
She can't be too far away, can she, Mr. Matthews?
Well, there's a lot of open country around here, and we don't know what time she disappeared.
But she's so little. A 6-year-old can't cover much ground.
She might have had help.
In a matter of minutes, the area around the motel was checked thoroughly for physical evidence. While the holiday road checks were ordered to examine all cars and hold any suspicious characters, the search party was organized. And with the aid of a sheriff's posse, walkie-talkies, and jeeps, the open terrain was scoured for clues of the missing youngster. All persons in and around the motel were questioned for leads. The manager came up with a big one. He had seen a car parked across the street from the motel for about an hour, between 3 and 4 a.m.
Dan. 3240 just checked in. They picked up the girl's father at a road check 14 miles south of here.
He's supposed to be working in the city. Which way was he headed?
Toward the city. And his car's the same make and color as the one the manager saw last night.
I'd have him pick him up and take him to headquarters.
Any news yet, Mr. Matthews?
Mrs. Spaeth, I'd like to ask you a question. Why aren't you traveling with your husband?
Well, I told you, he's working.
Did he have a reason to follow you here?
Follow me? I don't understand. You don't think Ted had anything to do with...
I don't know. Has there been trouble between the two of you? Because I don't think it's right for a woman to leave her husband and take her child away from home on Christmas Eve.
Well, I told you he's been busy. Well, and even if we did have problems, I don't see what they'd have to do with...
It's very important to the case. If you've had trouble, it has a direct bearing on the case. Now, look, Mrs. Spaeth, lose your pride for a minute. I'm not trying to write a gossip column. I'm trying to find a missing juvenile who happens to be your daughter. So tell me the truth right now.
Well, it's true. Ted and I have been having some difficulties, but we spend so much time away from home at his office or traveling. He just seems to forget he has a family. We thought we'd give ourselves a chance until after the holidays anyway, but it just didn't work out. Yesterday, for instance, he promised he'd be home by noon. Take Julie to see Santa Claus. We've waited for hours, Mr. Matthews. He didn't even call to say he'd be late.
Julie had good reason to run away.
No, Julie wouldn't run away. I know that.
Your husband, do you have any reason to come here and take her?
No. At least I don't think so. Oh, I don't know, Mr. Matthews. I don't know much of anything anyway.
Dan. One of the men in the field just brought this in. A child's handkerchief.
Where'd he find it?
In a ditch about halfway up that hillside.
Yeah. Mrs. Spade.
Yes.
Did Julie have a handkerchief, or did she carry anything with her?
Yes, she had some with little elephants on them, and she had some others with the merry-go-round design. Why?
Like this?
Yes, that's Julie's. Where'd you find it? Well, it's Julie's.
Thank you very much.
Oh, no, wait a minute. These spots. What are these spots, Mr. Matthews? They look like blood.
We won't know. The lab will have to tell us.
It's blood, isn't it?
One day before Christmas, but no carols were being sung at the Brentwood Motel, for Julie Spaeth was still missing. And so far, only one clue had been found: a child's handkerchief, trimmed with fairy tale decorations and blood. The patrol car took the handkerchief to the crime lab to be analyzed. At Highway Patrol headquarters, the missing girl's father was being held for questioning.
Spade, I'm sorry to have to hold you like this.
So am I. I don't exactly enjoy being kept under guard for no reason at all.
There's a very good reason. Your daughter Julie is missing.
Missing? But I thought she was with Laura.
She was late last night or early this morning, but she's gone now.
And you think I had something to do with it, Sadet?
By the looks of you, I'd say you were up all night. We know that your car was parked between 3 and 4 this morning in front of the Brentwood Motel. Now, this needs some explaining. What do you say we start at the beginning?
Well, I got home about 6 o'clock last night. Found a note from Laura, my wife, telling me she'd taken Julie and gone to her sister's.
What, for a visit?
Not exactly. She was leaving me. We'd been building up to something like that for a long time, but I didn't think she'd do it now with Christmas and everything. First, I was sore. I called her sisters and found out she'd left a short time before and was planning to stop at a motel overnight. So I thought I could catch up with her, find her, make her come back to me, at least make her bring Julie back to me.
How did you find your wife?
I spent the night checking the cars parked at motels along the highway. Finally found her at the Brentwood Motel.
What did you do about it?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. By that time, all the anger was gone out of me, and I felt like an idiot. I was ashamed of myself. Ashamed of the way I'd treated Laura and Julie. I sat there, parked in front of that motel, I don't know how long, trying to get up the courage to go in and ask her to forgive me, take me back. What's the use? I couldn't do it.
What's the matter? You got too much pride?
Maybe. The way it looked to me then, Laura and Julie would be better off without me. It's better having no husband, no father at all, than one that's never around. So I drove around till the sun came up. Then I headed for home.
All right, Mr. Spade, let's go.
Matthews. Is there any word about it? Hello, Ted.
Hi, Laura. You all right?
Is there any word about that handkerchief, Mr. Matthews? Any word about Julie?
Nothing yet. We're doing everything we can.
What's this all about anyway, Laura? Did Julie run away or what?
I wish I could make some sense out of it, Ted. I can't. All I know is if I hadn't been such a little fool and run away, all of this wouldn't have happened.
You can't blame yourself for that. But I still don't understand how you could even begin to suspect me of kidnapping my own daughter.
You were combing the highways all night looking for your wife. When you found her, you didn't have guts enough to tell her how you felt. You wanted your wife back, but your pride got in the way. You could have even kidnapped your own daughter.
Laura, do you believe that?
No. But I would like to believe what Mr. Matthews just said. About you hunting for me, wanting me back again. Is that true, Ted?
Dan. The lab report's in on that handkerchief. It's blood, all right. Dog blood.
Dog blood?
On Julie's handkerchief?
That's right. The lab checked it through twice to be sure.
It's funny. That's all she's been talking about this Christmas. A dog. A real live dog.
Check the dog pound, see if any strays are around. Maybe Julie decided to adopt one.
I'll call him.
Mrs. Spade, Julie see a dog around here last night?
No. The only dog she cared about was the one Santa was going to bring her.
Yeah. I was supposed to take her to see Santa Claus yesterday so she could ask for the dog she wanted.
But you didn't take her?
No. Same old routine. My drawing board became more important than my family.
She had a letter. All about the dog. Ready to mail to Santa Claus.
Was it mailed?
No, it's inside on the... It was right here, so she wouldn't forget it this morning. Now it's gone.
She could have gone out early this morning to mail it and gotten lost.
Oh, it didn't have a stamp. Julie knew that.
She could have delivered it herself personally, you know.
Santa Claus?
Now, look. She's 6 years old. She believes in Santa Claus. She wants a dog. What would you do? Corey! How far is Twin Lakes from here?
4 or 5 miles.
All right, get some members of the search party together. I think Santa Claus is our man.
Send?
Get him together, will you?
Mr. Matthews.
What?
Is there anything I can do to help? I feel sort of useless.
You stay here with your wife.
But I feel that I'm to blame for this. If there was something I could do to help find Julia...
You stay right here. By the way, if you see Santa Claus, tell him I'm looking.
Unfortunately, Santa Claus was in many places at once on Christmas Eve, but no clue to the whereabouts of Julie Spaeth could be found.
Thanks very much. Merry Christmas. Sergeant Corey, you checked all the Santa Clauses?
Hard to say, Dan. The men are still out rounding them up.
All right, bring a car around. One of these Santas got to be the real thing.
What did you say?
I said bring a car around.
Hello, Santa. I've been looking for you all over everywhere.
Looking for me?
Aren't you Santa Claus?
Oh, why, sure. Sure I am. How long have you been looking for me, young lady?
A long time. I found this puppy, but I had an awful time finding you. Can you fix his foot for him?
Well, why have you been looking for me?
I had to bring you my letter, didn't I?
Oh,
It hurts.
what?
His foot.
Well, come on, let's go inside. Well, let's sit right here. There's your doggy.
Santa, I'm hungry.
Well, you just wait right here. What's your name, young lady?
Julie.
You like soup, Julie?
Sometimes.
Well, I'll bet you'll like this soup. Yes, sir, this is good soup. Give some to the doggy. Yeah. You know, my mother made that soup.
Thank you. I didn't know you had a mother.
I certainly do. My mother's a sergeant.
A what?
A sergeant. She makes all the soup here at the mission.
It's good.
Now, tell me about your mother. Does she know where you are? Where is your mother?
Mommy's at the motel, I guess. And I guess Daddy's at home or at his office. He's always at his office. Santa, I know just what I want for Christmas.
You do?
Mommy and Daddy together.
Well, how can I fix that when I don't even know where you live?
You don't know? You forgot?
Well, I mean...
Santa Claus, you know where little boys and girls live, but you forgot where I live. Cause I live so many places and no place at all.
Forgot? Me? Who says I forgot? Why, all I have to do is call my office and ask my assistant to read your address from my record book. Now, you just wait right here, honey. I'll be right back. I gotta get some change.
Hold it, Santa.
Are you a police officer?
Highway Patrol. I'd like to ask you some questions.
Well, I'd like to ask you some questions. I was just on my way to call you. I've had a little girl on my hands for...
Where is she?
Inside. Looks like she's lost or something.
What's her name?
She says it's Julie. I've been trying to find out where she lives. Finally, I thought I'd better call you people.
We've been looking for her since 7 o'clock this morning. Why didn't you call sooner?
She just got here. But she's all yours now.
I'd like to have you come along with us.
What for? I haven't done anything wrong.
Yeah, I know that.
But this is Christmas Eve, and I'm Santa Claus. I got a big job to do.
This is part of it. Do you mind?
Laura? Laura, have something to eat.
Ted, I'm so glad you're here. I don't think I could have lasted it this long alone.
You're not going to be alone anymore. They'll find Julie. They've got to. Then you're going to have trouble getting rid of me.
Sounds good. Too good, Ted. You just can't give up your work.
No, and I can't give you up either. We'll figure it out. We have to.
If only we knew about Julie, if she's all right, or...
Julie!
Julie!
Daddy, I didn't know you were here.
Darling, come here.
Well, I guess I better be going. Lots more to do tonight. Lots to do.
Mommy, can't Santa stay with us? His mother's a sergeant.
Oh, of course he can, darling. He can stay with us forever and ever and ever if he wants to.
Now, don't you go running away again, young lady. You stay right here and take care of your mom and daddy.
I won't run away again, Santa. Not now, not ever.
Good. Then I guess I can go now.
Hey, wait a minute. How'd all this happen? Who are you anyway?
Who am I? Who am I? Huh.
Bye, Santa.
Oh, yes. Merry Christmas. How'd that sound, huh?
Oh, that was fine. Come on, get in. I'll drive you back to town.
No, thanks. I've got my own means of transportation.
Okay.